Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are back, of course, 1 week later as usual. Unfortunately, I wanted to stream on Wednesday and work, prevented me from doing that. So unfortunately, the promise, or well, not the promise, but the idea that I had last week around to stream on Wednesday, unfortunately didn't come to fruition. But of course, we are back today. Who do we have in chat already? Of course, we have Elfie, Croc is back, Mitosis is here. Very nice to see you guys. Well, how is it going on this wonderful Saturday for you guys? In here, we have so much to do that I actually don't even know where to start, to be extremely honest with you. We have our Drecko going. We have all this oil down here on the bottom. Which is actually not the problem. The problem is that we are completely out of igneous rock, therefore we have to find some of that as well. And then on top of everything else, this cluster of a industrial brick here, which it of course is not, will have to be somehow relocated as well potentially. And then of course our space program. Oh my goodness, like I said, I literally don't even know where to start. Alright, we also have Killjoy in chat. Killjoy, how are you doing today? I hope you are having a wonderful day as well. Well, what should we do first? Probably taking care of this little guy right here should be a good idea. Yeah, look at him. Let me play the game here on 1x speed. And of course, he already hatched probably at the end of the last stream. So we need to find him a home. Because he does look pretty sad in his little glass bowl here. So I would say let's get started with that. And the question is, where? That is probably the biggest question, as a matter of fact. What is the best possible location to build something like that? I'm here, but the meme Slay the Spire run is ongoing. Can't miss it. I have no idea what that's even supposed to mean, but it's totally fine, Jay. Alright, where could we get started with this Drecko farm? Probably over here, honestly, is probably a good location. Down here we have our volcano. This here is a minor volcano, and this minor volcano here has to be tamed as well. As I just said, we are completely out of igneous rock, and our only constant, well, more or less constant, it's currently dormant source of igneous rock is this minor volcano right here. So down here on the bottom, we are going to get into this igneous rock, so we have something to build with, so we can get the DRECKO farm built. Then we're probably going to tame this volcano right here. And then somewhat at the same time, over here in Smelina, right here on the bottom left, we also have an aluminum volcano. So, like I said, we have so much going on all at once that finding a good place to start is almost impossible. Ice is here, Hobbitiere ebenfalls, which is German for it's an honor, basically translated, which means hello. We can mine an asteroid for a field for igneous rock. It will be a good start for today. Let's take a look. Do we have one of those? Literally the first one I click on has 40% igneous rock. We actually just discovered this one here. Guys, some of you guys, which I'm sure you have missed some of the last stream, if not all of it. We just sent 2 rockets to space. This one right here actually is a somewhat real rocket. We have Sin in here, and Sin is on the road with his telescope. And actually it says here area complete, so I believe we are actually done and we can send him back home. But we just discovered this asteroid field. And down here on the bottom, this here is our autonomous rocket, which is just sitting in this field right here. And apparently, let me play the game real quick. No, we still have diamonds left, 715 kilograms. We just got started. And it's in this sandy ore field right here. Currently getting copper, sandstone, sand, and algae. So we're just gonna let this thing here finish. Gonna send him back home to Coldiel right here, and then refuel and go back out probably to the rocky asteroid field right here and do exactly what Croc is saying. Get us a 40% worth of igneous rock, total mass of 60 tons, and per go we can get 20 tons in, which is of course not too shabby at all. So yeah, let's hop back in here. Actually, let's go back out there. I wanted to see if this is a true statement, and Sin is really bored. Yes, look at him. He's happy. but bored. So let's send this rocket here back home so we can send it back out into another direction. There's a lot more to explore, of course. So let's do that right away. We're just going to change the destination back home to Coldiel. And of course, he will land automatically all the way up here on the top in our tiny little bit of a space station that we cobbled together last time. Is it 6 tiles away? I didn't actually count. Let's see here. I'm not entirely sure how does the... It should be the same distance theoretically from where we are. I guess we can check that real quick. If we go back to Coldiel and just take the other rocket that we have sitting around and change it. It is 6 tiles. That is, of course, a problem to get to this one right here. May have to find a different solution, but that is, of course, no problem because we have our space exploration rocket, which we can just send into another direction and see maybe we are lucky over in this general area or potentially even down here. But yeah, at the moment, I'm not worried about the igneous rock. Like I said, it's not like we don't have plenty. We just need to get it. So let's actually get started on it before I keep talking and actually nothing happens here. We will need some ladders, of course. Also, this liquid vent here. Who needs that? Nobody at all. So let's come up here. We're just going to... Yeah, why don't we just strip mine this entire area right here? All the way up to the abyssalite. We're going to leave the abyssalite alone, and we're going to grab everything else. Elfie says it is 6. Yep, you're 100% correct. And Ojin is here. Greetings, BierTier. Greetings to you as well, Ojin. Welcome aboard. I'm glad you could join today. Right up here, of course, the easiest way is always to strip from the top down, if at all possible. I do not want to dig into here. We have 10 kilograms worth of natural gas. We are going to extract that later. We're just going to grab all the stuff that is above here. And it's probably the easiest thing that we can do for right now. I'm going to come all along here. Extend this ladder here. Maybe we don't even need to do that, as a matter of fact. We can literally just come straight through here. And then dig all this here out and then just make our way slowly but steadily all the way down. Very, very good. I think that should get the job done. We even have a little bit more over here on this side that you can dig out. Usually I like to leave the abyssalite alone as long as we can, just as a somewhat of a natural border. And of course, it is not conducting any heat, which is of course always helpful. All right. Like I said, so far, so good. But now, over here, this here is probably the area for our DRECKO farm. And Ojin says, $2 per drink. Sure will. Thank you very much, Ojin, for the $2. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I had a drink to that just now. All right, so let's build the blueprint first. The sizing is very important, as a matter of fact, because we will have 2 farms that are completely maxed out. If you have seen my older videos, then you will have seen that same design before. It's a design that I have used for a while, and I just like it. It is very efficient. It works every time without a question. So why change a running system? We will need in... Actually, let's get started with some insulated tiles here. And the insulated tiles, what are we gonna do here? I think the best thing is to, first of all, put in a fire pole, not on the left right here. Just so the dupes can get a little bit easier around here. Obviously, it doesn't work down here, but it doesn't matter. The dupes will come most likely from the top anyway. Then we will need, once again, as I just said, the insulated tiles. Yeah, what is the best course of action to get this here started? Just free building it. Let's just plop something in here like this, because what we need is, of course, down here on the bottom, a checkpoint suit. With a few docks. 4 of them should be more than sufficient. There should be never, ever more than 4 dupes in there, because we have 2 shearing stations and 2 grooming stations. That is the only dupe interaction we will ever have. So the maximum amount of dupes that should ever be in this area here is going to be 4. Never more, only ever less. If we have this, we can plop in, of course, a liquid lock. And the liquid lock is then going to come over to somewhere like this. And then down here on the bottom, we will need a total height of 3. So these 3 here are highly important. We're going to come over, and then to size it all properly out, I'm just going to use the farm tiles. because we are going to be 9 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is the first half, then an empty space, and then another 9. Something just like this here. Let me double check I didn't miscount, and of course I did. Counting is hard, guys. There we go. Everything is correct. So this here is going to be the size that we need. The only question is, do I want to move this entire area here up or down? And yeah, to figure that out, we will need to put, of course, the floor in. The floor is going to be right here. So one more tile, and then let's just put some airflow tiles in temporarily, so we can see the actual size of this build right here. And then right here, we need to come up. And the way that I always measure it, because I cannot remember the dimensions of every build that I have ever built. There's obviously no question about that. Right here in the middle is a single space that is free. And this single space here has a couple of, well, pieces of equipment on it. And these pieces of equipment include a conveyor loader. The conveyor loader is going to live right here. And then the auto sweeper is going to be right above it. And it looks exactly like this. And then on top of that, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles of airflow tiles, which means I actually had it right, completely on accident. This here is the size of the entire build. So this is how high we are going to be. So the reason why I wanted to move it down is we could align this top edge right here, just right here at the top of our stable to make it nice and straight. And I think that's probably a very fast and easy thing that we can do. So we are just going to move the entire build here by, and that is also very easy to figure out, of course, a total of 4 tiles down. Just as easy as that. All right, let's do exactly that. We are going to take our bottom layer, gonna go 4 tiles down. We're gonna leave a total of 3 empty, of course. And then down here on the bottom, gonna plop in another row. Enter our farm tiles once again. Get rid of the farm tiles above, we won't need them anymore. Plop in the wall, go 3 high, and then the airflow tiles. Total of 4, total of 4, total of 4, and total of 4. Very, very simple. You know, I always try to explain my builds in a as simple way as possible, at least that I can come up with. And having those kind of cues right here, so to build the entire thing, you only need to remember 2 things. Oh, where goes the conveyor loader? Oh, where goes the auto sweeper? And how many farm tiles do you need? Everything else falls into place absolutely automatically. So on top of here, let's build 4 more of these. Did I build it 1 too low? Sure as hell looks like it. 2 too low. How did that happen? Am I crazy? Are you building it from steel? Do I have steel selected? I didn't pay attention to that. I do have the airflow tile selected in steel. Why would I do that? Good catch, Croc. Not entirely sure why I would do that. We have aluminum ore here. Of course, that is the much better choice. We don't need anything steel. Nothing will be hot in here. Nothing will be cold in here. Everything will be, well, very, very balanced in here. Because we have 2 things that are going on here. Of course, the Dreckos themselves, and down here on the bottom in those farm tiles, we will have mealwood. And we need to keep them both alive. Room temperature. Yes, it will be room temperature. That's very nicely said. All right. You know what? Let's build it in reverse. That is probably easier, as a matter of fact. So let me do that. Up here on the top, we are going to plop in our top wall. And then from our top wall, we are going to come down. Fancy Pants MacG over here. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but all right. Yeah. Where should we actually place it over here? Do we have space here? It would be nice if it would fit up here, actually. Now that I see this very nice area. Total of 27 tiles. We have 9 and 9 makes 18, plus 1 in the middle makes 19, plus 2 on each side makes 21. With an airlock. and our aqua suits. No, it will not fit in here. That is sad. I don't want to put it in here. No, this is the best location. As it turns out, this here happens to be the best location in the entire base that we have for it. Okay. Let's do it just like that. We are going to plop in once again our top wall. We will need, of course, once again, our our 4 thermo aqua tuners, I almost said. My god. Maybe I need to have another sip of my beer here. There we go. That's better. Atmo suits, not thermo aqua tuners. And then, of course, not right there, but right here, our lock. So this is the total size that we need to come over. Where that ends up in the end doesn't matter. All that matters is that we have our wall that goes all the way down here, but of course right here the entrance. All right, that should work. Now let's try this again. We are going to come over a total of 4 tiles, leave it empty, and then 4 tiles down, and yeah, that is the entire size that we need. Down here on the bottom, this time double checking, it is actually aluminum ore. Gonna plop all these in. Down here in the middle, actually I'm gonna build one more, but once again another 4, 1 empty, and another 4. Get rid of all these and come down. I really need to hold the shift button when I go in a straight line, because that makes life a hell of a lot easier. We don't need to come that far down. We need 3 tiles empty, and then right here where the snow is, we will need to come over in our farm tiles. So let's do that as well. A lot of things that we can already put in place, which is very nice about this build here, quite honestly. Very simple and straightforward as usual. Let's see. That is 9. And that is 9. And here we come through. Alright. Very, very good. Of course, right here, last but not least, so we actually can build this liquid lock here the way we want it. Get rid of all this stuff. Get rid of all of this stuff right here. We will have to take care of all of it. We'll have to build some ladders here and whatnot to get rid of all this stuff here. But it should be pretty easy to get all of this here done. With the exception of down here, of course, we will need to come in here for now. Later on, we will have to close it back off. But for now, we're just going to come straight through. Okay. A few more pieces of ladder. Actually, one more ladder right here, so we can come up here, dig all of this here out. And, yeah, we need to keep a close eye on our dupes, so they don't get stuck around here, which they most definitely will anyway, if I like it or not. There's probably nothing we can do about it. Trying to avoid, this time around, desperately to have a dupe die. Alright, route here, more ladders to be able to go around the entire build here, preferably. And then in the back to come back down as well. Alright. Should we go to bottom as well? Yeah, probably. Doesn't hurt to get around the bottom here as well. Alright, theoretically, all that should be good. Gosh, it's been a bit since I properly played Oxygen Not Included. I recently got into Stellaris, so I'm still sticking to the resource management genre of games. I bought Stellaris a long time ago. I think I played it for 10 minutes back, whenever that was. There must have been years what it feels like. And never actually pursued it anymore, sadly enough. But definitely something that I want to try again. Something that I have tried was Cosmotier. I don't know if you guys have heard of that game. It's quite interesting. You get to build like spaceships and whatnot out of like pre-built modules. It's actually quite interesting. Well, yeah. All right. So far, so good. On here on the bottom. It's really nice to have those biobots around, because for exactly that kind of thing here, just, you know, strip mining or whatever on the other side of the map, they're perfect for that kind of thing, while our dupes are actually doing the real work. Yes, Stellaris has been about 12 years now and has been completely changed several times. Really? Holy cow, it's been that long? Feels like it was maybe a year or two ago. But yeah, Like I said, I'm pretty sure if I look in my Steam, it has probably 20 minutes played on it or so. I won't even lie, Stellaris was only truly enjoyable for me when I bought the several DLCs. Huh. Space engineers, where you can even use C# codes in programming blocks. Really? Huh. The amount of games that are out there is insane. Like I said last time around, there are actually... And look at this here. Frozen Hair and Icy Venom are ready, trying to commit suicide. Not copy. Deconstruct. I'm telling you, those dupes, if you are not on top of them every second, they will find a way to kill themselves doing the easiest tasks. It's always the same, and it never ever changes. But yeah, so far so good. We are looking decent. Let me double check here. What are we actually building these insulated tiles out of? Mafic rock, that works for me. That is totally fine for our purposes over here. A couple of things that we will need back here is, of course, we will need to find a way, like I said earlier, right? Our Drecko right here, let's take a quick look at that. Don't have to pause again for that. Dreckos themselves have a livable range of 15 to 110 degrees, which is a huge range that we should be able to hold easily. And of course, down here are Glossy Dreckos of 5 degrees to 80 degrees. Also a big range, which we should also have no problem. And the mealwood right here, 10 to 30 degrees. So there is a very small margin of overlap right here. So again, we have 10 to 30. And right here, we have a 15 to 110. So we have a 15 degree overlay right here. So from 16 degrees to 30 degrees, our mealwood and our Dreckos will both be happy. And we need to hold that. So what is the easiest way to do that in our game? Well, when we think about that for a second, we already have the solution. Pre-built right here. With our water, because we already have it going through our mealwood and keeping it alive, and of course down here also feeding our bristle blossoms. So all we have to do is extend this line here, bring it into this area, let it go around, and just feed it back in. Literally this simple. And that is what is going to take care of all of our heat or cold issues in this particular case, I guess. Yeah, very, very nice, very simple. We don't have to do anything extra. Just a tiny little bit of a rebuild of one single pipe. Very, very good. And then, of course, there are two things that we need in here. We need, of course, hydrogen. And for our mealwood to grow, we need either oxygen, polluted oxygen, or carbon dioxide. And I personally like to use carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide down here on the ground, and hydrogen in the rest. Hydrogen, of course, we have plenty of. Where do we have it? Right over here. We have an infinite storage with almost 4,000 kilograms per tile. That is a lot of wood, of course. And yeah, carbon dioxide is certainly also something that we will never ever run out of as usual. So yeah, it's a very simple build that doesn't require any fancy materials or any fancy techniques or whatever. Anybody can do that in a heartbeat without an issue. Very, very easy and very nice. All right, dupes. Let's speed this entire thing here up a tiny little bit. And then let's go from there. On our star map, how are we looking? How much do we have left? 533 kilograms. We're just going to let it empty out. I'm not going to send it back before we are done here. Might as well grab us some sandstone and some sand. That never hurts to have around. So yeah, that is going to be good. And as soon as Sin is back on the ground, we will probably send him back out with our third rocket right here, which is, of course, our nice, simple research rocket, because databanks are also something that we will definitely need more of. All right. So far, we're looking really good. Iris says, well, 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 look at those dupes trying to get themselves out of work. And Mason. Mason? Really? Is that how we do this here? Okay, cool. Yeah. Can we please do this here with a relatively high priority to get him out of there before he dies a horrible death? Thank you. There we go. Like I said, they will take every opportunity to get themselves out of even a tiny little bit of work. Okay, our Drecklet still chilling. no problems at all. Doing fine. What do we have in our printing pod while we are at it? Poke shell and dupes. I don't need a poke shell and I don't need dupes. I'm gonna take the poke shell anyway though, because even if we don't need it for anything, we can always at the bare minimum go ahead and murder it. That is always an option. The reason why we don't need it is because we have so many around the entire map that we don't even know what to do with all those poke shells. So let's just get it, murder it, extract the resources, and then go from there. Elfie says that about 700 man-hours into making a fight computer for space engineers that can handle most flight tests and even surface to orbit or orbit to surface. That's crazy. That is crazy. And it's crazy that you actually have to, like I said, actually do programming. Which is really cool though. Give more priority to digging there than building a wall. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We should really first dig before we build the wall, but I'll keep an eye on the guys for right now. It should only take a few seconds to get through here, thankfully. It's pretty straightforward. Alright, dupes. We can, in the meantime, I suppose, go ahead and plop in our stations, for example. Our atmosphere. The checkpoint with the docks attached to it, all 4 of them, as mentioned before. And then, of course, not pausing it. I'm in such a habit every time I build something that I pause the game. Up here on the top, we're going to plop in the bottle emptier, which will then help us, of course, create our liquid lock right here whenever we need it, which is not yet. We can also already go ahead and plop in an insulated tile right here. We will need a pneumatic door right above that. And then another airflow tile above that. What did I build a pneumatic door out of? Copper? Copper is fine. So let's build another pneumatic door up here so the dupes can get through. And then, of course, fill the rest here up once again with airflow tiles. Alright. That are all things that we can do without a problem. Oh, the dupes are hard at work. Look at this here. No problem at all. Power-wise, do we have anything going by here? Maybe not this one. Maybe not this one. Yes. This is actually the same wire. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? You have 240, 480. Oh, okay. That is the problem. The blast shot maker. Let's relocate this blast shot maker probably to... Oh, look at this here. We have one that is not even hooked up at all. We're going to relocate the blast shot maker down here. In F2 connected to this power source right here. And in F6 it will need petroleum. And petroleum, of course, comes right by here anyway. So we're going to use this to our advantage. And get rid of this extra consumer up here that we don't need. Alright, it's a little bit further away from where we will actually need the blast shots, of course, which is up here. But it's still going to be no problem whatsoever. It's not like that the dupes have so much to do that they can't carry something up there whenever they have to. That is the nice thing about having currently 17 dupes here, 18 if you calculate Sin in. But yeah, looking very, very good as of right now. We just need to wait a little bit. This here will drain itself out and then we can get rid of it. Another thing that we will need for our DRECKO farm down here is we will need a reliable source of dirt. So let's take a quick look at our polluted dirt. Polluted dirt, down here on the bottom you have 20.4 tons. That is plenty. That is more than enough for anything that we are planning on doing, because one of those plants only needs 10 kilograms a cycle. So yeah. One thing that we haven't built at all is a compost. Compost right here, of course, takes 100 grams per second of compostables and then converts it into 100 grams of dirt. And in the process produces a little bit of heat, kind of like in real life. I do see some ice right here. I want to place it somewhat close to ice if we can to kind of melt it. It will take a long time, don't get me wrong here, but it's not like that we are in any kind of time pressure to get this water here melted. Down here on the bottom would be an option. I'm only here for doing my duty, giving a like. Yoss Garrett, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And of course, Yoss is correct. If you haven't liked yet, I would highly appreciate it. It doesn't cost a dime, and it does help me out greatly. Yeah, but I like this area right here, honestly. I think we are going to use this area right here. I don't want to get over here, because this ice here is actually responsible, not just the ice, but also, of course, all the minerals around it, are responsible for cooling down our fridges. So, over here on this side, how can we do this? Easiest, best possible way. Let's just see what we can do with this amount of space right here. It doesn't have to be pretty, just functional, as usual, basically. Let's get rid of this here. That is something we don't want. As a matter of fact, I would rather have 2 tiles right here. Actually, let's dig up those 3. That's probably the easiest solution here. Get rid of these 3 tiles right here. It's not like we're going to lose 50% of the mass, but that's fine. We don't use it for the poke shell farms. We will also use it for the poke shell farms, but again, to convert 20 tons over with a compost is going to take a long, long time. And the poke shell farms are honestly, in my priority list, a hell of a lot further back than the DRECKO farm. So, yeah. Making sure nobody's dying here, everything's still fine. Why are you saying this here is unreachable? Oh yes, of course, because we built this here. This has to be disabled, obviously, because now the dupes can't get through here anymore at all, as long as we don't put any atmosuits in, and it's way too early for atmosuits right now. So let's disable this here. There we go. Alright, now they can actually continue building. Kind of forgot about that. The moment they built this, it was not reachable anymore at all. So, let's get rid of this. Let's plop in walls. We only need to go 3 high. That's totally fine. Again, doesn't have to be pretty. Compost. We will need probably 3 of them. That would be a good estimate, I would say. Build 3 composts. Let me plop that all in. The dupes are building it way too fast on 5 times speed, or on 3 times speed, better to say. 1 storage bin. Let's build 2 just for safety's sake. In oxygen, we are going to grab us the deodorizer and plop that in here as well. You can cancel digging to give them a chance to build without a ladder in the stable. You can cancel digging to give them a chance to build without a ladder. Let's see. You mean so they can reach the top here? Yeah. I mean, if I would really pay close attention to what they're building when, then I could probably do that. But just to plop in 3 pieces of ladder is probably just as easy, honestly. Let's see here. If I go right here, stop these here, stop these here on the bottom. Stop these here, stop these here. And then they can dig all of this here out. So yeah, we can definitely do that. That will get the job done for sure. Except over here, this here is too late. We will need a piece of ladder right here. And the one more above it to reach these here. But all this here should be possible to be dug out without a ladder. Yep, good call, Croc. Definitely good call. Jay's here, finishing up. But of course, we will need some automation in shipping here. We will need an auto sweeper. The auto sweeper can live anywhere where it can reach everything. It doesn't matter. Right here, let's say. And then, of course, we will need a conveyor loader that we're just going to plop in here sideways in any way, shape, or form. Again, does not matter. As long as we can build it, it's totally fine. And then in the rail structures, rails, we just need to come somehow down here. So that can wait for right now. Just build this here for this very moment. And I think we have, yes, we do have power nearby. Again, it's the same wire that we just relieved. Yes, it's the same wire that we just relieved from the blast shot maker. So it's not the end of the world that we plop this in. And of course, up here in the top as well. Hi, in the early game, can I mine the uranium in the starting biome? You can. Nothing's stopping you from doing so, but if you have a beta hive around and you want to go into the late game and you want to build a research reactor, for example, then I wouldn't dig out any area that has a beta hive around. Because you do want to use those things here for your advantage. But no, nothing stopping you. You can see the radiation levels are relatively low. It's not like it's going to harm the dupes or anything. They can just walk in there, basically, more or less as much as they want. It's no problem whatsoever. If you get into areas with something like this here, it's 703 rats per cycle. Now it becomes a problem, but just the uranium ore is not going to do any harm. Okay, let's plop this stuff in here. Finish this here up. Thanks, I was worried about the radiation. It does tell you down here on, like I said, when you open up this menu right here and you can hover over it, it says here 58 rads per cycle. I can't remember for the life of me right now the value. There's a value for dupes that they automatically lose every cycle when they use the bathroom. Is it 100 rads? I truly can't recall for the life of me right now without looking it up. But yeah, the dupes are losing every cycle a certain amount of radiation. 100 on normal mode, yep, that's what I thought. So they accumulate radiation. When they accumulate radiation, you can see it in their little card right here in the status card. And if they are at 100 or below, like right here, absorb the rad dose is 0.05. When Conan 44 here goes to P, which he just apparently did, the absorbed rad dose goes back down to 0. So it's no problem whatsoever. In here, we can say, not like this, there we go, dirt. We only want dirt to be picked up by this conveyor loader right here, which then, of course, will be taken care of by our auto sweeper. And the auto sweeper will put the dirt produced by the compost into the conveyor loader, and then the conveyor loader, once we have the rail, will put it down here and feed our farm tiles. I'm not entirely sure if that alone is going to be enough. I would have to do the math on it, and I haven't yet, to be quite honest. We can always feed in more or less, whatever we need at this very moment. Thankfully, the system is very, very adaptable, which once again makes it one of my favorite builds. I mean, yeah, that's just how it goes. Gremlin right here. And then, of course, you can hear the old poodle in the background. No, buddy, it's okay. Yep, that is the Amazon guy here. They're not friends, let me put it that way. Did we get our rocket back? Yes, we did get our rocket back. So Sin is back in the game. And Sin is also here. Sin is in the chat. Boom, spicy entrance with a $5 super chat. Oh, Sin. Thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate it. And, of course, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you could make it today. Truly appreciate you being here. Our blast shots are actually active right now. I'd really like to watch those things. That is, I don't know, nice. I really like this addition to the game. This is the first time I've ever built meteor blasters that didn't exist before. I do like him, not gonna lie. But yeah, thanks. And will the uranium I mine radiate? No. Uranium debris, so once you mine it up, it will not emit any radiation at all. But if you then build something out of uranium, like, for example, these mechanized airlocks right here, you can see they're built out of uranium, or if I turn my overlay back on, they will irradiate the area. And this here is actually an infinite storage that has polluted water in it coming from our bathrooms, and the radiation actually kills the germs that are inside of this water. So radiation and uranium are really, really powerful in the game, if you ask me. And I would highly recommend to get something as early as possible in the game, if you're playing on a DLC, of course, that is, and then use it to your advantage. You can use it for any kind of germs. For example, again, right here to clean the water from your bathrooms. I don't know if you've seen one of my earlier episodes, or for that matter, from anybody else before radiation existed, for example. We used to build something called Terminators, where you had to use chlorine and you had to swish your water around in the chlorine to get it sterilized and whatnot. Nowadays, that's the entire solution right here, or something similar to that at the bare minimum. It's really nice. My petroleum boiler died. At least I didn't understand at all how it works. You don't understand? You don't understand how it works? Or you do understand how it works? And Charles Rogers is here. Hey Charles, welcome to the stream. Really glad to have you around. How are you doing today? Radioactive waste removal and sanitation, who knew? That's right. I don't know what they're always complaining about, you know? Trying to find end storages for nuclear waste. Could just clean out dirty water with it. I don't see the problem at all. If you could... Well, actually, you don't need to dig this up because that's only 3 high, so we can actually give the dig command for all of this stuff right here. You can get down here, right? Yes. And back out. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just making sure Jay here didn't get stuck again. All seems to be good. All seems to be okay. And yeah, Croc was right. We get away with building this entire thing and only having 2 helping ladders in the entire build. That's really nice. As a matter of fact, though, we will have to plop in these 2 here. We will not be able to reach those later. And we don't even need the top ladder, so we get away with 1 single ladder. Even better. You guys do need to dig this here out a little bit faster, though. I can't help you with that. That has to happen. Because otherwise you will once again get stuck and die. There you go. Alright, Iris, of course, got himself stuck. Jay says I still play without DLC, so I still use chlorine rooms. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, that's how everybody used to do it. But yeah, with the DLC, it just makes your life a little bit easier. Thankfully, we have oxygen in here, so Iris is okay. Yes, I'm keeping an eye on Iris. Now, if we could build this door right here. Now, Gremlin got himself stuck. Oh, Gremlin. What am I going to do with you? I am going to have you deconstruct this. So you can get back down here. And then we should be able to just build these here 1 by 1, because they can get on top of this pneumatic door here. No problem whatsoever. Alright, very, very good. Cassiopeia is here, glowing as usual, and getting the job done. Alright, so far so good. The only question that I have right now is why exactly can't we continue down here, or why are we not? You should be able to get in here without a problem. I don't see an issue at all. So why aren't we? I don't know. I guess they will get to it eventually. There we go. Nope, Chimnani just walked in the bottom to grab something from up here. Oh, you dupes. And the last one. Alright, so far so good. Now, in F6, we can get started with the water here, because eventually that will have to be done if we like it or not. So how are we going to build it? That's the real only question here. And probably going to come up the ladder. I think I'm going to go along the ladder right here. And then right across here, where we have been the entire time anyway, let's go 1 higher. Let's go 2 higher, as a matter of fact. We're going to go through here, and then down here on the bottom, we're going to switch over to radiant liquid pipes. And the radiant liquid pipes have to go all the way through here, just in the middle. We don't need it, so we're not going to build it. And then at the end, don't need it either. Going to come up here, and then through the middle 1 more time, because we don't just want to have the plants, but the entire area here nice and at the same temperature. So we once again going to come through here with radiant liquid pipes, and then just make our way back out. Literally that easy. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Let's go straight through and back down and in. There we have it. All right. Speaking about the Drecko farm, I forgot to stop the atmosphere production, and now I have 80 suits. Did you set it on forever or something? Like, usually you just come in here and say, okay, I just built 4 of them, so please make me 4 of them, right? You must have accidentally set it on forever, I suppose. That's funny, though. Also, though, I don't want the water flowing quite yet. That would be a waste. Before we have everything here under control. Yeah. Fun thing about farm tiles, you can supply dirt from below as well. Yeah, so you can supply it from any direction. In this case here, and this design here, I actually just gonna plop it onto this tile right here and have an auto sweeper that just supplies it from anywhere. I suppose we could leave the bottom insulated tiles out and then supply it from the bottom. Yeah, I just don't see it though. What else do we have here? Yeah, but with this design that would allow a heat leak. That must be in response to Elfie, because I just saw the same thing. If I don't have insulated tiles right here, then of course the heat would leak out, which we don't want. So yeah, that would be another issue for sure. Croc says, Mitosis, you can now have more dupes. Yes, with 80 suits, you can definitely have more dupes now. Plenty of them, as a matter of fact. And Aaron says, finally caught you live. I love your vids, Beer. Thank you. Or Danke in German. Aaron, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that my videos are helping you out, or you just enjoy them. One or the other, potentially both, either way around. Glad you're enjoying them. Okay, so now we have only these two left, which I still am not sure. Why in the world wouldn't you dig those up while you're around, but okay. Once they're out, we're going to start the cleanup. Well, actually, cleanup process is going to be much easier here in a second. Let me pause it real quick. We are going to grab right away our conveyor loader. Like I said earlier, that needs to live here. And then the auto sweeper above it. Did I build it one notch high enough? I just realized I should have measured one more time. Son of a gun. That is only 7, and it should be 8. Yeah. Of course. I should have measured one more time. Down here on the bottom we have 3. Yep, that is correct. So right here, I actually have one space too little. And yes, that does matter, and it matters a lot. Well, it doesn't matter that much, I suppose. The problem is, we are losing a total of 8 spaces in our area right here, which is of course not good for our farm. So we should already be able to see it on the right side here. Yep, right here. We actually lost more than 8. We actually lost 11 from what I can see, because the entire room here should be 96 tiles. Well, we have 2 right here, so it should be 87 tiles once these 2 are dug up. So 87 tiles, but we should have 96. So we lost 9 tiles. And 9 tiles are 2 Dreckos less that we can have. That's no good. We want to have 8 Dreckos on each side. That is how that should work. That is why we have this amount of farm tiles right here. So we will have to do a little bit of fiddling here. Now the question is, and my OCD is kicking in hard here, because of course the easiest solution is, well, Beer, just grab the top and put it one up further and call it a day, right? Yeah, of course. But then I'm not nice and straight here anymore. Dang it. But that is the easier solution and the more efficient solution than moving all of this stuff here. Literally all of it one down. So that is exactly what we have to do here. We're going to go one higher. And we're going to go from there. BierTier, can you show the stream my purification method as an alternative pick on Discord? Of course I can, Croc. Let me take a peek into Discord right here on the other screen. Let me pause the game. And let me see what we have here. We have, of course, Croc's picture. Let me bring it up right here. Well, let me actually do it differently. Let me open it in a browser, because then we have a bigger picture. Let me bring this on screen. Let me make it bigger so you guys can see it all. There we have it. One more thing. Chat needs to be here. So, Croc is apparently using a Weesworth, and he's just putting it into a... he's putting his polluted water into literally just a tank. The Weesworth right here is taking care of the cleansing due to radiation. Of course, works the same. The only thing that I'm missing here a tiny little bit, Croc, is I don't really see a churn sensor. Unless it's somewhere off screen, off the screenshot right here. Somehow you would have to check if you literally cleaned all of it out, right? That is kind of what I'm doing right here. So if we go into the F6 overlay, we can see the pump right here comes out, goes first into a churn sensor. And if the churn sensor does not detect any churns, it will go over here. If it does it, it sends it back into the loop. So that is the general idea here. It was only one batch of bad water? Okay, that would explain it. Okay, so you basically just use this as a temporary solution, not as a permanent one. I gotcha. Then, of course, it makes perfect sense. TL says, hello from West Virginia. I don't think I have anybody from West Virginia. Been watching your vids for some hints and stumbled on you live, subbed and liked. I love the vids. Thank you, TL. I truly, truly appreciate it. I'm always happy when I hear that I can help somebody out in the game. And my tips and tricks and tutorials are helpful to other people. So yeah, that's awesome. And I truly appreciate it. And what are you guys doing here? Are you stuck? No, you can come down here. Oh, of course. We put in insulated tiles right here. You are all stuck now. Oh, yeah. You know, those tiny things right here sometimes are the ones that will break your neck. That is how that goes. But unfortunately, due to my own stupidity, now we will have to put ladders in to get rid of these tiles right here. So let's do that real quick. Right here, right here, right here, right here, and right there. Do the same thing right here and right there, and the same thing right here and right there. And then we can deconstruct basically the entire row. We don't need any of it. This one here needs to be replaced. And then here, this one here needs to be deconstructed. There we go. You need to dig out the top left or dupes will... Okay, thanks, Jay. Maybe I should read chat every time I actually encounter a dupe being stuck, because you guys are always a hell of a lot faster in figuring out what the hell is going on than me. Probably because I'm distracted. Well, by you, by chat. 40 rats on the bottom, more than plenty of it. Yep, that is correct. For a wild plant, weeds would make enough rats to do that. I mean, we don't have a lot of radiation here either. I just put all of them out of uranium ore. Is that overkill? Absolutely it is. Theoretically, if I would have only built this one here on the bottom and maybe one more on the top, just for reach reasons, because we are 3 tiles high here, would have been enough. I just built it to be faster. You know, that's the only reason. And it's not like we're lacking uranium. It's BierTier, the German engineer, says Lich. Not entirely sure how to say that, but yeah, for sure. Let's see here. We don't feel like deconstructing these here or what? Haha, we can't reach them. Oh, once again, I built the ladders too low. Doesn't match the meter of Bill Nye, the science guy. I don't know what that means, Jay. Manual airlock has only 20. Yep. That's another thing. Croc is 100% correct if you want to do that. The mechanized airlock has a higher output of radiation than a manual airlock. Definitely something to also keep in mind. I says die Leitern rechts ist zu tief, which means the ladders on the right are too low. Once again, you guys are a hell of a lot faster than I am. You guys just see it immediately, which is absolute insane. I love it. Good job collectively between all of you. Amazing. You got it right the first time saying my name. Lich. Well, that works. Awesome. Double the materials, double the radiation. Yeah, that would make sense. That's probably exactly what it is. Let's take a look here. I think they are exactly double. 200 and 400. Yep. Are we composting something? Yes, we are. Just the storage bins you have to be set to polluted dirt. And copy the settings over. And for now, we are just leaving the dirt alone. It just can accumulate here. Like I said, it's 100 grams per second. If you remember, a cycle has 600 seconds, but it makes 60,000 grams per cycle that we are getting out of there, which equates to 600 kilograms. All right. Slowly but steadily, the entire interior is done. All right. All the interior is good, which means get rid of the ladders. Again, my mistake. Does happen, is what it is though. Nothing that we can't fix. As usual, that's the nice thing about oxygen included. Well, one of the nice things about oxygen not included. We're not going to build you out of steel. Why do we want to build you out of steel, please? What do we have? We have plenty of iron, plenty of lead. Let's do lead. That's totally fine for this application right here. There, we need 2. Of course, the ladder's in the way. How else would it be? And down here on the bottom, we need also 2. As soon as the ladder is gone, we're going to plop in another one right here. And very good. Gato says America, yeah. I don't know what that is in response to, but alright. Okay. Let's plop this stuff in. Get me rid of this particular ladder here. Thank you. And one more. And we have it. Also, power situation. I wanted to take care of that a minute ago. We put all of these here in, but we have only used 2 of them so far. Time to probably start using a third one. It's just going to grab us one that we're going to bring over to here. We're going to leave those connected. We're going to disconnect the bottom of it. We're going to get rid of the bottom of it as well. And then probably going to come... Does it matter? No, it doesn't anywhere, for that matter. Straight over. And then we can disconnect this here as well. What do we have hooked up here? Nothing important. It's all good. We can just disconnect it right there. And get also rid of this power wire right here. Once again, won't be needed once this power wire here is put in. And then we will see what the kind of load we have on there. As usual, trying to keep it simple. And yeah, making progress. And I think, again, just like we figured out last time, your guess is as good as mine how many blueprints we're going to have today. It should be 3 to the best of my knowledge. But let's open up the first one. And let's see if we get some bloody gloves out of it or not. Print. Nope. Not gloves, but it's shoes. Basic bubblegum shoes. A fresh pair of bubblegum pink shoes that go with everything. I would argue they go with nothing, but everybody's taste is different, I suppose. Alright. Let's come in. For our wires. One biobot is up here just chilling. Always nice. And then everything is disconnected. It should be disconnected. How much load do we have on here? Only 1200 watts. Well, wouldn't you look at that? So we can start bringing this wire straight in. Straight over probably into right here. And then this here is almost everything that will need power. We can already build the rest of the buildings while we are here in stations. Well, no, we can't because we have ladders. This ladder, and this ladder. So, let's get rid of it. Croc says, guys, give him more likes. I have to agree here with Croc, guys. We have 50 viewers currently and only 20 likes. I would highly appreciate it if you could leave a like, because it doesn't cost anything. And it helps me out greatly. So yeah. The ladders are gone now, so let's pause it one more time. We will need a shearing station, which is going to live on this right side right here. And then we are going to grab us, once again in stations, a grooming station, which is going to live on the left side. And then in food, we need, of course, our critter drop-off here and there. And the pickup, I'm going to plop one in as well. Not going to hurt anything. And then, once again, we will need a pneumatic door here. Because this area here will be big enough to break our stable. Therefore, we need to make sure that it is blocked off. Alright, that is all the power that we will need. All the buildings that we will need. All the, well, everything, really, that we will need, I suppose. And we can also go ahead down on the bottom and start planting our mealwood seeds. Just going to plant one. Copy the settings to all the others. Maybe some lights so the dupes work faster. That would be really cool in here, yeah. Is that doable? Because it may be too high. Let's see. Where is the freaking thing? Not in utilities, it's in furniture. A ceiling light. We could plop a light up here. Absolutely. Let's plop one here. Let's plop one. The problem is, where do the dupes actually handle it? The dupes are right here, correct? On the shearing station? I would have to see it. I believe so. Also, another question that I have is the range of the duplicate motion sensor. Is that going to work? No. So the light will always be on. Is there any way that we can trick it? Because I don't have implemented a light into it yet. I guess we can, as long as the head counts, which is also something that I can't say I've ever tried. Not entirely sure. Does anybody happen to know, maybe in chat, if the duplicate motion sensor only sees the top half of the dupe? Is that enough? Because the dupe is obviously, as we can see right here, 2 tiles high. But sometimes you have to like detect the bottom half and not just the top half. Does that work with a duplicate motion sensor? If I plop one right here, will that get the job done? You need floor? That's what I figured. That's what I figured, yeah, Croc. That's what I figured. Elfie says the same. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is unfortunate. Are those ladders too high now? Of course. Son of a gun. How else would it be? So, let's stop deconstructing this one and get back in here. Von Rheinland says gonna test it. Yeah, give it a shot. Let me know. Okay, now it shouldn't really matter though, to be quite honest, because I was just worried about it for a quick second here about the power out, not the power, the heat output from the ceiling light. I'm not really worried about those 10 watts. Not gonna lie about it. Don't care. Couldn't care less. The other question would be, if I build one light right here, where does the dupe stand on the grooming station? Move the shearing station by one and place the sensor on the floor. When I place the sensor on the floor, where it is right now, where's the sensor? That is exactly my question, right here. Is this where the dupe stands? I believe so, for the station, right? Because that would be an option. Would make the path for the dupes a little bit longer, but at the same time they work faster, so it will probably cancel out. Left side of the grooming station? Yeah, that is also what I thought, because the little thing is here. I think they are over here, and I think the critters are coming up here on the right. So that does not work. You know what? It is totally fine if we have a light constantly on, because we have our water coming through here anyway, regulating it. We are just going to plop one in everywhere, and we're going to make sure that we have light. That is 40 watts of power, basically, that we are wasting. Not 40 watts. I'm still going to put in utilities. No. In automation, of course, our duplicate motion sensor over here, because this one here should work without an issue. I'm going to plop in one here. And I'm going to plop in one right there. Yeah, there's just no other way that I can see this left side here being able to do. Unless I leave the critter pickup out, for example. I don't want to do that either. So it's okay. Totally fine. We're going to basically waste 20 watts of power. And I'm not concerned about it in any way, shape, or form. The biggest problem is actually building our wire to come through here, honestly. Up the sweeper? Yeah, if I build it up the sweeper, it's too high. It can't see the dupes. Just on this left side here, it is a problem. It is a problem. So let's plop in a couple more ladders so we can build all this stuff right here. Of course, this one here we can't build at all unless we're gonna get rid of one tile right here. So let's do that as well. Motion sensor needs to touch the floor, says von Rheinland. He tested it live. Thank you, Rheinland. I appreciate the test. I saw grooming stations are the same speed no matter if they have well lit or not. I don't know about that. Is that true, Charles? On the wall above the sweeper. Above the lower sweeper. Above the lower sweeper. Above the lower sweeper. Look at that. Huh. That is an insane idea. I love it. I love it a lot. Look at this. So we can make this work. Who came up with the idea? Let's see. On the wall above the sweeper, Keonis. Keonis. 100%. That is the correct solution here for our problem. I love it. Amazing job. I love it. Thank you. But yeah, the question is now, once again, Charles said that the light may not even matter for the grooming station. And the truth is that I don't know. Is that true? Does anybody happen to know about that? Because if so, then it's unfortunately in vain. We will see. I guess so. I guess so. We will try it. You're correct no matter what. Screw it. It's not like we're lacking the resources or anything like that. Let's just try it and let's see what happens. The only question is, how do I get the dupes up there? Truth is, in this build, I have never before included lights because I'm really bad about it. And once again, I am not going to lie about that. If you guys wouldn't remind me constantly about lights, nothing would have lights in my base because I forget that they exist. So, how do we get over there? Probably ladder here, ladder there, and probably have to... how high can we build? That should work if I get rid of those two tiles here one more time. Hopefully one last time, that is. Then the dupe should be able to reach everything and build it too. And then last but not least, we will need power that comes through here as well, of course. We can't just go... Nothing is a beautiful solution, I suppose. So let's bring it through here. And let's bring it through there. I'm not entirely sure what happened here, but that works. Alright. Play with a darkness mod, you won't forget lights. Ooh. What exactly would a darkness mod do? Can't say I have heard of that either. It literally just makes the game dark, or does it have any like debuffs attached to it? That's what I'm trying to ask. Alright, so far so good, coming in hot. While they're doing this here though, I want to start cleaning up this area, and by cleaning up this area, trying to help with our auto sweepers as much as we can. I'm gonna come out of here. That's going to be very simple. Just gonna come straight through, straight down here, and straight into here, which of course leads once again straight into our infinite storage. So everything that goes into this conveyor loader here goes straight into the infinite storage, where it belongs. And this conveyor loader here will be set up to literally everything with the exception of dirt. And then before we close the bottom here off, there's one more thing that we need as well, and that one more thing is in shipping. It is of course a conveyor chute that we're gonna plop here and there, with a conveyor rail that connects them together. And then we just need to get somehow to this thing right here. Let's bring this here and connect it on purpose, by the way, to this rail for now. So we can get rid of all the stuff that's laying around here. So we're going to set this here up to everything, actually, but dirt. So we're actually going to reverse it for now. Once this rail here is built, we're just going to empty that out. And once there's only dirt left, then we're going to reroute it and connect it to our secondary line. So let's get the secondary line ready, which will just be right here and connect up with a bridge. All right, simple. Now, you just need to build it, dupes. On the star map, of course, this thing here should be more than done by now. Double check it. Yep, diamonds down to 0 kilograms. And now, we do actually have a large cargo bay on here, but you can see it's at 0 kilograms out of 27. Because we came up with this idea here. I didn't. Someone in chat did, and forgive me that I forgot who it was. To just plop it in here. Also something that I have never done before, and I love the idea. We have 6 tons of sand, we have 2 tons of copper ore, 8 tons of sandstone, and 4 tons of algae. So that's what we got in exchange, basically, for 1 ton of diamond and a tiny, tiny little bit of petroleum. So let's take this rocket here and send it back home. All we have to do is select our home planetoid, and it'll come back like nothing has ever happened. Okay, very nice. Another way you can put the motion sensor is use pneumatic door instead of airflows. I guess that would be an option, yeah. Yeah, very true. That would be an option. Now that these here are all built, let me double check, and if 2 it's all correct, and the automation overlay it's all correct. Everything is good and done, which means the airflow tiles can go back in, and once they are done, we can go ahead and get rid of the ladders. And yes, these airflow tiles here are important, as I mentioned before. Right at the moment, our room size is at 98. When we remove 2, we are at 96, and the maximum size for a stable is 96, and that is what we are trying to achieve here. I was thinking about this rocket. Do we need to have storage at all on the rocket? I believe so. I guess we can test it, but theoretically speaking, right? When you're in here, you're taking with the drill cone your material and you're putting it into the storage. And then from the storage, you're putting it into the Spacefarer module. So I strongly believe it has to go through any kind of storage module before it can hit the Spacefarer module. But again, it's certainly something that we can test out. Beer, guess my country. I mean, there are, what, on this planet? 196 countries, if I'm not mistaken? I have no idea. You're not American and you're not English. You're not German. I say you're Eastern European somewhere. I say you are, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe, I don't know, Bulgaria maybe? Lithuania maybe? Somewhere in that area? South America. Okay, I was way off. But it also was a guess that I completely pulled out of my rear end. Maybe Brazil then. Messi, Argentina. Got it. That's funny. Who has debug mode open to test it? Where is von Rheinland? He usually has the game open to test random stuff for the stream. That's funny though, you said Messi and I knew immediately. Come on guys, build me my rails. Oh yeah, actually, I did slow the speed down on purpose because what I originally meant to do was go over to Smelina because once again, we still have this bad boy right here. And it's in a pretty bad location. We need 3 spaces to tame it with my usual method. And we don't have them, which is a problem. So we will have to come up with something else here. Can you show me again your petroleum boiler? Yes, we can do that. Give me just 1 second. Let me dig a little bit further into this general direction right here. Well, I really need to put a little bit of attention to this here because it's another cold biome of covers and we only have 2. We only have 2 cold biomes. I need to think about this here before I dig into this. Let's leave the abyssalite intact because we need to come up with a different solution for this here. It will probably be something very simple where I just drop in water or something. Way less fancy than this version. But yeah, don't want to lose too much of the cold that's in here. It's very, very valuable for this planetoid right here. The petroleum boiler you wanted to see, of course. Don't let me forget about that. Right here it is. Can take a quick peek at that. In F6, you can see it. Of course, we have the petroleum coming in from here, with which I'm also cooling already, or pre-cooling the petroleum that is down here on the bottom, as well as the entire path upwards. That is always the general idea. In this case, right here, we can see this here is 21 tiles long from wall to wall, left to right, 23 tiles in total. That should make everything else, this one dimension basically should make everything else fall into place. If you want a second one, this here is 5 tiles high. And then down here on the bottom, of course, we have a tiny little bit of automation. We have over here our sensor, which is basically just an overflow sensor in case this pump here should die, we run out of, I don't know, pipe breaks, I accidentally delete one or something. So I just built a safe in. So if this here is any higher than 1 kilogram, it will basically shut it down. That's the entire idea. And the most important thing is the thermal sensor here is set to 402 degrees. And also important are right behind here, we have temp shift plates, which are helping to transfer the heat easier from the window tile into our petroleum right here. So yeah, this here is a petroleum boiler. And by now, we actually made a little bit of a dent into our oil. All of this here used to be oil. So we are slowly but steadily getting lower. We're getting there. And speaking of it, before I keep forgetting about it, we wanted to dig over here, so, well, let's dig. Make sure we are getting another 4 tiles out of this area right here. Something like this. Should be golden. Let me just increase the priority on the top ones right here, because we have some tiles missing. Don't want to have anything left over at the end. Alright, the dupes, and of course the biobots. Can have at that. So the question is... Oh, what? Did I build the conveyor rail out of steel? Oh, you gotta be joking. Oh, no. All these conveyor rails here are completely built out of steel, or what? Yeah, I used up all of our steel for this nonsense. You don't want to do that. So please, go through, rebuild it out of aluminum ore, out of any ore for that matter. Couldn't care less what it is, as long as it's not steel, please. Good grief. And this one down on the bottom is already aluminum, of course, because we ran out of steel at some point, and I didn't even notice. Yeah, that happens. But thankfully, that's a quick fix. Hello from Brazil. So we have somebody from Brazil here, and a neighbor from Argentina as well, Mitosis, and of course, Paulo. Von Rheinland says, don't have any rocket infrastructure on my test map at the moment, playing with salt reactors. Okay. You can build Sleet Wild Farm with pips, and we'll have berry sludge for cosmic missions. Yep, that is one way to do it. Absolutely. Berry sludge is definitely a very, or the best option for space travel, if you ask me. Get rid of the ladders. You could even leave the ladders here. They don't really make a difference. Are we still... Why did it say just delivered steel? Am I crazy? The conveyor rail is built out of steel, and I want to rebuild it. Are we doing that or no? Aluminum, 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 aluminum. No, we're building aluminum. So, not entirely sure why it just said delivering steel. But okay. If you don't have access to berry sludge, freshness spiced food in the refrigerator also never goes off. Alright. Also can't say that I have worked much with the spice grinder right here, because last time that I used spices there was only, well, one really, and that one was pinch of peppers. That was basically the only thing that was more or less considered a spice. Alright, but this is now done, so we can set these here to all. Everything and all. The only thing that I want to leave around here for now is probably dirt. Let's see if that makes sense, depending on where the dirt is laying around, especially the one that is on the bottom. But that should be it. That should be the build. Let's deconstruct it all. And also, of course, it will take forever with only our auto sweepers right here, so I will give the command to actually clean it manually by dupe all around here, with the exception, once again, of dirt. These 3 piles of dirt here, we are going to leave alone specifically. And then down here on the bottom, if I can go through here and select a little bit of dirt, everything that is dirt can stay here. Everything else has to go. So, unfortunately, I'm not aware of an option where I can only sweep specific types of items. But yeah, what can we do? Okay, very good. Making headway, we can already tell them to deliver some suits to the docks. The docks have power. What the docks do not have, though, is, of course, oxygen, which is a problem. So, right here, we are going to grab us some crude oil, and we are enabling auto bottle with a number 9 priority and creating the liquid lock. Can do that now as well. Need a mod to select a few? I have it. If you can find out what that mod is and let me know, I would be highly interested in that, because that is something that should be, in my opinion, in the base game. A little menu, like in the deconstruct menu, in the cancel, you know, I can do all of that. But why not in the sweep? Why can I not just say sweep everything except mineral ores, let's say, or whatever it may be, right? That would be interesting to have, for sure. Yes, I wanted to check the pitcher pump, make sure it's still in oil, since we are constantly pumping out 10 kilograms per second. I mean, eventually we will have to make a dent into this thing, even though it's an insane amount of oil, but it has to get less one way or another. But in F7, let's take a look here. And we have this gas pipe right here. So our base is certainly not having any trouble with oxygen input. That is not our problem. Therefore, we are probably just going to go ahead and take our normal oxygen pipe that goes through our base and bring it over. Again, trying to make it as simple as possible. Just a matter of where and how. Probably right here. That is probably the best solution. And there are two more things that we need, though. That is, of course, hydrogen and carbon dioxide, which has to come over there as well. You can bring that in through the top. So the oxygen through the bottom, the rest through the top. Yep, that's how we're going to do it. All right, the plan is set. We're going to come over right here all the way through. We're building it out of granite. That's totally fine. The problem is, of course, in this height here, we can't reach it because we have here the insulated tiles with the farm tiles on top. We can't get there without building ladders, and I really don't feel like putting in ladders. So we're just going to come one lower. Doesn't make a difference. There we go. Let's come through here. Let's come up as high as we can. And then right here, come over with a bridge. Let me get the gas bridge. Let me turn it around. And then let's build immediately a second gas bridge like this. And then come all the way through. There we go. That should take care of our atmosuits. Very nice. How's everything else going? We are cleaning up. Very nice. By the way... Oh, I never connected them. You're right. I thought I did. I thought I came through here, but I didn't. Good catch. I would have probably been wondering about that in about 5 minutes or so. Once the exosuits are here, and once the oxygen is connected, I'm like, why am I not using it? Sweep by type mod. That's literally what it's called. Well, should have probably thought about that. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sweep by type. You don't read our post on Discord. I did see 2 posts with about 50 mods each. Yes, but no, I did not read every mod of that. I'm not gonna lie about it. And even if I read it, when I read it, I was at work. So I probably don't remember. I love using the spice grinder. Makes high morale in space easy. Surf and turf, freshness, spice, and table salt makes Stoop super happy right off the rip. Okay. I really need to look into this stuff here more. Like I said, if you have just joined or you haven't been here in the last streams, I literally haven't played this game before I started streaming this series since like last year in September. Basically, whenever I uploaded my last YouTube video. Whatever date that is when I played the last time, oxygen not included, before I started streaming. And a lot of different things didn't exist there, and even if they existed yet, chances are high that I may not have gotten into them yet if they were relatively recently introduced. So, Spice Grinder is something that I haven't used, for example. The Blast Shot Maker and the Meteor Blaster is something that I haven't used before. You know, there's a lot of things that we just try out together. I mean, most of it is oxygen not included. It can't be that difficult, right? If you can build a petroleum boiler, I'm sure we can figure out the Spice Grinder. I checked all the mods and a few to my play. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have that amount of time right now. Otherwise, I would have done what I said last week and I would have streamed on Wednesday if I would have had the time to do so. Yeah, it is really unfortunate currently. I hope it gets better soon. But yeah. Okay, we have dirt down here. All this dirt, they can just lay around wherever the hell it wants. I don't care, because the auto sweeper can reach the entire area, so we can close this here off now. We don't need it anymore. And we can start with the next stage. I was just checking on our Drecko. That's our Drecko. Did we have a second Drecko egg and I wasn't aware of it? Huh. Thought we only had one. Well, I'm not complaining, I suppose. Better too many than not enough, I guess. So, please close this here off. You can see it's not a stable. Now it is a stable, so now we're good. And now the next stage is we need to create a vacuum in here. First we need to vacuum it out, and then we need to refill it. Very, very simple. Very, very straightforward. Forgot vents? No, I didn't forget him. I just haven't put him in yet. The vent will live right here once we need it. But before we build a vent, you need a gas pump. You need a gas pump, and I'm just going to plop a vacuum pump in as well. Problem is now, what I did forget is that I have 2 of them now. Yeah. In my old design, and once again, that was before the critter drop-off and pickup were split, they used to look like this here not that long ago. That was actually when I started streaming still. It was only 1 of them, now it's 2 of them. So this here was never a problem to actually reach. Now it is. So the pickup has to go. So I can build 1 piece of ladder so we can get all the way up here, which sucks a little bit, but it's okay. Vacuum pump though, on the other hand, we can just plop in here. It has a space. And then we're going to come out, going to come over. And we're just going to come out right there and plop in a, where you at? High pressure gas vent. There you go. And F2, temporary power will be connected. And then we are ready to vacuum it out at our leisure. And there's a new critter house. I saw that too. The water fort, the airborne critter condo, and the critter condo. Unfortunately, in this design here, that doesn't have any space. I don't have anywhere where I could build it. I also don't know if it works for Dreckos, and I honestly don't know what it does at all. So there is that. Yeah. Also something that we will have to figure out eventually. I may have to try around with this kind of design here and see, like in sandbox mode, if I can bring the condo in there. Yeah, up there, why not? Because I would have to build it on something. And if I have to build it on something, and then I lose space inside of my stable, which is exactly 96 tiles, which is the maximum amount. So if I would build it up here, I would have to put in some kind of floor or something. It works for Dreckos and gives a +1 to their happiness, allowing an overcrowd of 1 Drecko per ranch. Oh, really? Is that so? So basically what I could do then is, I could put it up here, which allows me to put 1 less Drecko in there, but because they're so happy, I can go back up to 8, which allows me to go back to where I started. Right? I still need, of course, this 1 ladder that I was talking about. Pickup isn't really important anyway. No, I don't think it is for this year. Because the Dreckos will basically live in here. 8 of them per side. Until they die. And then all we pick up is the meat. So we don't actually need really a pickup, I suppose. Alright, vacuum incoming. Crude oil incoming. I will once again fill this here completely and not just leave it like this. I only leave it with 2 tiles if it is a temporary liquid lock. If it is a permanent liquid lock, then I always fill it up completely. So it does never have a potential to be a problem in the future. Didn't they add a ceiling critter condo? The one that I have here is for airborne. That I can probably plop in here somehow, but I think it only counts for airborne ones. What are some puffs, gassy moos, and shine bugs? Yeah, water fort for poke shells and pakus, and critter condo for everything else. One more drop of, or not drop, but 1 more bottle of oil, please. That would be highly appreciated. Also, the oxygen is now coming in, so we can turn the atmosuit checkpoint here on. Very, very soon. Are the dupes stuck up here again? No. I thought they're stuck again because the atmosphere checkpoint, I have not enabled it yet. We're good. 9 Dreckos instead of 8, yes. Well, but again, if I put, let's say, it doesn't matter if it is a pneumatic door, if it is an airflow tile. If I put 2 in here, that reduces my area by 2, so they will be overcrowded. At 8. If I put the critter condo in here and they use it and they get 1 happiness back, I'm back up to 8. So in this build here, it actually doesn't seem to gain me anything. Let's see, we're doing fine. Yeah. Rifle air pump and mini vacuum pump, yeah. Because I wasn't thinking, because I was talking. That's why. In case you want to use it, the water for it one has to be fully submerged, even for poke shells. Wolf healer? Yeah, wolf healer. That is good to know. I appreciate that. Because for the poke shells, I wouldn't have thought that for sure. What are the airflow tiles doing? Is there a reason you can't move them to make a platform for the critter condos without changing the size of the ranches? Let me think about that. Let me think about that. The airflow tiles here are meant to keep the Dreckos as close as possible to the grooming station at the shearing station, but is that even still a thing? I think they changed the behavior of the grooming station, right? Well, theoretically, I should be able to move the airflow tiles. 3 tiles deep, I think, is the submerge point. Might be 2. Mine wouldn't work unless it was 3 deep. Okay. Need to build a wider stable to add it. That would be an option, of course. And of course, we added now 1 bottle too many. What are we gonna do? We lost 200 kilograms of crude oil. I don't know how we can ever recover from that. We really needed that as petroleum. I mean, we really don't have enough petroleum. But yeah, you're probably right. You know what? Try it. We will try it. We're just going to move them and see if there are any problems. There shouldn't be. Like I said, I built it in this way here. Because when the Dreckos are basically trying to always accumulate up here on the top, unless they have this wall right here. Once the Dreckos are in here, you should barely ever see them on here. For science! For science, that's right, Harcure. But yeah, first we need a vacuum in here before we do anything else. Well, that's not actually very true. On the right side here, we can go up. Because to get up here again, guess what? We need more ladders. Who could have seen it coming? So, let's plop the ladders back in here. Let's get rid of the top 2 airflow tiles. Where would we build it? I mean, theoretically, we could just try to put it on here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And then once they're gone, we're going to put those airflow tiles just over here on the right side. Is there a benefit of building more than one? Does this setup need a row of 9 farm tiles, or could this be done with fewer than 6? Well, no. When we take a look into... Where's my Drecko? My life one. There it is. When we take a look into the Dreckos, it eats 0.8 units per cycle. So 9 is actually overkill. 9 is actually way overkill. I like to build, in any build, at least 1 per cycle. So 8 would be more than okay. But yeah, 9 is definitely good. The mealwood in here also, of course, takes 3 cycles to grow. So the Dreckos will be not too happy for a tiny little bit. But usually, it doesn't show up in any way, shape, or form with 9 of them. So 9 of them is actually the optimal amount in this case right here. To the left and letters for the right. I know what you mean, Croc. So yeah, 9 is definitely the optimal for this thing here. Perhaps one could fit a critter condo there. Oh, you mean building it down here on the bottom? Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. That would starve and would be very unhappy. Moster says hello. Hello, Moster. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, okay, the critter condo is 3. I thought it's 2. That answers my question. If more than 1 is viable, no, it wouldn't be either way around. So, there's that answer. I guess we just leave that 1 airflow tile right here because it doesn't matter. Or should we relocate it to the top? Because... yeah. Let's build it up. Because a second reason those airflow tiles exist is to increase the amount of the Dreckos being in hydrogen. So once we're done here, you will see that I will try to get the hydrogen to come as low as possible. And with as low as possible, I mean, in a perfect world, they should only cover those 9 tiles and not more. In real life, what it will look like is it will cover those 9 tiles completely, and it will interchange hydrogen in the tiles above. So in this row right here, it will be switching back and forth between hydrogen in carbon dioxide. I have never found a way to get it this accurate other than, of course, in sandbox mode. And the reason for it that you want it that way, and no, I don't want to dig those up, is that you want to have your Dreckos as much as possible in hydrogen. And the reason for that is, when I find my Drecko again, here it is, its scales only grow in hydrogen. So the problem is, you need to have them in hydrogen as much as possible, so you can maximize the efficiency. That is the general idea of also having this here. So there is actually two reasons for this spine right here. But I guess when we have a critter condo and they spend time in the critter condo, I don't see a reason why. Yeah, that's not going to work either, is it? It's too high. You gotta get rid of this. Gotta get rid of that. Because how high was that thing? We just looked at it a second ago. Yeah, I would have to build it right here. Is that even gonna work? Can I even put 3 tiles in here, or is that gonna overlap? No, it's not. It's gonna work out perfectly. Look at that. The only problem is now my ceiling light is not gonna do us any good anymore for our shearing station now, is it? I'm trying to fix one thing, and I break another in the process. That is almost hilarious at this point, honestly. Yeah, of course. I would have to take the ceiling light. But now, the way that we have it built, I could put the ceiling light literally right here, and it should theoretically still illuminate this area right here. It's okay. Light passes airflow tiles? I don't think it does, no. It does not pass through airflow tiles. I would have to replace them with glass tiles. That would be an option. Wolf is correct. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and make it out of glass. That's probably the easiest solution for right now, unless I want to rebuild everything for the 14th time, which I really don't feel like. So let's just make some glass, make some windows literally made out of glass here, and plop 3 of those in here. I don't see a reason why that would be a problem. We have now a vacuum also, by the way, so we can get rid of those pumps here. And then, of course, in F7, we can get rid of all of these here. And then we can also start to actually turn this here back on, start using our Atmos suits. So, how about mesh tiles? Can mesh tiles work to let light in? I don't know. Do mesh tiles let light through? I don't think we have anywhere mesh tiles where we have light to test it. But I suppose we could just build one real quick. Mesh tile right here. Let's see how that goes. I also never built any motion sensors right here. That was about 800 cycles ago, I feel like. Vacuum pumps from game, or they added to the base game? That is from a mod. That's from a mod. That mod is called Smart Pumps. I mainly use it for the vacuum pump and for the, what is it called? The filtered gas pump. It's just a gas pump that adds a filter to it. That's the exact same thing otherwise, though. Make sure nobody exhaled, which they shouldn't in a vacuum in theory, but I have seen the craziest things, and of course 2 dupes are now stuck. Oh, you dupes. Can I change this here? Clearance vacancy, clearance always. Move to here. Move to there. Get out of there. Any more dupes stuck up here? No. And then clearance vacancy. Now we have it. There we go. We're still getting rid of granite and stuff, of course. The only problem is, now that I have this here built, how do I get the critter condo on top of it? Not the ladder. We will probably have to get rid of 1 window tile so we can build this here. Let me get rid probably of the middle one. No matter how I look at it, this is 3 tiles high. It has to be this one here that gets deconstructed. There we go. Only problem, adding the airflow shelf. It will accumulate eggs and phosphorite. There's another issue that is thankfully not one right here. Thankfully this auto sweeper here can reach all of that. Yes, mesh let light through. Did they build the mesh tile? Well, let's take a look here in our light overview. I don't know the shortcut for that. What's light? Light is F5. No, it doesn't. Apparently it does not. Because it should. The range of these lights here would be much, much bigger than this here. You can see it right there. And there's clearly nothing getting through here. So no, apparently it's not. Sweeper breaking, probably. Yeah, it's overheating. Because we don't have any gas in here yet. We will fix that in a second. One thing after another. Something's gotta give. Okay. The problem is now it's an invalid building location. Oh god. Which means, of course, this critter pickup here has to go. This one here can be rebuilt, and then we will have to come with ladders over to the right. Check this. The hard die to ting shot damage. I can pay attention here finally. I cannot say that I have any idea what any of that means, but welcome back, Jay. Cooling important. Dreckos heat up. We do have cooling. The problem is that this area here is currently in a vacuum. I'm well aware of it. And we will fix it in just a minute. I just want to make sure first that we at least on one side get this condo here in. So then when I figured out how to do it the easiest possible way, we can just replicate it again as easy as possible on the other side. I suppose we can go ahead real quick and put the infrastructure in that we need, which is of course a bridge that is required right here. And then right after the bridge, and I'm just going to do that very simple. Yes, if you have a problem that you want to deal with quickly, throw power at it, a gas filter. Gas filter is going to live literally right there. Actually, no, you're not going to live right there. We're going to cancel you. We're going to rebuild you. We're going to turn you around and plop you in. More like this. Going to bring this here in. Anything else? Nope. And then bring the gas bridge back over. Something just like this here. We are going to then set this here to carbon dioxide and come with a gas pipe. Actually, what is this gas pipe right here? Nope, we do need that. Can't get rid of that, or can't repurpose it at least. We need to have a fresh one that we will temporarily use just to get over here and in there. All right. So this here is where our carbon dioxide will come from. That is the first thing that we're going to put in. All right. Next thing on the list is we can go ahead and plop in the bridge, gas bridge here. Let's go. And then the high pressure gas vent right here as well. You could also give access to the left chamber to build that one. Actually, I can give access to both of them. Not this one here though, but I can just deconstruct these two tiles here really quickly. That is correct, I could do that. But I still have to come up here with a ladder in one way or another, so I can get rid of the airflow tiles first. The bottom three, we're going to do the exact same thing again here. Let me build 2 more ladders here just so they can reach everything. And then replicate 1, 2, 3 with the condo on top. And then let's build ladders right here, right here, right here, and here. That should give access to anything that we will ever need, including deconstructing those 2 airflow tiles here temporarily. And I hope that should fix everything. And von Rheinlein says, just finished the test, you need a cargo bay in the rocket to get it mining. Alright, thank you once again for testing our crazy ideas, von Rheinland. You are a true MVP, thanks for that. That is definitely good information. It is as I thought it is, but it's always good to have a 100% confirmation. And yes, we're just going to ignore this auto sweeper here for a minute. So, as soon as we have the carbon dioxide in here, the problem will solve itself. Alright, overall though, it's almost ready to go. It's also time, because if we don't get those things in here really quickly, 13 cycles old by now. Crazy. Don't need to deconstruct those two if you already built ladders to the left side. I guess you're right. I guess I could just build one more ladder right here. Makes the same difference. Either way around. You're correct. Either I come in from this side or from that side, it doesn't make any difference at all. That side is actually easier and faster. You're right. Just gotta set this one here up though, before anything bad happens. Only carbon dioxide, nothing else. And then of course, a little bit of power. Then we fill that sucker here with CO2. And of course, we will have to snip it off as well. Right here. And there comes the first carbon dioxide. And of course, more will come all by itself. We don't have to do anything. We just have to pay a little bit of attention to the amount. We don't want too much and we don't want too little. It's a somewhat fine line to walk. The critter condo is here. So let's take a look. It's still a stable. It's still 96 tiles. And now we added a critter condo and we will see. And theoretically, the difference, like I said, should be more or less the same. Okay. And we can see the auto sweeper cooled down immediately upon the arrival of our carbon dioxide. Very good. Now just the condo, get rid of the ladders, and we are good to go. And this time for good. And then, of course, last but not least, yep, right here, we can snip that off. Snip it, and then grab us the bridge to go across here. There we have it. All that is left to do is set this one here from everything to only dirt. Nothing but dirt should be picked up as much as you want. Don't care. Better too much than not enough. And plop it in here. And then we can also start connecting our loop here. Our loop actually can't be connected like that. That would have been too easy if that would have just worked, right? Please snip it. You don't feel like snipping it, really? What the hell is that? My snipping tool refuses to snip. That's odd. So, oh, now it did it. That's fascinating. That was apparently a graphical glitch. One that I haven't seen before either. And then, of course, our loop will go dry for a tiny little bit while the water goes through. But as soon as we are reconnected, we will be back and the status quo will be reestablished. Alright. So far, so good. Those are pliers? Those are pliers, yes. Is it really so cold in here? Oh, you gotta be choking. It is so cold in here that it destroyed one of my pipes. I didn't see that one coming. I should have paid attention to the actual temperature. Negative 10 degrees. So yeah, that is a slight issue. Thankfully, not a big one. Let's go and get rid of the ladders real quick here on the top. While we are at it, we won't need them anymore. We just gotta find us a location where we can get down. Just get rid of the airflow tile really quickly. One ladder right here, and we can get then once again down to the ground here to fix it up. And that's why we leave maintenance access to areas like that. Well, once it's running, it will never be a problem again. I should have probably turned this here on while it was still a vacuum. That was my mistake. I should have turned it on before I added the carbon dioxide. Alright, get down here, repair the pipes. We need one more ladder, of course. No, we don't. What? Oh, it was the mealwood that it wasn't happy about. Okay. Alright, let's fix it up. It will probably break a couple more times until we have some heat introduced here. Yep. The good thing is, it's still really not that much of a loss because it's just aluminum, which we have an infinite amount of. And at the same time, the water will just freeze to ice, which we will pick up and put back in our tank. So we actually don't lose any water, just a tiny little bit of aluminum. But yeah, I should have, that is literally the issue here. I literally should have put it on or turned it on when it was a vacuum and before I introduced the carbon dioxide. But the temperature is going up. We can see it all along here. A few more tiles to go all the way to the back. And we will be golden. Alright, while the dupes work on that, how are we looking? Down here on the bottom. Stuff like this here always takes me forever because then I start working on a project and I forget that I actually wanted to dig something out. All the way to here should be fine. And then over here, let's go too high. Let's get rid of this stuff. Oops are coming, bots are coming. Everybody's on the job. Look at this here. Everybody's coming along here. I love how those biobots just kind of like hopping along. Alright, biobot. Get up there. Fortunately, they can't dig out this really hard stuff. Kind of sucks a little bit. Conan right here. We're gonna trap you. If we can, which we can't. That would have been too easy. Conan, please move back here. Oh, actually, you don't have the skill. So you're actually not the right dupe. We need a dupe that has super duper hard digging. Which we don't have. Jay here would be the guy. Jay, how about you try your best to move up here as soon as we have that piece of ladder? Then we will just trap him over here on purpose and try to keep him there. So you can dig all of this here up. Anybody? Ladder? Don't feel like it? You're sleeping? Ah, those dupes. How's our water going? We made it all the way over to here. Oh, we are actually picking up the ice right here. Well, we don't want to do that. Let's go liquefiable and turn all liquefiable off, please. Thank you. And then copy the settings over to the right side. And I will increase the priority down here on the bottom to a number 9. Just for right now. Doesn't matter anymore because they can't go to it later. Wait a second. What? Oh, the beetles got out. Look at this. Down here on the bottom, they dug themselves finally through, and this one made it all the way through the maze, apparently. Either up to the top or down below. Up to the bottom. Ice is now in storage. Yeah, but the amount is marginal. It's over here. There is already water in here. So as long as it doesn't overflow, it doesn't really matter too much. We're talking about grams here that it picked up. It's really not that big a problem. No problem at all, as a matter of fact. Alright, few more tiles and we're through. I am honored to dig for my colony. Oh, Jay. There we have it. We're good from this point on forward. Like I said, it's a little bit unfortunate that I did it in the wrong order, but not the end of the world. We have 75 grams per tile. That is more than enough than we will need for our purposes. So in F7, we will now come up with a different solution. And that different solution will involve hydrogen. Well, not different solution, but a different medium, I suppose. Anywhere where we can get hydrogen from. Apparently not here. At least not for the next 8 cycles. And I'm not willing to wait 8 cycles. So let's take a look. Where can we get it from? Fastest, easiest. Can literally take it out of the tank if we wanted to. May have to actually, because if I take it out of here, it will effectively turn off our hydrogen generators completely and leave it completely up to coal and natural gas, which is all by itself no issue. But I would try to avoid that if I could. Let's take another look here. If I take the pipe that's going over here, I would come from here up and then just at some point over to this pipe here. As a matter of fact, I would just go straight over. Plug the leak in the beta habitat? Yeah, well, in a second. I just want to finish this here. Or not finish it. We will need a lot of hydrogen that goes in there. So it will actually take a hot minute. So probably, due to the amount that we need, I will use this here. Even though it's a longer way that we have to go with our pipe. In this case here, it is the better solution. Just going to hook it up like this. I'm just going to put a gas bridge in right here. And then just for right now, because we will need to control it, of course, as well, I'm going to turn off our gas pumps right here. You are for the gas pumps, right? Yes, just double checking. So we can turn it on as well. And then, yes, we will plug up this here. Just normal tiles. Just gonna come straight through here, probably. All this is uranium. They will eventually mine all the stuff here out. They have by now 3.6 tons worth of enriched uranium in here. So we will probably just have to go along here. Take a little bit of this wolframite and iron ore here with us, which is still completely fine. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to build a straight line through here. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form. And we're going to dig this stuff here up so we have it available. Alright. Now, we just need this pipe. And we can then feed in hydrogen. Very good. This one here I can already change over to hydrogen. Hydrogen gas. Alright. I just saw a bee in the corridor, says Croc. Yeah, me too. Okay, down here in the bottom, everything is good now, with the exception, of course, of the water. We want to sweep this stuff here. Once again, now the mod would be good, where I can say only sweep water. Unfortunately, that's apparently not a thing right now that I have, so we need to go through it manually. The ice should be picked up automatically. There we go. All that I want to have left down here is dirt, and I obviously, again, want you to repair the pipes one last time before we leave this area for good. Also this one here, please. Alright, so far so good, should be okay. And now the question is, how can we replant this mealwood right here? Probably by moving the ladder up one, I would assume that should work. And then we should be able to plant the mealwood from this ladder here. You can build doors in the middle. You can build doors in the middle. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Croc. Which doors? Do you mean to the betas? 3 doors on top of the bottom one. Again, I'm not sure what you're referring to. There we go. In the stable. 3 doors on top of the bottom one. So a door here, a door here, a door here, and a door here. If this doesn't work to plant, you could just drop a seed and let the autosweeper plant it. Exactly. Honestly, Wolf, that is exactly what I thought. I was like, I'm going to try this, and if this doesn't work, I'm just going to tell him to bring a seed right here, drop it, and have the autosweeper plant it. 3, not 4. But why? Whoa. Oh, so the dupes can't get down there. That is smart. That is actually very smart. I never actually considered this. Well, I also never had this problem. As often as I have built this here, which has been, must have been probably a dozen times by now, I never had the problem because I just never made that mistake that something broke down here. But yeah, that is actually a very smart idea. Very, very smart idea. I love that. It's funny, actually, that I never thought of that. Because if you remember, in one of my rockets, that is the exact same design that I use myself in here. So, not entirely sure why I never thought of that, but here we are. Do we still have anything in space? No. Everything's home. Everything's good. That means this one right here can actually be swept now. And then this one here should be full again, hopefully, by now with diamonds. Yes, we have another 1,000 kilograms in there. And then this one right here should get... Why are we not getting any oxygen up here? Ah, that's right, because I restricted it to 1,000 kilograms, because there's no point in having any more than that for what we are doing. That's right. So, let's take another look in here. Do we still have food? We do not. The food is all empty. Because apparently we ate all of our pickled meals. So we need to make some more pickled meals, because I do want to send them back out here in a minute. Let's do that real quick before we get started on the hydrogen. Because it will take a while to make all those pickled meals. Where's our kitchen? Right here. And the electric grill. Pickled meals. Let's make us... I don't know. Let's make 20 of them. There is some water in here that's refreezing over and over again. Yeah, it will take a second for the area to heat up, that is for sure. Also, our glass here thankfully was warm, so actually providing a little bit of additional heat up here on the top. But yeah, eventually our water right here comes in at 20 degrees and goes back out at 16 degrees. So we are heating this area here up. Problem is, what am I going to do about this here? I guess I can't just turn it back on to liquefiables. Maybe the auto sweeper will be fast enough to grab it? To get rid of it? He's trying. Oh, come on. You got it. You got it. I got faith. Oh, look at the poor guy. He's trying so hard. No, he can't get it. It's stuck in an infinite loop. That is hilarious, honestly. Oh, man. I guess we will see if he can eventually figure it out. But yeah, now, hydrogen. Or maybe not, because it's not built yet. So, let's... Oh, insufficient resources. You game. Obviously, if you run out of one resource, why wouldn't you just take the next? Why wouldn't you just take the next one? Especially since this is a temporary pipe. I couldn't care less what it's made out of. It's literally doesn't matter. We're gonna rip this here back out. This here, if you pay attention, this here is actually the pipe that leads to space for our waste gases. So we are just filtering out the hydrogen right here and still sending everything else to space. By the way, if you will use a bomb lily, then you don't need to feed them anything. Bomb lilies. Yeah, also viable options, or even pinch of pepper plants. I don't even know. Do they need anything? Yeah, they will need polluted water. Tons of it, that's right. I mean, you could go even a stage further if you wanted to, probably, and plant those things here wild. But then they will take 12 cycles to grow, so probably not optimal. Would we even have any bomb lilies? Not that I paid attention. We have none. 0. Oh yeah, that's not a problem. Why not just sweep up the dirt that is freezing it? Would be another option for sure. I just would have to bring my ladder back down. Actually, can the dude breach this? I don't think so. I think it's too low from this ladder here. Because it's in a diagonal 3 tiles away, basically. 2.5 tiles, if you want to be 100% correct. So, I don't think the dupes can reach it without me doing everything over again. No? 3 dupes are coming. Maybe they can reach it. Huh. I did not think they could. Now's the time to add the extra door. Yes, now it is. Let's deconstruct it. Add that in here. Of course, that would have been too easy if I could have just done that without deconstructing. Charles says, see you later. I have to close up and head home. All right, Charles, be safe on your way home. And if you feel like hopping back in later, I'm happy to have you. You know it. The water we can get once we have the door in. Are we having a pipe now? Yeah, of course. Once we have the materials, it goes a hell of a lot quicker. Who could have seen that coming, right? So, this here, I need to monitor this closely, mainly because well, truth is it doesn't matter. We have so much hydrogen that we have no use for it, ever, or anything. So, even if I just decide to snip it off right here and vent the rest that is still in the pipe out into space, it wouldn't make a difference. So, yeah. Alright, here comes the door. I'm procrastinating on my own game because I don't want to deal with the mess of gases I have everywhere at the moment. Build a pump, went into space. That's my standard answer to that. Unless you want to use them for something specific, which it sounds like you don't. Space is the answer. Use conveyor receptacle to avoid giving coal to the plants. It should be okay. You're talking about the dirt, right? Let's see real quick. Not here, here. The dirt coming out of here. We will see what kind of temperature that stuff is at when it comes along. Contents of dirt, it's 70 degrees. Let me wait until it's a little bit closer. Let's go. Up here on the top, we have 61 degrees. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem. And that is a lot of hydrogen that came in. Let me snip it off here so we can actually normalize it for a second. We can see where we end up with. We will need some more. Obviously, that happened a lot faster because I did it on 10 times speed. Let the gases settle here for a second, and then we add as much more as we need. How much CO2 do you have in the ranch now? On the bottom tile, we are at 300 grams. All we need is 150. So that's why I said earlier, the exact amount doesn't matter. Let's see. Can I get these few tiles here, please, to settle on the ground where they belong? That's another problem of course, not using airflow tiles. That's why I like to have everything airflow tiles. Don't go back up there. Get down, please. Gravity, do your thing. Okay, now we have it. So, let's connect this here back up. This time with 1 times speed, not with 10 times speed. And let's keep a closer eye on it. The infinite gas storage works with water too. It works with any fluid. The only problem is if you use water and you put in any hot gases that you could potentially boil your water. So if you put anything in that's hotter than 100 degrees Celsius, it of course could become a problem. So that is something to look out for. Maybe 1 time speed is a little bit overkill. Let's speed it up to 3 times. All right. A little bit more gas, a little bit more gas, a little bit more gas. All I want is this tile here completely solid. And it looks like we have achieved exactly that. So right now, I'm just going to snip it off, literally right there. I'm going to turn off our pumps. And as I said earlier, I guess if we really wanted to, if we really wanted to, we could connect this pipe here all the way down to this one here and feed it back into the storage. But again, the truth is, we are at 4,000 kilograms per tile on a total of 8 tiles. I don't know what we will ever do with this amount of hydrogen. And it's only going to get more and not less. So, yeah. Why Spawn, not Hydra? There's no real reason. I just built the Spawn. Sometimes I do this, sometimes I do that. I like them both equal, honestly. You know. There is no actual reason for that now. Gas filter deconstruct in F7. We're gonna reconnect this pipe. We're gonna get rid of this gas bridge right here. We don't need it anymore. This gas bridge here we will still need, because we're going to connect this here up. And then we should be good to go to vent this stuff here back out to space. Or out to space, not back out to space, I suppose. And our ranch is ready. The only thing that's missing, of course, is, well, a Drecko. So, not all critters, please. Only Dreckos, Drecklet, Dreckos. Maximum of 9, I guess. I guess we will see if it works or not. Once we have 9, we go from there. And, of course, do it with a number 9 priority. And where are our Dreckos? We're going to wrangle you, and we're going to wrangle you both with a number 9 priority. So we can hopefully get a third very, very soon. Alright. There is that. That should be it. And temperature-wise, we are doing a hell of a lot better. Of course, the hydrogen that we pumped in here was also comparatively hot, so it will take a few more cycles to actually normalize again. But it should be good. Alright, somebody bring me a Drecko. There is one. And look at the little thing. That's actually cute as hell, not gonna lie. That's awesome. Alright guys, have fun. And hopefully become more. Many, many more. And then become glossy Dreckos. Oh. Also, we still have this pip in here that we have on purpose not groomed because we don't want to do anything with it right now. We do have a pip egg. We do want to hatch that though. That's definitely going to be important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plop in, let's say 2 more incubators. Probably going to rebuild these here later on. I'm just going to start from the left side. Power wire wise, I'm just going to put in a new one. Yes, I know we will never need that power, but we have it available, so might as well. And the only thing missing then is, of course, right here, the automation wire, which we have on all of them. 1 for pip, and 1 for Dreckos, 1 for glossy Dreckos. And that's how we're going to have that, at least for now. Later on, we are going to have more for Dreckos, because we are just going to keep on breeding Dreckos here. And the nice thing is, the critter killer down here works not only for hatches, it also works for Dreckos. So once we have too many of them, we just drown them like everything else. You're gonna be Pip. And then this one here will be eventually one of those days, of course, a glossy Drecko. Alright, Dreckos seem to be happy. We are getting reed fiber in. That is why we are doing the Dreckos in the first place. And once we get glossy Dreckos, we are doing those, so we get in some wonderful plastic. So yeah, very, very nice. This here should work more or less indefinitely. Once it's built, once the cooling loop is going, or the heating loop, whatever you need, I suppose. In this case here, it's more heating than cooling, first and foremost. There's not really, thankfully, much potential for failure, which is always very nice. Let's see here. Of course, this side here will not leave us because we have this bridge right here that needs to be reversed real quick. So let's do that as well. And then the high pressure gas vent, as well as the insulated gas pipe behind it. You're going to get rid of that as well. Come on, Iris. In consumables, though, let me take a look at this real quick here before all the dupes. I should have done that earlier, and I just thought of it. Nobody is going to eat pickled meals, with the exception, of course, of Sin, who is our sole spacefarer right now. So let's deactivate everybody else, at least right here. And of course, we have dupes stuck probably in a spacecraft, because I forgot to disallow him to come in here, as usual. This one here has been swept out, so we can at least send this one here back to space. So let me do that right away. This rocket right here, we are going to change the crew to literally anyone. In this case here, it's set up for a gremlin, because that dupe is going to come right back. And then let's take a look into space. Where can we go and does make anything sense? That's 5 tiles. We only have a distance of 8. Why do we have only a distance of 8? Because the solid oxidizer tank has been filled with 795 kilograms worth of fertilizer and not 900. Are we out of fertilizer? Could that be? We have 11 and 50. I'm wondering if this here counts into that. No, it can't, because that's 900 and that's 795, so that's already more, plus the stuff that we have in here. So we do need fertilizer. That is something we will also have to take care of. It is faster to click the picture of the food and then one dupe that need to eat it. Yeah, I just saw that while I was already halfway through it. Nice, I got a blueprint drop of portrait canvas duplicates of the galaxy. Decent quality drop. You know what, let me take a look at our own blueprints here, huh? Can we keep up with that, Elfie? No. No, of course not. Really atomic socks. Thick, soft orange socks with extra flounce. Well, isn't that nice? Well, the answer is no. No, it really isn't. Okay, so far so good. We are looking better. How is our digging going down here? I still need to rescue those tubes out of the rocket, I know. Eventually they will complain about starving if I don't do anything about it. Actually, I don't want to dig this up. Not down here on the bottom. Trying to keep this here intact as well as this side here. So we have at least this straight edge of oil here going along. I need to lower Prio on the Drecko food. Oh, of course, because now the dupes have access. That has also never been a problem in the past. Because the dupes just couldn't get there, and it was only the autosweeper. Yeah. Maybe block access. Yeah, that one needs to be blocked. You're 100% correct. As long as we don't have to go down there, we shouldn't go down there. So yeah, that is of course a problem. Let me see if we come in. We could just lock it, supposedly. That should stop him completely from going through there. So let's lock it. Because only the autosweeper should do the work down here. Nobody else. It should also not be harvested or any of this nonsense. There we go. So now, if I try to tell Elfie to go down here, no way in hell, not happening. We're good. You can't block on vertical, need to lock it. Yeah. Done deal. Alright, I'm really interested to see once these Dreckos here lay more eggs, what is actually their growth rate here? Let me see, reproduction, 11% per cycle. Or 1% base reproduction and 10% mood happy. So yeah, I will take a while on 2 Dreckos to get all the way to 9. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this here looks like with 9 in it. Because again, it's just nothing that I've ever tried before. I'm definitely hoping that works, because 1 more Drecko is definitely a good amount here. But now, our stupid dupes. Oh, you dupes. 16.6 kilograms of pickled meals. Grounded. Buildings with their access wicket cannot be operated by grounded, though it can still be filled. That is what we need. I have atmosuits here. 1 for Chemster. I have to assign them manually, once again. 1 for Ogen. And 1 for Krivak. Krivak's right here. So we just need 1 more suit. Not entirely sure why that didn't work here. Let me grab the last one and give it to Ogen once I find him. Where you at, Ogen? There you are on the very bottom, of course. How else would it possibly be? Yeah. The only thing that I can do for now is disable the building. That would work. Now, of course, Chemster decided to put his suit in there. Oh, Chemster. Always the same with you. Undock the suit. Give it to Chemster. The suit, please. And then get him out of here. Why? Why, Chemster? Why? You're clearly telling me you are hungry. So why exactly are you not leaving this rocket for dear life? There's nothing stopping you right now from just walking all the way down here. So please do that. I'm telling you, sometimes this game has me wondering. Not gonna lie. Which means now we have one suit too many in here. Not that it matters. It also says trapped. Oh. Of course. And it's 2 dupes that cannot dig. Do we have a skill for that, maybe? I see Venom and Conan. Let's see, what are your priorities here? I don't see Conan. Conan right here. We can't just give him hard digging. Doesn't really hurt anything. And then I see Venom. Can also get 1 point in hard digging. Also, doesn't hurt anything. There we go. It's just a quick way to freedom. But of course, not the way that I wanted to. Preferably you would have gotten rid of all of this. But of course you didn't. These here though. I need a dupe to come by and dig this up. So we can then get the dupe to get himself stuck. With a little bit more speed, please. Somebody. There is somebody. Jay, don't do it from the... Well, actually, we have ladders here. Get them all, Jay. All of these here. And then all across here as well. Alright. Now, we want to explore more of space, of course, so we can use this rocket here again, because right at the moment we just don't have anything in range that is any useful. I mean, of course, we could always use a little bit more sandstone or something, but do we really want to waste a ton of diamonds on more of that? Probably not, probably not. So let's grab this rocket right here. Beauty interior, we have 28,000 calories. That is so much more than we will ever need. Where are we going to go, though? Should we try our luck just on the opposite side? We could just come all the way down here. It doesn't really hurt anything. So let's bring it down there. We still have, of course, Sin. Yep, Sin should be coming, I hope. Up into your rocket, Sin. And off to space with you. Food spoil? Where? In the rocket? Or you mean right here? Let's see here. In F4. It shouldn't be spoiling. Should be more than cold enough. Let's just check it out here. Sterile atmosphere and deep freeze. No, shouldn't. Not sure where you saw it, but it shouldn't be here. On the left info screen over here. If you saw it, then it probably happened on Smelina, but I don't know if you can see that. Over here we actually have now so much hydrogen from those damn plug slugs. Oh god. Oh no. The hydrogen's taking over our base over here. You damn plug slugs. What are we going to do about that? Nothing. We're going to look into the blueprints first. We have 3,000 kilograms of fertilizer. Don't need that over here. Need it on cold DL. Gonna grab that right away. Just to hold us over. So we can do something about it. Glad to dig once more for my colony. Oh, we have a smog slug. A smog slug. Draw in unbreathable gases during the day. At night, they sleep near exposed gas pipes where they deposit their cache. Are they literally putting hydrogen gas into a pipe? Huh. That is insane, though. Certainly not something I want or need in any way, shape, or form, though. They deposit their stored liquids into the exposed liquid pipes. Those are another kind of sponge slugs. Okay. Well, we don't need you. We don't want you, so we're going to kill you. And we're going to eat you. Because that's how it's going to go. And then once again, trying to take care of the hydrogen so we can keep growing our mealwood here. This is crazy. I just feel like we should just vent it out into space. And call it a freaking day here. But at the moment, we can still dig more stuff up. Put him into the room and it will give you a normal egg after some time. I mean, the truth is the last thing that I need is more freaking plug slugs. I already have 6 of them in here. He'll get eaten. He'll be fine. What could I do with this hydrogen here? other than venting it out into space. Probably not a hell of a lot. Probably just dig out more area, probably, for now. There's oxygen in here, but it's fine. Okay, let's do that. Let's dig out another nice area where more hydrogen can accumulate. For the time being, that is. But I keep getting distracted from sending synth to space. We did say we are going to go down to the bottom. Right, that is set. That is correct. Back to the planet, back to the top, and begin the launch sequence. And then let's go. Synth is still selected. Yep, wonderful. And there he goes. One more time. Very, very nice. Sin's of course on board and he's currently in his atmosuit, which I will tell him to drop because he won't need it in here. So, just get down there, get on your telescope, and let's go. The applications for smog slugs are narrow. That is an understatement if I've ever heard one. I couldn't think of a single reason why I would need those things ever. I mean, unless you guys have an idea, from the top of my head, I can't think of anything what I would do with those. I already don't like the normal ones and have no application for them. So, yeah, I don't have an answer here. Alright, these few here, and then the bottom area is done. I suppose we can dig out these 3 tiles here because they won't matter. Okay, finite is a better term. I agree. Oh, you can put the telescope down there? I didn't know that either. Gonna be very honest once again here. I always had it up here on the top, but the only problem with that is, if you look into the room overlay, the top area here is no room at all at that point. So last time around we tried it out, somebody, and once again, I can't remember who, said it in chat, that you can put it down here because I thought it has to be near the window. But no, everything's space. So, that works. Alright, rocket's flying, 1.6 cycles, until we are all the way down here, and we will see what we will discover there. And we're just gonna do that in all 4 directions, and any other place that we have in between here in the middle. And then we will see what we will uncover here on our space map. And that will then give us, hopefully, an idea what we are going to do with that knowledge. Okay, but something else that we need to take care of is of course our second volcano down here on the bottom. I also want to tame it, just like we did this one over here, because we do have now 163 tons of igneous rock once again, but we have stone hatches, which are cramped. Why are you cramped? Why are you cramped? Is there an egg in here and I don't see it or something? Stone hatchling egg. Of course there's an egg in here. Grab that egg and get it out of here. Dang it. Not that it matters really. Because we are really only using him more or less for food purposes. And we're just keeping him alive with igneous rock, but we will need a lot more igneous rock to keep doing that indefinitely. So we have another minor volcano here that we will take care of. And there are 2 more unknown ones that we still haven't discovered on the map. I was just thinking about that if we don't have more. So we really only have 3 tiny little areas that we haven't discovered. So the 2 remaining ones gotta be in those 3 areas. So that is also something we need to take a look at. We need to get there and see what are we lacking. Like maybe we're lucky and we get something good. Alright. So right here, first of all, before we do anything else, we need to figure out the status of this thing here. We have no idea. I have no idea. So let's just temporarily build us a ladder piece right here. And then dig up here, dig up here, dig up here, dig through here. And get all of these pieces here dug out with the exception of this one tile right here as usual. So we can see if it is at the bare minimum dormant or not. And then another thing is down here. We can inspect this stuff here if we haven't already, which we haven't. We haven't even touched it. We can remove the blender. The security door, we can touch it. And then what I really want to do is I want to destroy all of it. all of this here is completely for nothing, and I want to get rid of it. And preferably, it doesn't really matter though, there's always something that we will not be able to reach, so we just let the dupes have at it as is, and whatever's left over, we're going to clean up later on. That'll be fine. I think you could put a smog slug range at the bottom of your base with some filters and save yourself the power cost of pumps for low volume waste gas removal. Do you think really that's worth it? I don't. I think you murder him and you eat him and you never think about him again. That is the application that I have for him. Alright, these guys made short work of it for sure. And look at it, it is actually dormant. Are we actually lucky here? Which means only one thing. We're going to play it risky, as always. We're going to open it up, gonna analyze that sucker right away. So we know what we are dealing with here. It could be dormant for another, I don't know, 60 cycles. Could be coming online here in 60 seconds. Nobody knows. Until we figure it out. So, let's look. All the way across here, though, we will need this space here, no matter how we turn it. Therefore, we will start digging all the way through here. We can get onto here, so we might as well dig this here. A nice 4 high as well. Dig me all the stuff here out. Get rid of it, I don't want to see it anymore. And then we will see what we do with this area. Let me build one of these here. Not sure if that's gonna... Well, actually, before we do that, I don't even know how much space we need here yet. So, let's hold off on that until we come up with some kind of blueprint of what we're gonna do here. Alright. Very, very good. Plug slug to power is better than smog slugs? Oh yeah. There's no question. No question at all. No, I don't think it is remotely worth it. No, I'm sure it isn't. Gold meteor shower. Okay, well. We are already starting to research out here. Or explore, I suppose, not research. That's very good. Stranded dupes at the volcano. Really? Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I just took their floor away. Good call. Very good call, Wolf. We do have an arbor seed. I think we already had some, didn't we? We just haven't done anything with them yet, or am I wrong? I thought we had them. Arbor acorn? Yeah, we already have 23, yeah. That's what I thought. I think they need another ladder. They sure do. I think it is a huge amount of extra effort to save a few kilowatt at most. I mean, what are you saving? 200 watts? That's... I mean, in 99% of all cases, power is really not an issue in this game. It is in the beginning, of course, but if you're not 100% completely unlucky with your geysers, like one natural gas geyser, maybe 2 of them, and you're set. That's all you really need, right? Let's see. Dear guard, do your thing. I'm gonna turn you up. Let's see what we got here. Alright. Very nice. We are 29 cycles. 29.1 cycles. That is plenty to build basically whatever the hell we want. So, that's really good. We could literally just replicate this tamer here a second time because, again, it will work for a minor volcano. It works for a large volcano. It works for anything. So why not just do that? Yeah, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. Just let me remind myself of the dimensions. We are 10 high from the top of the volcano. And we are 6 over from the left side. That's all we need, really. On the inside here, though, that is only 4 high. Yeah, that's what I thought. So basically, the entire size of this thing is going to be 6 over from here, so right here. Good that I didn't build this thing. I would be mad now because I would have to tear it out again. It's easy to block the volcano if we need to. Oh yeah, of course. but we won't have to. Again, 29 cycles we can build. The amount of stuff that we can build in 29 cycles is nuts. All right. We're just, again, copy and pasting this design right here because it just works. It's very simple. And there's really no reason to not use it. I think it's actually easier to build than the version where you have the mesh tiles, if you ask me. And it also saves space on top of that, if you ask me, because you can build it a lot more compact. Not that that matters in 99% of all cases, but just to throw it out there. Volcano Tame can be narrow. You have unused lava now. Theoretically, it can be as narrow as we want it to be. That is very true. Because right at the moment, down here on the bottom, as long as we have this design right here that looks like this, no matter if I drop, like if I stop this pump here for some reason and I fill this entire area here completely with magma, it will never go another tile higher. Which is, again, another really nice feature of this design. The only downside is, if your liquid pump here for any reason runs out of power, and you keep on dropping petroleum in, and the petroleum touches your magma, everything will die. So that is the one failure condition that you have to avoid at all costs. But yes, we could build it narrower. There's really nothing stopping us from doing so, I suppose. And just build it like this here. That'll do. And again, everything that touches magma that we expect to touch magma, I always like to build out of obsidian just to be on the safe side. And those are actually all of these tiles right here. So we're going to build this little L shape right here out of obsidian. And we're going to come around here out of obsidian as well. And then down here on the bottom, we of course need this one extra tile. To negate the dupes not being able to get in and out, we're going to leave these two tiles out. And we're going to leave these two tiles out. And then, of course, over here, at least temporarily, these two tiles here as well. Oh, nice. The conduction panel does work to cool the liquid pump. Yes. The conduction panel is capable of cooling in a vacuum. We also use it, for example, up here on the top for our meteor blasters, which I'm not entirely sure why we are not moving. What happened to my pipe here? What did happen to my pipe here? Did we melt the pipe? There's no way that we melted the pipe over here and not in the middle, right? There's no way that that's possible. What happened? I'm genuinely curious. Guess we can build it out of obsidian just to be safe here, but that is not how that should work. Very odd. If anything, I expected these here that are literally going smack dab through the middle to break. Melted not pipe, but the radiator. Oh yeah, there was a radiator in that spot. Didn't I build it out of steel? I may have not built these here out of steel. That may well be. That may well be that I made a mistake and I didn't build it out of steel because yes, of course, in the area right here they have to be, just to be on the safe side in general, and clearly saw that that's necessary. Wow. I almost didn't realize it. Of course, the gas rocket port loaders right here need to be cooled as well. Holy cow. Interesting. Alright, let's plop them back in. And let's see if we can restart that loop. I'm really glad that you brought that up, Wolf, or I would have probably not noticed that until it would have been too late. Now, space scanners are up to 66 and 58 degrees, so they don't generate a lot of heat. There must have been a while like this. The metal is below, yeah. Yeah, look at this here, it's gold. You're right. The metal is below. There are once occupied spots as Kionis. You're 100% correct. I must have built those out of gold for some reason. Huh. Are you built out of gold as well? No, you're built out of steel. You're not. So I built one right and three wrong. How? Oh god. I cannot just do this here, but I should be able to select it, go to material and say change material to steel. There we go. Very odd. What did I build the top ones out of? Top ones I built out of gold. The ones right beside the rocket, and these over here out of steel. What the hell am I doing? How did I not notice that? Yeah, materials do matter in this game, there's no question about it. Definitely need to be steel. Yes, we are cooling it, of course we are. But the heat output from those large petroleum engines is immense. Like, yeah, immense. Let's pick some of this stuff here up. Let's rebuild it with steel. And then we should be good on that one. Now you built all from gold, but you rebuilt only 2 last time they melted? Really? Goodness. Looks like some power wires have melted as well. No, they were never hooked up. They were never hooked up, because they're not in use. I can, I guess, suppress the notifications here. You see there's nothing hooked up to them. There's nothing in F6 hooked up. There's nothing in F7 hooked up. So no, they're good. Alright, that should hopefully then once again complete or recomplete our circuit right here. And start cooling all of our stuff here in space again. Huh, fascinating. Why didn't I think of rebuilding all of them? Very odd. But alright, here we are. Well, let's build all this stuff here. That was the quick version. Really? You stop right now? Yeah, you could have finished that, Iris. You really could have. What I would directly want to do, without any further ado, is get rid of all the stuff that's laying around here, because that will bite us in the butt later if we don't do it right now. And then in plumbing, we're once again going to build us our liquid pump. And we are going to build it out of steel. Again, just to be safe, it should never get any heat if it works as intended. But you never know. So being careful in this case here is better. Because that is certainly something you would preferably not have break on you. And then, let's take another look at the design over here. The conductive panel right here just goes through. And then, of course, we are just looping around a tiny little bit of petroleum. Petroleum is dangerous. There is no question about it. Viscose shell would be a better solution. But petroleum here is very, very okay for this thing. The reason is it drops into the corner right here. And when it drops into the corner, it's at 10 grams per second, basically. And those 10 grams would have to accumulate to... I tested that, and I don't remember what the actual value is. I think it's 440 grams, if I remember correctly, or 460 grams, before it actually leaves this tile and drops down into another one. It has been a long, long time ago that I tested this here. In a sandbox mode, I mean, of course. And I think it was 440 or 460 grams. So it takes a long time for this here to actually reach the threshold to touch our magma. So as long as you're sure that your power supply is stable, you should be okay. Let's go back in plumbing, and let's grab us the conduction panel we just talked about and plop it into this area right here. Then once again, the insulated pipes, we need to put those in because this area here we will not be able to access anymore relatively soon. So we need to make sure that this here is in and reachable. And then above here, as usual, the liquid vent. And the insulated pipe comes out of here. What is this pipe right here doing? It's one of my leftover pipes that I just never tore out, of course. That comes in handy right now because we will need it anyway. But once again, the pipes right here need to be built out of obsidian. Everything that is going to be hot or containing magma, I want to build out of obsidian just to be safe. Wolf says, is it enough in the Volcano Tamer to just build the conduction panel to cool the pump, or do you have to run something through to cool things? Yes. Well, never mind. Yeah. We will have to cool it, and it will come from a cooling loop, yep. So we are going to reuse this pipe right here, but we have to rebuild it. It has to be made out of obsidian. Again, that is highly important. And then the rest of the pipe, we are just going to tear out. We don't need it anymore this time for sure. I just left it in just in case we will need it again, which turns out is not the case. And before I do the same stupid thing with our insulated gas pipe right here, let's tear that out as well. To get our resources back at the bare minimum. Very nice. And of course, up here on the top, apparently we have 2 more tiny little pieces here that we just can connect. They should move up. And once they're gone, we're gonna rip it all out. Use ceramic for the pipe in the lava. We wanted to do that, and I forgot it the last time around, and I'm really glad you just reminded me of that, Croc, because, again, we did talk about it, if you remember. I think it was you and I, that we wanted to do that, and at that point it was too late. We couldn't access it anymore because the volcano was about to erupt. I do remember that very vividly. I was like, God damn it. Oh, look at this here. We have a little bit more left. So let's hold on this here for just 1 second. And let's just build us one more pipe here in the reverse so we can get rid of this gas here before we just release it into the environment. It was me. Yes, I do remember that. I do remember you and I having that discussion. I was like, yeah, that is a great idea. And it was too late at that point. So yeah, this one tile here literally needs to be ceramic. Well, let me restate that. It doesn't really need to be. We can actually check it out here. The water before it goes into the well. We cannot because we don't have any lava here right now to touch. But once we do, we will check it out. The temperature increase, even though it's magma at 1700 degrees, is actually marginal, even at obsidian. But it's ceramic, it will be basically 0. So it is definitely better to do it, yes. It is funny, though, that we had that same discussion like 4 weeks ago or so. Alright, dupes, please do your thing. Get rid of the granite and whatnot. Also, the security door here needs to be first submitted, please. Very good. Getting there, getting there. Very nice. Of course, we don't care about that. All right. Last piece is, of course, all the stuff that's in here will have to be relocated. Like this right here is the pipe that used to go through a liquid lock and currently runs straight through our volcano tamer. Can't have that. So we will have to relocate this pipe here, and we just got to bring it out the top here, which is going to be totally fine. We are also going to dig across here and bring a ladder down on this side here, just so we have access all around our tamer, and we can actually relocate the stuff here. Kind of like this power wire here as well is going to be an issue, especially since it's made out of lead. My goodness. We can keep it made out of lead. That's totally fine. I think you need to submit doors from the left. Really? You have to? You cannot do it from the inside? That does sound like oxygen not included though, for sure. Question is, how do we get there? I suppose we will just extend this ladder all the way down and do it like this here. That should do then. But yes. This here. We can leave it out of lead. We can make it out of something else. It doesn't make a difference because we are inside the insulated pipe. So let's just bring it around here. What is the power? Potential power load is 1900 watts on it. We will need some power over here, quite obviously. So it would be nice to connect this wire here to its own thing. How much power do we need? Let's check it. Thankfully, we already built it, so there is a no guessing game going on here at all. We need, at a maximum, 1820 watts to run this bad boy, which is basically its own power wire all by itself. It is not from the left, it is from the side that has the hand sensor, and the one has the palm reader on the left side. Okay. Can't really say that I ever paid attention to that, not gonna lie. And they need to stand on a tile or ladder at the same level. So they can't just stand on, they cannot just stand on this piece of dirt right here. Seriously? What are the conditions for those for this damn door? That is insanity, if you ask me. That's just stupid at this point. Let's rip a dozier out. 27 cycles left. Plenty of time. Yep, they can be on dirt. I guess we will find out. They can stand on the dirt, but initially you had to dig. You had a dig order for it. Oh, okay. I see. Yes, I did realize that I had a dig order here, and they cannot actually stand on something, and I cancelled it. So. Hey, and now we can thankfully get rid of that damn thing, because that was the entire purpose of this exercise. Alright. Right here, we are going to come along here with ladders, so the dudes can still come over here to the right side whenever they choose to. Because we do want to get rid of all this stuff here once again. Alright, let's get this done. Inside of here, in the power was something we wanted to look at, though. Again, we basically need our own power supply for this thing here. I mean, up until we finally get to build a real industrial brick, it will just be the shit show that we are looking at right now. And quite honestly, it's totally fine and it doesn't matter. It's that simple. It's gonna plop another one down. We'll need tiles, obviously. So let's plop in 3 tiles right here. And let's come with the heavy rod wire. Just straight through here. Conductive bridge. Cannot come straight through here. Of course, we need to go one higher. Something like this here. Yes, I know it will connect. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We'll disconnect this, disconnect that. That will fix it. And then once again, with the conductive wire, I'm going to leave it out of lid because we don't have really any other use for it than power wires. Just connect it to... what are we going to do here? We could literally just come straight up, I suppose. And then snip this here off once that's built. That's what we're going to do here. Relieving a little bit of power from this wire here in the first place. Not that it matters, but might as well. No, actually, we do need our own wire. Because this here is all connected to it. So no, we're not going to do that. We're going to build us our own thing. All of the power that we need will be below the point where we are right now. With the exception of right here. So it is going to be just fine if we rip this here out and just extend this wire through here, for example. We'll get the job done. So let's do it this way. There are just so many ways that it would work. It just doesn't make a difference really which one we use at the end of the day. But that should do it. That's one of the ways that will work. Let me put it that way. Usually forget to build the power lines from the metals to have some ores. AZBZ is here, says, hello, sorry I'm late. Do you forgot to build a power line from the metals to save some ores? Oh yeah, we were talking about rebuilding the heavy watt wires here with heavy conductive wires. And Croc is saying that because the heavy watt wires do need ore, and the heavy watt conductive wires do need refined metals. And again, obviously, refined metals, we do have volcano tamers going on, iron down here on the bottom, and we have aluminum up here on the top. And what happened up here? What happened to my auto sweeper? Why are there 6 tons of refined aluminum in here? We're cooling. We have plenty of steam going on in here with 47 kilograms. So how exactly can my auto sweeper overheat? Unless I didn't build it out of steel, which is what I did. That is very odd. Unless there's one more option. No? Not either. I thought maybe I messed up the conveyor rails. No, I didn't. The conveyor meter is set to 5, which is totally fine. I don't see a way that this here could have broken. Meter was set on too low. No, it's set to 5 units. That should be totally fine the way it is. Trying to come up with some kind of failure mode here, but I just don't see one. Oh, probably 10 times speeds. That is the only explanation that I have left. And just to explain what Keonis is saying. Keonis is saying that I have a mod, the fast speed mod, which increases the speed to 10 times. And this game is really not meant to be played at this speed. There are a lot of things that can break if you do that. And I think we may have just encountered one. That's funny. On the bright side, though, we are ready for it, because this time we have the maintenance access we were talking about earlier. So all we have to do is literally just open this here up. Yes, we're going to lose a tiny little bit of steam. Nobody cares. It's going to be totally fine. And then repair our auto sweeper. And then hopefully see if we can just restart it like that without any bigger issues. Let's increase this here. And this here. So they hopefully get this here done a little bit quicker. This here is set to all, right? Is there anything in here that we don't have? No, blast shots. Nobody cares. Ice, nobody cares. Of course you're hot. It's totally fine, Iris. We have some beds for you. So let's see, what is going on in here now? If you rebuild the insulated tile above the oil, you lose no steam. You mean basically blocking this here off so you can put it back in here? Yeah. Is it possible that the steam condensed and it was in a vacuum? I don't see how. I honestly don't see how that could be, but I don't know. Always look on the bright side of life. That's right. Very odd. I mean, now obviously it takes forever to get the stuff out of here because we have freaking 6 tons in here. But before that... Yeah, I don't have an explanation. It's that simple. I get empties out here like a champ. No problems at all. Getting rid of this stuff. It will probably now... Well, I don't think it will actually break it again. Because even at 6 tons, we should be able to get this stuff out of here relatively quickly. Too hot, also not possible. You have 2 steam turbines, exactly. Now, like I said, I just don't have an explanation. We are going to do what Elfie said, and we're just going to rebuild these 2 tiles here. It will make the area a little bit bigger for our steam, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Very odd. Yeah. I don't know. No matter how I look at it, I don't see it. I do not see it. But okay. Let's keep on going. We are on a deadline here, which is still 25 cycles, but it is a deadline nonetheless, I suppose. Let's plop in this before-mentioned fire pole here, and it will serve 2 purposes. One is we can build this stuff, and 2, it will allow our dupes to come down here a little bit faster if they're coming from that direction. And then this power wire right here will be the power wire that will power this entire system right here. Okay, so we're, again, just going to copy and paste. We're going to build the exact same thing. It works like a charm, and it's very easy to build. Last time we built it from scratch and it took a long time. This time we're going to try to do it a little bit faster because we have a template right here. Theoretically, I could have just made a blueprint and slapped it over there. Yeah. Why are you on a deadline running out of resources? No. No, the deadline is that the volcano right here is currently dormant. We have it researched and or analyzed, and we can see the next activities in 25.3 cycles. So, preferably, we would like to be done with this year before those 25 cycles are over, because otherwise bad things will happen. I've had an aluminum tamer based on your 3.0 design recently break for no reason I could see after working perfectly for hundreds of cycles. Huh. Plus pipes on aqua tuners with bridges being janky. Hi man, what is your PC specs? Oh, I have a 13900K and a 4080 with 64 gigs of RAM. That is the PC specs in a nutshell. Oh yeah, you're probably asking because you can't see my FPS up here. That's right. When you say pipes on aqua tuners being janky, what exactly do you mean with that, if I may ask? But yeah, we're emptying this here out like a boss. And we are only at 160 degrees, that's nothing. That is nothing at all. We have 275 degrees before we overheat. Very odd. But what Aaron says here worries me a little bit. I've had an aluminum tamer based on your 3.0 design recently break for no reason. Like, before I made the 3.0 video, obviously I built all those tamers that you can see in the 3.0 video, and I let it run for hundreds of cycles. Like, I literally set it on 5 times speed and I walked away for hours. And I came back and not one of them was broken. But I don't have any, I do not have an explanation. A temp shift plate from refined coal, it will change to natural time if they erupt before you finish it. Of course, that is always an option, but I would rather do it faster than having to resort to that. I mean, 25 cycles is a long-ass time. Maybe used the wrong mats. I checked all of them. I checked every single one of them. Steel, 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 steel. Nothing broke other than the auto sweeper, and the conveyor loader got damaged. And there's really no good reason for that to happen, that only the auto sweeper and the conveyor loader breaks. So yeah, I just don't know. But yeah, back to business. We're gonna come out here, we're gonna come into this little liquid filter right here, and then into a liquid valve. This is our loop right here for the petroleum. And also, of course, our output for the magma once we have any. So that is going to be the important part right here. And this time, I'm also going to listen to Croc and not put this here into petroleum. We're gonna try to do it into a vacuum if we get to it. So this here is now built. We're QC during construction. Yeah, the quality engineer was on vacation, unfortunately. We only have a process engineer here, so, you know, shit happens sometimes without any oversight. The pipe over the output seems to be breaking for no reason. Also saw issues with Echo having the same issue. Also, the exact same tamer design still works perfectly for my iron volcano. Same mats. Yeah, that's the next thing. I also have a second one sitting right here for iron. And I have a third one sitting on Smelina over here for gold. Sin was in space, so he couldn't do QC, that's right. Nice that you remember to put it into a vacuum. I'm telling you guys, you know, I'm listening to you. I may not always remember exactly who said what, because, I mean, my memory is not that good. But I do remember what you guys are talking about. By the way, I've missed the DRECKO farm construction. I was kind of looking for a design, as my map has no oil biome. Oh, I was like, what has the oil biome to do with the Dreckos? Of course you want plastic. This here is the design for it. It's pretty simply built. I'm going to go over really quickly on it. You build on the bottom 9 farm tiles, 1 insulated tiles, and 9 more farm tiles. Then you have 3 spaces above it, and then you have airflow tiles, and then you are a total of 8 tiles high right here. And then you basically just copy and paste this here if you want to take a screenshot or something. The VOD will also be on, so you can look at this here at any time you want to. I also have a full tutorial on how to build this here. It doesn't include a condo here. The version that I have as a video, because the condos didn't exist yet, literally look like this, without the condo here on the right. It allows you to have a total of 16 Dreckos, and you can even keep them separated if you want to have normal Dreckos on one side and Glossy on the other, for example. It's a pretty neat design, and it works. Was your Volcano geotuned? No. Mine wasn't. If you're asking me. Not sure if you're asking me or Aaron. Alright, let's keep on going here. We come out. Right after we come out in plumbing, we will need a liquid filter. Liquid filter, well, of course, piece of ladder in the way. Can't have that. Piece of ladder will be in the way here as well. So that has to go. Let's do it. Unless steam turbines stop for a moment, did you cut power lines? No. No, the steam turbines over here are connected to the main power line. And the main power line has not been cut on this side of the map. Ever, I believe. I don't think I've ever cut them, honestly. I don't think I ever had to rebuild them yet. Alright, ladders are gone. Back to plumbing, back to the liquid filter. Gonna build it out of steel. Again, just to be safe, shouldn't be an issue, but still not something I would like to have breaking on me if I can avoid it at all. And then plop down here below a normal liquid valve in. Then once again, made out of obsidian, pipe in, pipe down, and then a pipe down here somewhere as well. Very good. Never have they ever been cut, says Kionis. Kionis would know. Kionis, I think, has been here every single stream for every single second of it. And von Reinle makes a good point as well. Even if the turbine stopped working, then more buildings inside should have been damaged. I agree. It just, no matter how I flip this coin, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't work out here. We're dividing by 0 at this point. Or was that only sized for 14+2 with the condo? I don't know what you say, Wolf. I'm sorry. With the condo now, we should get a total of 18 in there. If it's correct what you guys are saying. Again, I don't trust you on this one. I wouldn't have a reason why not. Can we close this here off already? No, we cannot because power is missing. Once we have power, I will build also the power wires in here out of steel, again, just to be safe. Because if the worst case scenario happens, and our petroleum gets into the magma for whatever reason it may be, which again should never happen, we can still recover with atmosuits and whatnot, but it will be a hell of a lot easier to recover if we just have our stuff here properly built. Everything else out here doesn't need to be steel or anything. Even these here don't have to be, but these two here at the bare minimum have to be, just to be safe. Are you trying to pen a temporal tear because dividing by 0 is how you open a temporal tear? I mean, maybe. Seems like my connection is working again. Sorry, I disappeared for a long time. Sin is back. I was wondering what happened with you. Because you had your spicy entrance with the wonderful $5 donation, and then I haven't heard anything from you. And I was like, that is unusual for you, because usually you let me know when you're here, and you let me know when you go. I was genuinely worried, not gonna lie. Gabriel says, hey Beer, I'm giving girlfriend attention right now. We'll take a look at the live tomorrow. Absolutely, Gabriel. I hope you have a great evening or day, rest of your day, I suppose, at the bare minimum, with your girlfriend. Enjoy. I hope you have a great time, man. Right after the entrance, my phone service pooped out on me. Yeah, that is how that goes sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I'm glad to have you back, though. Down here in the bottom. So this here is a standard design that I have used many times before in this here on the bottom is actually what I have cobbled together last time, just in an attempt to see if it would work or not. So now we have to rebuild this insanity. Again, we could make our life easy and just grab a blueprint, but we are going to try to build it from scratch one more time. I will probably have to take a look at this here a couple of times, just to make my life a little bit easier. But other than that, just the design is very easy. We just have the size of 3 steam turbines, which is 5 each, so we are golden. All right then, let's do precisely that. I always want to scroll to the bottom right, even though it's straight over, which is actually crazy that we have 2 volcanoes which are basically at exactly the same height, just on the other side of the map. Like, what the hell is that? Okay, let's go back to igneous rock. We don't need obsidian anymore. We need to be 3 high, and we need to come over. And then, of course, as we said in a second ago, in power, we are going to grab a steam turbines built out of anything that will be cooled, so it doesn't matter. And then close it back off, like this. There we go. There we have it. Simple as that. Of course, we can't actually close it yet. We still have to get in there and actually build this stuff, so leave it open. Dig it up. Get rid of the ice. Probably can use that anyway. Yes, our reserves are getting a little bit low again here. So fill it up with ice and go from there. Can you use naphtha for lava tamer? Greater viscosity and therefore greater safety margin. I would assume you can, but I haven't tried it. And that is most certainly something that I would like to try in a sandbox first. Exactly how many grams does it take on one tile before it flows off? Is von Rheinland still here? Yeah, it is low water, Sin, but that is totally okay, because we still have plenty in here. The one flip of the switch that we have conveniently in our water. We can literally just flip this here on, and it will just give us more water at any given time, so I'm not worried about it. At the moment, we of course have churns in it, and we can see that the liquid pipe churn sensor here is working. As long as the count is above 1, we will send it back into the tank. And as soon as it goes to 0, we're sending it through the water sieves and fill the tank back up. But at the moment, I think we're still good, so we don't need it. And we just gotta leave it alone for a second. Von Rheinland says, okay, I start Oni again. I love how Von Rheinland is just on board with all sorts of nonsense that we came up on the streams. Oh, you're great, not gonna lie. But apparently we already have the answer. More than 20 kilograms. Better fix that before lemonade becomes the drink of choice. Yeah. 39.9 kilograms is the limit of naphtha before flowing to the next tile. Wow. Will you be building a cooling system for water to fill your main tank? Will you be building a cooling system for water to fill your main tank? I can't follow, Sakionis. Sorry, I don't know what you mean. I just wanted to make a lemonade joke. I use naphtha safely entrance vacuum or steam room. Okay. Can't say I have really ever used any naphtha. Let's see. Naphtha. Liquid naphtha. Right here. Needs a 538 degrees to become sour gas. And it becomes solid naphtha at -50. That is actually a really big margin right here. That's really nice. Von Rheinland never leaves, does he? He's just in the sandbox all time trying stuff out. Which is what I love him for. That's awesome. Plastic at 160 degrees becomes naphtha. That is what I was looking for here. What else do we have here? Isoresin, Brackwax, solid naphtha, of course, and the visco gel fluid. 160 degrees on plastic. Where would I get 160 degrees from safely to create that stuff? It's actually a bigger issue than you would think on Rime. What could I siphon off here? We are nowhere near any of those temperatures unless I try to, for example, extract it from here. What else do we have here? We do have our hydrogen vent that erupts at 500 degrees. That would be an option to use the hydrogen gas to heat a little bit up. 150 degrees, that's not quite enough. I add plastic to steam room and do a loop there for 3 minutes. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, where I have enough or hot enough steam, which I don't really have anywhere. I don't really have 160 degrees anywhere on the entire map, other than magma, of course. Not even close, as a matter of fact. Yep. Not even remotely. Girlfriend told me to go eat rocks. I'm back. That is, oh god. I hope that's just a joke and everything's fine. Would hydrogen have the thermal capacity to warm the plastic? I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, that's the only thing that I have that would be even remotely hot enough. So I don't think so, quite honestly. Especially the way that I have it right now. I'm cooling it way too much, too quickly, that it would do anything at all. I mean, in an absolute worst case scenario, I'm just gonna build bloody ladders right here and send this thing into space and call it a day. You know what I mean? It's 30 kilograms for naphtha. Von Rhineland comes back once again with the answers. Tested, alive, wonderful. Awesome, I appreciate it, Von Rhineland. Thank you. I mean, that would be a viable solution, really. How is he doing out here? Have we found anything? An interstellar ocean with saltwater brine, salt and ice, and other than that, I think he's done. Yes, area complete. So we could literally do that and try that out. It is. She's just with a strong flu, so she's taking meds. Okay, good. I'm glad everything's okay. We can literally just build a bunch of plastic ladders right here. And then send Sin back home for now. Before he, of course, goes right back out. And as soon as this thing here loads, it will inevitably create naphtha. Unless it gets so hot that it will directly flash over. Which would be another problem, I suppose. Let me see. Plastic. Plastic becomes liquid naphtha at 150 degrees, and then at 538 degrees it becomes sour gas. Well, I guess there is only one way to find out, is there? We will need background tiles, yeah. There's only one way to find out if that is going to work or not. By trying it. Of course, I don't want it to flow all over the place completely freely. So we will need drywall that we will add anywhere, made out of anything, where we could have it escape into space, which would be at all these tiles right here. If it flashes just repeated lower down, that is exactly the idea. So I guess we're going to run a little bit of a trial and error case over here, and we will see what happens. Build a new carbon dioxide rocket, it should work. That seemed like a lot of work for fixing something that isn't broken. You know what I mean? Only on the bottom for liquid? You don't think it will just disappear if it melts right here? I guess not, because it would be a drop. It would basically act like it was fed through a mesh tile, I suppose. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Again, it's not like I have ever tried to... Yeah, I said only background, didn't I? Apparently I didn't. Ah, well. Oh no, they were already built. Only background, please. Let's get rid of them. Let's build these here again. Again, as I was trying to say, it is not like I have ever tried to melt plastic ladders on purpose with a rocket. So, I will keep the plastic there, yeah, we're not moving that. Once again, we are off on another mission for science. Oh, good grief. Yeah, here we are. I guess we will find out. But back to this project right here. Down below, 2 tiles high. Couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3 that I did here. Apparently it's 2, which is good to know. Gonna come over, and it is a further over, I believe. No, it is actually the exact same size, so that makes it easy. Very nice. Once again, extending the ladder. Removing these here. Not deconstruct, please. But, of course, actually dig it out. Very nice. We will probably... Actually, this time around... Last time around, I built this over here. Because over here, there's just no space. This time, I could build it over here, where I wanted it before. But truth be told is, now I need it over here. So, it's going to be a literal copy and paste. That's funny, actually. Liquid reservoir will be needed. There's no question. I'm gonna plop it right there. "22 cycles. Still plenty of time. And send this home in 1.4 cycles. Also plenty of time. Just gotta keep a little bit of an eye on that. Definitely want to watch this here live, if at all possible. You know what? We're gonna do it differently, so I definitely don't have a chance to miss this. Going to change the destination to the orbit. From the orbit, he will just land immediately when I tell him to, and not just whenever he arrives there. So, let's give us a tiny little bit of extra control over it. I do want to get rid of this granite right here, though. That would be nice if we could get rid of all of the stuff here that is not plastic. Everything that's not plastic's gotta go, because we don't want to overheat that. This is a sign, same for small volcanoes. This here is actually a small one, it's a minor volcano. But the design, I would build the same thing for a bigger one. Yes, it would work just the same, there is no differentiation at all. The only difference is the mass, and you're still going to keep up with your PAM. So yeah. Can you build thermal shift plates from plastic? I don't know. I assume so. Yeah, you can. Huh. Maybe that is better. Maybe that would be a better idea than having the ladders. You know what? Let's just build some around it. So, what do we have to lose, right? Better too much than not enough, I suppose. I don't think I've ever in my entire life built a temp shift plate out of plastic, because why would I? But here we are. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's build a few more out of those things. The only problem is why is it lead? Oh, because we don't even have that much plastic. That's why. We don't have glossy Dreckos yet, and I did not really turn that on for too long down there. But that is 800 kilograms a piece. I see both of your arguments, Hard and Artem. Because Hard says they got more mass than ladders, so more mass can soak up more temperature, which obviously is correct. But then at the same time, Artem says it might spread too fast and flash over, which could also be true. I guess we will find out one way or another. I'm not going to build 3 of them, though, because the mass is a lot, and somehow we will have to then mop the stuff here up, so we can do something with it. Which is going to be a long way at 800 kilograms. We basically have to spread it through the entire area here, so we can actually mop that stuff up. You only want to test it? Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to leave. That is already a bunch of plastic right here, 350 kilograms. How much mass does a plastic ladder have? 50 kilograms. So that's 50 kilograms a piece right here. 15 of them. So that's already 750 kilograms, plus another 800, plus the 350, 50, and 100 that we have sitting around. That is a hell of a lot of mass, actually. Hell, whatever. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It will either work or it won't. There is no in between, and we're gonna roll with it. We can start vacuum the volcano room. Yes, we can. We sure as hell can. Let me just take another look here real quick. This here can go before we do anything else. Then this one here can go. Then we can close the entire area off. Yes. Deconstruct this here next. Then over here, last time around, how we did this is we built a temporary liquid lock, and we got to do the exact same thing again today. A temporary liquid lock over here on this left side, so we can get in, can build the pumps and everything that we need, and then we will go from there. So, grab this, not mafic rock, make this here also obsidian. Not that it matters, but okay, let's do it. This here is obsidian. And then let's go down to right here. Of course, not the bottom one. I just clicked on it due to habit. We will just need 2 tiny little drops. That is a temporary liquid locks. And for temporary liquid locks, I never ever care. Which, of course, now the fire pole will be in the way once again. Temporarily. Which is also fine. And in F2, right here, we have our conductive wire. Which we will change over right here. Again, it shouldn't matter what it's built out of. I just want to be safe. Let's make it out of at least iron or something that can take a little bit more than 300 degrees. We don't even have to deconstruct it, as a matter of fact. We can just come through the bottom and come all the way across here. Come on, dupes, get it done. Coming, bottle emptier, let's go. Water reservoir. Still going strong. Everything's good. Liquid. Let's go with crude oil. Number 9, enable auto bottle. Let's get rid of all the stuff that's laying around here. Don't want to see it. And then let's go into ventilation and grab us our old vacuum pump. Our old friend's back, of course. I'm just going to come with a gas pipe of any size. Straight out of here. High pressure. Not that we need it, but doesn't matter. Since everything is temporary and we get everything back, that is a tip that I can just give to anybody at all times that happens to be new to the game. Don't be worried to build anything. If it doesn't work, just rip it out. You will get all the materials back. It does not matter. And hook it up like that. Safety schmafety. Of course you would say that, Sin. Alright. Very good. Is Sin back now? You should be almost. Yep. Almost back. And we have the 200 kgs in there. That's all we need for our purposes right here. And we can rip it back out. And now we pump. Down here on the bottom, of course. Now the rest. I did build that all the way over to the left, right? Yes. And we come with our piping through here. That's how we did that. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff in here in a very small area. And yes, there is a reason to have 4 liquid vents in here instead of only 2. One we need, of course, for the magma itself, and one is needed for the steam turbines. But I like to have it spread out for the reason of having hot magma in the radiant liquid pipes made out of iron. And iron, also 1534 degrees, and magma comes out at 1726 degrees. So we need to be very careful with the amount of heat that we have in any given area in here. Therefore, I'd rather spread those out and have to deal with the liquid vents than having to than only having one liquid vent. When the volcano activate, 20 cycles, 20.8 cycles, yeah. All right, we're gonna get started with the thermal aqua tuner. It has to be this way around. Yeah, that is already correct. Right beside the thermal echo tuner, of course, in plumbing, we will need a liquid pipe thermal sensor. I'm going to build out steel just to be safe once again. I'm going to put that in. And then down here on the bottom, in plumbing, we're going to grab us insulated liquid pipes. Going to come out of here and over. Going to come out of here. And we're going to build us our bridge just like this. Back to insulated pipes. And as we just saw, we're going to come up here. And then through there. Just as simple as that. Of course, dupes can't reach this here. Who could have seen it coming? Going to come down here with a ladder. We'll need that later anyway. And we will need it right now as well. So might as well do it while we're at it. Dig all this stuff here out. Get rid of it. And of course, for right now, so the dupes can still walk around here, we will need one more piece of ladder right there. Yeah, that should get the job done. Very good. I find it funny that the dupes can get popped ears from high pressure, but can handle vacuum just fine, other than the lack of oxygen. Oh yeah, I don't mind. Also the popped eardrums, like they get the popped eardrums at what over 2 kilograms of pressure. But it doesn't matter if you go any higher. If you go from 2 kilograms to 20 to 200 to 2,000, it just doesn't make a difference at all. That is definitely also funny to me. It's like, 2,000 kilograms per centimeter of pressure. Who gives a crap? Oh yeah, that's right. We talked about this last time too, Croc. Dang it. we dismantled these 2 tiles here that I just built again. Because it took forever to get a vacuum in this area right here. Because it takes forever to get the gas out of here. I do remember that as well, Croc. Damn it. Every dupe dies, but not every dupe truly lives. Safety is temporary. Legends are immortal. Add 2 vacuum pumps? Yeah, we could. But I mean, we don't have all the time in the world, honestly. But Sin is here. Alright. We're gonna go at 1x speed so we can observe what is happening here. And we're going to land our rocket. And let's see what the hell is going on here. Let's go into the F3 overlay right away. Our rocket is coming right now. And it just takes a second for it to get down at 1x speed. I hope it's coming. Let's see what we have going on here. Are we gonna get naphtha or sour gas? Or nothing? Really? Really? Of course. Well, that was much more anticlimactic than I have seen coming. So apparently that's not an option, and I don't understand why, because these ladders here happily took it. So why didn't the plastic? I mean, I know they only have a thermal conductivity of 0.15, but I mean, still though, it didn't move at all. I mean, I know, Croc, it's a poor conductor, but I mean, it didn't even go up by 5 degrees. It didn't even go up by 2 degrees. So, for the guys of you that don't know, I happen to be a plastics engineer. That is literally my job that I do every day for the last 17 years. And that is not how that works. Oh, God. Now what? Also, the shift plates didn't take in anything. The shift plate's colder than the ladders. Literally, like the ladder down here is at 43.5 degrees and the thermal shift plate is at 42. This is insanity. You know, every time when you desperately try to avoid melting plastic ladders somewhere, they will melt inevitably. It will happen if you like it or not. But when you try to melt them, they don't budge at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say to this insanity. Alright, let me think about another idea here shortly, but let's keep on building on this thing here for a second. This here's the last thing that we're gonna plop in. Conveyor rail, conveyor shut off, conveyor loader in that particular order. All right. Sensor shut off loader. That needs to be built. The sensor isn't shipping. Thermal sensor. The shut off. Where's my shut off? My blind, there it is. Needs to be built, I believe, if I remember correctly, this way around. And then we, of course, need to have also our conveyor loader, which we can just plop into the other direction. There we go. All of these not out of lead, though. Are you out of your mind? Not out of lead. Everything in this room here will be built out of steel, per definition, just to be safe. Except the conveyor rail thermal sensor, I suppose. Automation on aqua tuner? Yeah, that's not built yet, Bill. But thanks for reminding me. Appreciate it. Might as well slap that in real quick. You're right. That was one too many. There we go. Also, those need automation. Don't try it at work. Yeah, better not. Maybe takeoff will be better. Oh, we're about to find out. I blame vacuum. I mean, I can't really blame the vacuum because at least these tiles here are not in a vacuum. I mean, it's not a lot of carbon dioxide, don't get me wrong here, but I mean, it makes just zero difference at all. Try building temp shift plate next to the hydrogen vent. It's not gonna work because we are taking too much heat out of it. Like, let's watch it. So right at the moment, it's actually erupting as we speak. What is the hottest area that we have here? 151 degrees. 180 degrees right here. Maybe these two tiles here may actually have enough thermal energy. But if I put something there, I also have no more access to this thing here because I never meant to go back in there. Once this here is running, it runs. Alright. We may look into this once we got this here going. Not going, but at least built. We still have plenty of time to go here, 20 cycles. We are way ahead of schedule here. If you build the plastic temp shift plates on the corner tile of the magma chamber of the naphtha will drop into the generated room when it melts. That is a smart idea. I like that a lot, because that may work. That may work. But where would we do such a insane thing? We have a vacuum here, so we could literally just dig down here whenever we want to. Use aluminum volcano, you have good access there. Yes, but I do want to try what Charles is saying, because that could work. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. So let's come down here. All we need to do is basically, let's see, what is a good position for this? Because even this abyssalite here, we will draw it out of the abyssalite with a temp shift plate. So we could literally just dig to this location right here. Let's try it. Let's see if that gives us the desired result. Let me turn up the speed a notch here. Alright, let's go in there and let's find us once again the temp shift plate out of plastic, and let's plop one right here. Let's see if we can suck a little bit in here, and let's see if that works. If not, we will try the magma itself. Okay, then dip it in crude oil as a conductor. Which, yeah, we could do as well if we have to. Next to the heat spike, build a metal or diamond tile. And then 2 tiles down, 2 isolated tiles, and then next to the metal tile shift plate. Case it in case it's flashing. It shouldn't be possible to flash. Because as soon as it's not a temp shift plate anymore, it's not in contact with the abyssalite here anymore. So it should stop. But you may, who knows? It is oxygen not included we're talking about here, so let's build a tile above here. So in case something does happen that shouldn't happen by any means, really. I guess we will see. Firebot just died or not. Risk it for the biscuit. Always. Oh, you brought the material, but you can't build it. Of course, why would you? Come on. He was on the way to build it. But does it even suck up any heat? Yes. At the speed of a dead sloth. Okay. Yep, I do not have 800 cycles to wait for this. Let's go riskier. Let me take a look here. India 3 overlay once again. We can literally, since this here is all a vacuum, we can do whatever the hell we want. So building the double vacuum certainly worked out in our favor at this point. Or we could use the spike, as was mentioned by, who said that? Von Rhineland? Sid the Sloth, yes. Drop a bottle of magma next to the insulated tile. Right here, you mean? I guess that would also be an option to increase it. But then how do I get the naphtha out? Because, again, this is 800 kilograms. That's a lot of wood. I need to be able to access it with a pitcher pump or something along those lines. Which is gonna be problematic. From the other side, not really either, because if I dig up this tile right here, it is game over. I will touch the abyssalite, and at these temperatures, the abyssalite will flash the plastic. Well, a lot of work for some naphtha for real. Again, I also gotta say, who in their right mind tries to, on purpose, create naphtha, and for what reason? I never have. In hundreds and thousands of hours in this game, I've never tried to intentionally make naphtha. Worst case scenario, warm a room manually. He refuses to do the easy way. What is the easy way? Most people use it for liquid locks and bead locks. But I mean, for bead locks I can see it, but for liquid locks, I mean, what is the benefit over crude oil? Unless you don't have any, I guess. Need to remove the cold abyssalite on the corners of the template. The cold is sucking the heat. That is also something that is definitely true that we could try. I cannot remove this one. I can remove this one, and I can't remove this one. Try not melting plastic and then it happens. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like, if you try for dear life, you can't do it. But if you try to avoid it, no chance in hell. That did make a difference. I think it does go faster, but just marginally, because we still have this tile here as well that is actually going to suck it out. So we have 3 tiles of cold and 1 tile of hot. Let's see. It's less conductive than oil, that's why it's preferred. Okay. I also honestly cannot say that I've ever looked at the capabilities of naphtha. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna build us a ladder. Temp shift plates only transfer heat diagonally. That's not true. The temp shift plates are going in a circle around it. They're literally in the entire area all around it. It's basically a less effective viscose shell. I can see that. Maybe I need to come up with a plastic boiler. They made temp shift plates specifically for transferring heat diagonally. That may have been their purpose. I have never heard about that. But it is still true that they are going in all directions around it. So now we are down to the magma. Now we can probably go ahead and let's see. Now that we are here, down here on the bottom, we have magma, obviously. If we build an airflow tile maybe here, along these lines, all around here. Yeah, airflow tile here, airflow tile here, airflow tile here, dig the rest up, and then put the temp shift plate right here. I wouldn't even have to dig that far, as a matter of fact, but that's fine. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So let's come with some airflow tiles right along here and dig this out. And then let's see what happens. I will need one more over here. Of course, we have no magma trapped up here. Most people build them touching it out diagonally when, for example, building. Yes, no, one, of course. 100%. That is what most people use them for. Like, for example, the standard version of the Volcano tamer that we are somewhat working on over here is to drop down your magma. Basically looking something like this here, right? So you have your magma coming in from up here, something along those lines. You have then some kind of drop down here, and the drop on the bottom has a mesh tile. And then you have a temp shift plate. Let's see. That is, of course, not the real build, not built to scale in any way, shape, or form. You have a temp shift plate right here. And this here you have locked up. Something like that. And you keep on dropping it in. You obviously have a way to remove your igneous rock once it's cooled down. And then down on the bottom right here, you will have your heat chamber and your steam turbines right above it. So obviously that is, of course, what it's used for mainly. But that doesn't mean that's only how it works, though. Can the new robo get in a magma? That's another good question. I did make a magma saber, indeed. Problem is now that we need to get rid of this stuff, so we will need to have a pitcher pump here. Which we can literally just build right there, no problems. As long as it's only the little stencil down here on the bottom that touches the magma and nothing will happen, we are golden. And then we're just going to drop a pitcher pump right here, where we can drop the magma back into where it belongs. Can you mop that? No, it's too much liquid. Too much liquid, guys. We are at 170, 150 kilograms, 300 kilograms. Apparently the guys here don't care really about the magma from the looks of it. Alright, and we're going to go liquid magma. Water bottle number 9. Let's get it done. Let's get it out of there. Up until when we can mop it. That worked out just the way I expected it to. What is left here? 176 kilograms in one single tile, of course. How else would it be? Not optimal, but it worked. We got rid of it. So let's clean up all this hot material. Get rid of our pitcher pump, and then plop another tile right here and have it only touch the magma. At this point, if we plop it right here, we have the airflow tiles that will be touching. And this piece of abyssalite here, which is by itself at 1300 degrees, so it should be fine. So, let's see if that is a true statement or not. Do I not have the infinite storage set to Abyssalite by any chance? No, it is. So you should be able to come by here and grab that stuff. Not sure why you don't. I suppose if you don't want to do it this way, then do it that way. Just get rid of it. Get it out of there. Preferably with a high priority. Oh, you can't get down here anymore. What are the airflow tiles made of? Steel. Doesn't matter. They don't take on any heat. Well, unless I put a temp shift plate there, I suppose, then it might take on heat. So let's try the whole sweeping here again. Not the plastic. And then once again the temp shift plate. Made out of plastic. Also this ladder here needs to go. It's at 1400 degrees. Can't have that. And of course, then in turn the obsidian itself is also at 1400 degrees, which means in turn it has to go. Okay. Moment of truth. Is that going to work or not? Not gonna run that at 10 times speed either. Oh, really? Food time, huh? I sense bad things coming. Yeah, I have a feeling too. Not gonna lie. It became naphtha instantly. The airflow tiles didn't budge. And we have sour gas. I don't know why we have sour gas, but we do have sour gas. We are at 160 degrees. Let's see. It is still taking on... It's taking on... No. Yeah, it's taking on heat now because we have sour gas in here. And the abyssalite here is hot. That is the problem, I believe. Thankfully, we are in a test area where nothing matters, so it's totally fine. If we build these two here out of airflow tiles, so no heat is transferred, we should be okay. So let's do that. We're fine, Croc. I guess that is, the entire area here is absolutely meaningless. Let's see. We do have 300 kilograms. We have some naphtha down here, though. It's still heating up due to the sour gas in the area, taking on heat from the abyssalite, so we really need to get those airflow tiles you built. I will melt main plastic and ladder? No. It stuff's at -20. That wasn't exactly what I wanted, but it is a better result than I expected, honestly. I'm not gonna lie about it. We do have now the abyssalite in here, though. We do need to get rid of that. ASAP, please. Why is the bot not grabbing the abyssalite? I don't understand that part. But we do have liquid naphtha. I also don't know who keeps starving and for what reason. Oh yeah. Now there's only one thing left to do, though. I want to try this here again in a little while. Now that all the hot abyssalite area here is gone all around. The airflow tiles are heating up, of course, because we have sour gas in here. I'm going to grab the naphtha, obviously. I'm going to put it into a somewhat safe location, I suppose. And then I will go ahead and rebuild those airflow tiles here. And try it again without the abyssalite, just to see if it works without getting sour gas, because it should. I mean, honestly, yeah. It should. The nice thing is, again, the area here matters not in any way, shape, or form. The only problem is, where do we put the sour gas now? Also, that probably doesn't matter too much, because it's barely any of it. We can probably go ahead and get rid of this tile here. What do we have up here? Carbon dioxide. Don't care. We're gonna get rid of this tile right here. I'm gonna build us another piece of ladder, just so we can nicely reach this area right here. Gonna build us in a ventilation insulated gas pipe coming through here. And then a high pressure gas vent. And then we just plop a vacuum pump on the other side. Anywhere, doesn't matter. Here for all I care. Probably here is better because the reach is better. Hook this up to the insulated pipe. And then F2. Just like that. Should do the job. And we're just gonna pump the sour gas up to here for right now. Who cares? I was thinking about outer space. But for outer space, I would need a gas pipe that basically goes... Actually, only to right here. Is this here connected to our outer space pipe? Nope, that is not an outer space pipe. That used to be natural gas. That's right. So I would have to build a pipe all the way to the top, and it's just not worth it. Croc says, Discord, let me take a look what you got for me. Melting plastic. Okay, you basically build 3 thermal aquatuners in a room where you just let it run around and then drop it down, which is in a steam room with a single steam turbine but 3 thermal aquatuners. And then how do you get the naphtha out? Once it solidifies, or? You can pump it into a single tile so you can delete it easily. Yeah, we could try to do that. Because it's so little, it's way less than 20 kilograms anyway. Left corner. Let me check that again. Left corner. Okay, you will delete 1 tile. I gotcha. Alright. That is certainly a way to do it, yeah. And yeah, it's actually amazing that this worked out better than I expected it to. Can we please get rid of this stuff here as well, just so we are rid of it? Shouldn't be anything else in here. Oh, that's where the heat's coming from. Get rid of it, damn it. Piece of igneous rock at 1300 degrees. Igneous rock. Not entirely sure where we get igneous rock from at 1300 degrees, but grab it and get it out of here. And don't drop it into my damn oil, please. Let me snip this here off real quick. Because Barris is correct. We can't just, it's so little, we should be able to literally just pump it into one single tile right here. Let me go ahead and... The dupes can't get up there though. Need a ladder somewhere where we can get up there. There we go. Now they can get in there. And once they're in there, we're just going to close this here off. And put in a high pressure gas in. Yeah, you need to get this naphtha out of here ASAP. That is a problem. We need to deconstruct these ladders right here. Not just background buildings, but everything. There we go. And then we will need in plumbing. Hey, where are we at? Pitcher pump. That can live literally right there. Plop us a couple more ladders back in here. Right here. But we can then get down here to mop it eventually. I don't want to go all the way down, actually. There we go. Let me check out the stats of naphtha 1 again. At negative 50 degrees, it becomes solid, so it doesn't really matter where we plop it. We are barely anywhere below 50 degrees. We just need to store it somewhere, basically, for right now. Somewhere out of the heat zone. Where are we going to do that? Again, it just doesn't matter. We can literally just do it right here. So let's do precisely that. We're going to build some insulated tiles, and we're just going to drop it in here. It's completely meaningless, really, where we do it. So right here, we're going to plop us down a ladder that comes down in case we need to. We're going to take us a pitcher pump so we can retrieve it when we have to. And we're gonna grab a bottle emptier and we build on top of it so we can drop it. Totally fine. Negative 19 degrees. There's no danger of anything bad happening. Alright, let's get this here done, but at the same time though, we still need to watch out. We're down to 14 cycles. Slowly but steadily the deadline is approaching. We may have to resort to blocking it back off, but at the bare minimum we do have a vacuum where we wanted one. So good. This here can be deconstructed in F7. We can deconstruct all of this here. Don't need any of it, including this, and of course including the power wire itself as well. So let's tear it out, then build these two and connect these two, and we are good to go. And then down here on the bottom, once again in F6, that is going to be the biggest problem, that we have to come with those pipes here all straight through, and I believe we did it straight on all of them. Yes, we did. So we're gonna hold the same over here. Straight down, liquid vent, plop it in. And then of course one extra liquid vent, which will be right there, just like it is over here. Actually, it's on the left side of it, not the right side. I was just thinking, I don't think we drop it on the conveyor shut off. I think we have it on the conveyor rail thermosensor. So that is totally fine. Other than that, everything else is pretty straightforward. We're just building down, snaking it through. There's really nothing to watch out for. Can we use the manual airlock infinite storage for polluted water? Yes, you can. I used mechanized airlocks built out of a uranium ore, but same difference. So yes, you definitely can do that. Other than that, really nothing crazy going on. Should be able to get this done. Well, the only one thing is, take a look at this. It's just a straight loop. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's going straight through. All right. Simple enough. In F6, as we just said, we're going to take this here, cancel it, and plop it over here where it belongs. Then the radiant liquid pipe built out of the first few tiles, I remember very vividly, I built out of iron just to be safe. So it doesn't melt immediately. We're going to come in here and probably to right there. Then we're going to switch over to aluminum. And just snake it all the way through here until we make it to right there. Very simple and straightforward. And then, of course, up here on the top, we come with an insulated pipe in, and then we're going to come with radiant liquid pipes all the way through, all the way over to right here, with some bridges in between here and there. And then still with radiant liquid pipes all the way up. It doesn't make a difference. To come back down, though, the insulated pipe. Thanks, I love your videos. I appreciate that. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm just going to use your second word in your username, Krishna. I hope that sounds somewhat decent. Thank you very much. So let's come over. And right here, we're just going to come straight back in. Simple as that. That is going to be the entire piping that we need. Other than, of course, this pipe here. Can't forget about it. This is the lava, the magma pipe that needs to come down here. And then down here on the bottom, we will need one more time a liquid valve. Highly, highly important is this liquid valve right here. That we need to plop down here somewhere. But that we need to get rid of the ladder. So let's build everything else first. That's plenty to do here for a minute. Into dupes. Once they have it, we go from there. Do need a drink though. Be right back. Alright, let's see. Yep, progress is being made. Over here, that's built. Over here, that is being built. Please plop that in. Freaking bots. So we can grab that out of here before it heats up even further. I mean, we do have 500 degrees available to us, so I guess another 400 almost to go. No problem. Croc, how long does that setup take to melt 50 kilograms of plastic into naphtha? That is another good question, indeed. So, let's see here. Liquid naphtha, enable auto bottle, number 9. This one here we have to disable though, obviously, because other than that we will create a death loop. But yeah, looking good. Just gotta get it out of here. The obsidian down here. Yeah, we can get that out of here as well, I suppose. Doesn't harm anything, but... we have created a liquid naphtha. And that somehow worked out better than I expected it to. Also, of course, nobody's gonna come down here because I gave him so much to do up here. But this here is definitely priority though, there's no question. While we're at it though, might as well create a little bit more steel because we are running a little low on this stuff here. And we have plenty of everything, 6 tons worth of lime. 149 tons of iron, so let's make me a good 50 of them and let's go. Let's get this stuff out of here before something bad happens. ASAP, please. And also the stuff that's on top of here. I don't want to see any of it. I don't want to have anything end up in here. And then let's build these two before we can close it off one last time. Alright, so far we are looking pretty decent. Even though we are in the middle of a bunch of shenanigans, but it's usually how it goes. Smelina here is complaining about food starvation. What happened here? Not entirely sure what happened here, but sure. And why are you at 100% stress? What is happening here? How is there hydrogen everywhere? What is going on? I mean, seriously though. That is insane. Crazy stuff. Huh. Yeah, I know there is no oxygen. Did we never... We ran out of polluted dirt. We literally ran out of polluted dirt. I didn't foresee that happening anytime soon. Huh. That is a problem now. That is in fact a problem. Didn't we have so much of that stuff that it's not even funny? Shouldn't we still have so much of that stuff that it's not even funny? That is crazy. Apparently not. And we are not creating anything because there's water on top of here. So the polluted water here is actually also not doing anything. Ship it now and teleport 1 dupe. I was thinking about teleporting 1 dupe back. The water here. Why do we have so much water? Where is it coming from? We have literally 560 kilograms worth on as a top layer here. And I don't know why. I mean, right here we have a bottle empty here that's polluted water, but where exactly? We have a sludge press here. That we haven't used for anything, though. Where's the water coming from? I truly don't have an explanation. The mud spinner, we do have it, and it goes over here, but we only used it for a marginal amount of time. And it doesn't put it into our water reservoir. How are we spawning water out of thin air? I don't have an explanation for that either. So that's the second thing today that I do not have an explanation for, because if you guys remember, We were talking about this, that there was a very thin layer of water on here, a few grams. And we were like, we can always just build a mesh tile on here and just mop it up if we have to. I thought there was a spill a bit ago. Not here. There's not really anything that can spill because we don't use any water for anything. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. Okay. What does it matter? We have to fix it one way or another. Did you put ice in your container? We didn't have any over here. Over here, these are all set to organic materials, polluted dirt, mud, all this kind of stuff. These containers here are just for stopping them from off-gassing, really. Some fish clean water. Really? We have a normal pack who's in here, so the only thing that we have is a goldfish. What the hell is a goldfish? Doesn't really say anything, of course, in a databank. How else would it be? Probably from the centrifuge or from a goldfish. Goldfish cleans water. It takes polluted water and creates normal water. Really? I didn't know that either. Wow. I probably should have eaten those things here. I wanted to make a farm out of them eventually. Wow. Yeah, so it's basically the goldfish that more or less killed us, because the sublimation station was, of course, a good thing to have, but there's enough polluted water here that would have kept us alive for a long time. That is a problem now. But not a very big one, honestly. Let's see. First of all, die, bloody fish. And second of all, let's get rid of this cobalt ore right here. The only problem is we have so little in here. We need to find a short-term solution to create something. Or get something, but there's really nothing around here other than, of course, those pockets. So we may have to just dig into those pockets and try to extract a little bit out of here. What's the best way to do this? Let's go through here. Let's go through there. Let's come through here. Of course, these will be ladders here in a second. Need to come through there. Need to come through all the way through here. Here we have a piece. Thankfully, digging it up doesn't make a difference anymore. We should be able to get in here. And then, of course, ladders here and ladders there, just so we can get a little bit out. And then right here on the bottom, we also going to come down with ladders. Not you, we don't need you. Just so we can get a little bit of oxygen into this area. Still doesn't explain really why they're starving. Why is it broken? That's another question, though. Are they feeding it something it shouldn't be fed? Is it overheating? Oh, he's hitting it. Of course. He's hitting it. That's why it's broken. What do we have in here? Anything useful? More Drecklet eggs. We're going to use those over here real quick while we're at it. So a goldfish almost killed the second colony. Wow. 1 second, you don't pay attention. You always have a 1% chance to have it. Yeah. The only thing is, they don't really feel like working right now because all of their stresses are extremely high. Dog number 27 doesn't give a shit though. He's at 1%. He's like, hey, no air, no food. The fish is killing us all. It's totally fine, man. That is hilarious. Come on, somebody, please get down here and get digging. Do I need to turn up the priority, apparently? Where nothing will get done as usual? Come on, do it. There's so little oxygen in here. Crazy. But of course, you're building these here first, which I still don't know why they disappeared, but sure. Not what we need right now. Do you have any algae here? That's another good question. I don't think so. At 500 kilograms, I guess it's better than nothing. Definitely worth building a diffuser here just for a minute or so. Until it runs out. Can't spend too much time here though. Gotta go back here and finish this up as well. Gotta prioritize a little bit. So let's see right here. This is built, which means right here we can close this now off. So this here is completed. Let me double check everything's completed. Yes, we have the loop. Everything's good. This here will be set to 10 grams. I'm curious, why didn't you use electrolyzer to make more oxygen? Because we don't have any algae. I mean, we have 500 kilograms, but that is really nothing in the grand scheme of things. And the truth be told is, Smelina over here is really just an afterthought. Eventually, I will probably... I don't know yet, honestly, what we're gonna do here. At the moment, it's mainly to extract gold. That's all we're doing here, trying to keep the dupes alive. That's it. Oh, you mean electrolyzer. Sorry. I thought you meant oxygen diffuser. I can't read anymore. Yeah, we could use one. We do have water. That is correct. Not algae. Definitely an option available to us if we have to. Let's see. Let's see for a minute if we can fix it in a different way. Because we also don't really have too much water over here. Other than we would have to tame this cool steam vent right here. Which clearly we haven't, as you can see. This water here is just sitting around for right now. Trying to find a short-term solution so later on I can go into a long-term solution. There's some oxalite too. Yeah, there's some oxalite over here. We can, as soon as the dupes finally decide to actually go in this direction, come over here and grab this stuff. There we go. That will actually unearth it once they finally decide to do it. There we go. Getting into this way. Or not. Problem is that we just have so little oxygen around. Once we get this oxalite here, this digging here should get a hell of a lot faster. I hope. But yeah, let's hold on for 1 minute here. One thing after the next. One crisis to handle after another. Can't handle them all at once. So, right here we need to come in and back out. For this ladder here has to go. And the ladder below as well, while we're at it, I suppose. We will have to go lower, though. We're gonna come all the way through here. Because the last puzzle piece missing, of course, in 12 cycles is down here on the bottom. Our output. Need that as well. Don't want to play the game. Just want to set it up so we have it available. In shipping, we need our trusty conveyor meter. Then we're just going to plop right underneath this piece right here. And then some metal tiles that go along, made out of aluminum. How many did we put the other one? 5, I believe. It is 6. That works. So let's put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on here. That's 7. There we go. Let's do exactly that. We need one more tile to get through here, though. Something like this here. And of course, then we will need just some ladders or something so the dupes can walk along here. And now they should be able to build all this here without a big problem. Alright. Can we now please dig this here up? At least this tile right here. So we can get a little bit of oxygen into this sucker. There we go. Just a tiny little bit. Anything's better than nothing. There we go. Then you just gotta come down here, take a deep breath, and dig your way through all of this nonsense here. Also, the 500 kilogram of algae that we have should be brought by rather sooner than later, preferably. And then, yes, we will probably build a really quick one electrolyzer build just to take care of it. Thankfully, we have still 90,000 kilocalories, so it doesn't matter too much that hydrogen has taken over the entire base. Not entirely sure why nobody's digging, though. Maybe you need to stop laying around there, Barris, and actually get down there and dig. They may have to cut the power to that thing here at the bare minimum temporarily. But yeah, now we are looking better in this down area here. Very good. Thankfully, a somewhat easy recovery. Let's dig this here up as well. You know, we don't even have to do it this way. Let's just let the Sweetles out, who cares? How is the overall temperature? On Smelino, we are rather warm. We're not hot, but we are warm. Of course, we have volcanoes left and right and all around us. But other than that, it's not too shabby. How does the conveyor meter setup work? The conveyor meter setup works by... Let's come over here. I have it set to 6. So, is it running right now? Yes, it is running right now. Looks like our volcano here erupted. You can actually watch it happening. We are putting 20 kilograms or however much is in here into the conveyor meter. The conveyor meter is set to a certain limit, and this limit is in here. The amount that can be put at a maximum on one piece of rail. You can see here the amounts are all over the place because the amounts are all over the place on our main rail. But if the main rail were to be 20 kilograms per tile, as it's supposed to be, it would take out 6 kilograms every single time around, as long as it can. And then you basically just take an automation wire and connect the input to the output, or to reset one to the input, and it will automatically reset itself. So once it reaches 6, it will send a signal over and reset itself over and over and over again. So basically you're reducing the mass of the material that you're sending through your metal tiles, so they can cool down easier due to the lower amount of mass. That's the idea of the conveyor meter right here. Filtered water pump and open electrolyzer for a temporary solution. I'm probably going to make something like that more of a permanent solution, honestly. I'm probably just going to build it, and I let the hydrogen gas just went out into space because nobody cares. So you can change it around depending on the build to get the sweet spot. Yes, that is exactly right, Red. So for different materials, gold obviously has a different thermal conductivity than, for example, aluminum, say, or iron, or whatever it may be. So you can play around here. So this one here is set up to 3, for example, right? So yeah, you can play around until you get the desired output, hotter or colder, whatever you want it to be. It's really nice. Usually I just put my electrolyzer next to the ice biome. It cooled down my oxygen automatically and fill my entire asteroid with cool oxygen automatically. Yeah. That's smart. That is definitely a temporary solution. We'll use this in my next build and try it out. Absolutely. Since there's okay, been fighting lag all day, probably going to sign off. I'll see you in the next stream, Beer. Sin, thank you very much for joining. Really sucks that your internet provider lets you down, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. What was that slug doing again? It sucks up... it sucks up gas and puts it into a pipe, I believe. That's basically the last thing that we want if it gets to oxygen, so we're gonna murder it. Is there any others of those? No. But slowly but steadily we are getting access to more areas. Our breedability is slowly but steadily getting better again. Oh, look at this pocket right here. Completely missed you. Ah, you're not gonna say no to you? Of course not. Come here, brother. I'm gonna come straight through here. That's totally fine. Get rid of this shit. And then get in here. That's polluted oxygen, but polluted oxygen is definitely better than no oxygen. Yeah, I thought he might be sucking up the O2. Yeah. Worried about that too, honestly. That's the last thing we need. One more thing that sucks up my oxygen. Can we see what it contains? We can. Holy shit. 600 and... What? 675 kilograms worth of carbon dioxide, 65 kilograms worth of hydrogen, and 136 kilograms of chlorine gas? So you're telling me you sucked up a combined roughly 800 850 kilograms worth of gas. Oh god. Now what happens when I kill it? Will all this shit be released? Does anybody have an answer to that question? Exactly, Red. Will it explode if you kill it? I don't know. Yes, it will explode? Yes, it will? Oh god. Then we probably shouldn't do that right now, because the last thing that we need is 675 kilograms of carbon dioxide in our base. Good morning. I've been sat here listening to your slug woes. I had a pincher move by smoke slug on the pipe moving in the water. Yes, they do explode gas liquid. Ah. Yeah, okay, then we probably shouldn't kill this thing, but what are we going to do with it then? Now, the next question then is, maybe they are more useful than we think. Is there a maximum amount? Is there a maximum of how much gas it can suck up? Because theoretically, you could just build a stable, kind of like we did over here for our pip. Like, our pip is in here really happy and stuff and whatnot. And we just don't do anything with it. It's 100% wild, like we don't do nothing with it. It's not getting groomed or anything. So could you do the exact same thing with those smoke slugs and basically have it remove your carbon dioxide for you? Food decayed. What? Oh, right here. Oh, because our fridges are full. What a bad problem to have. Also, apparently, we probably need to move our tile here one higher. I've never seen one with that much gas in them. I had one in the plug slug farm to pump out the H2 from the range to the H2 generators. Sponge slugs release their stored liquid, so I assume smoke slugs will as well. Well, in the description at least, it says... let me see here. At night, they sleep near exposed gas pipes where they deposit their cache. So if there is no exposed gas pipe, I'm assuming they can't release it, right? And look at this here. So the O2 is not even a concern. That draw in unbreathable gases. So he cannot actually take in any oxygen. So that is actually not a concern at all. Huh. That is actually quite interesting. So maybe, as it turns out, that thing here may be more useful than we thought. Make a gas pipe to outer space? Yeah, for example, that would be definitely a viable thing to do. Like I said, you could literally just build a little room down here. With just a critter drop-off, capture those things, throw it in there, have it suck up all the carbon dioxide, and basically accomplish the exact same thing we did over here. Just without the gas pump. Huh. That is interesting. But yes, we are still maxed out on food over here though. But I don't really care at this very moment, to be very honest with you. Not my concern in any way, shape or form. How much do we have left? 10 cycles. With all the other stuff that we ended up trying and doing around here, we actually maxed out almost our 25 cycles, which is crazy. Of course, the dupes can't build anything because they can't get down here, so there is that issue. Something else that we have to fix. So let's do this. Bring the ladder down here, because once again, we will need another valve that lives right here. That goes in, that goes out. And then over here, we have set this one to 999 grams per second. Yep, that's what I thought. And we're good. You need only doors in this coal power plant and some pipes. Yeah. That's it. Like I said, one step after the next. We need to finish this and we need to keep them alive over there for now. And then we can take a look into better solutions. I will start feeling the pain once you start to feed your food storage to the resin tree. Yeah. Yep. But so far, we haven't found him yet. Alright, let's build this here. What is the temperature out here? Oh yeah, we're totally fine. This here, we need to set up directly to... We said naphtha. That's another problem. Obviously, we don't have any naphtha anywhere around here. For our petroleum, that would be very easy because we just need to get a drop over here. For naphtha, we need to build something to actually get it in here. So yeah, another issue that we need to deal with here in a very short amount of time. How are we gonna do that? No matter what we do, it's going to be an insane build for something that we don't really need. So we're going to build this little box. Going to put us a pump into this little box. Then connect this pump to our input up here. And this one here, I still need to set to... Let's see. Liquid naphtha, that's how you write that apparently. Bring this over. Here a ladder. Just for completeness sake, so we can access it from both sides. Another ladder from here. And then, of course, a bottle emptier anywhere, somewhere, right there. If you have a bottle, you can move it. We don't have a bottle, I believe. Down here on the bottom. Actually, by now it does become a problem. We really need to start sucking the stuff here out. That is now slowly but steadily becoming an issue. Which is, yeah. So far okay, though. I'm gonna deconstruct this here real quick. If I do pass time, or I bought for that matter, that should take seconds to get this here accomplished. Then we can start pumping. We just need to get rid of this gas here. Again, it is not very much. Even though it's a big area, it shouldn't take very long. We need a tile here. Let's build that. As a matter of fact, we don't need insulated tiles because I'm pretty sure if the biobots are anything like the normal bots, then they can build normal tiles, but not insulated tiles. So let's try that to have the bots do it, just to speed up the process a little bit. Or maybe they just don't feel like doing anything at all. Not entirely sure who's doing what. That's the one downside of having the bots around. They're extremely slow compared to the dupes. One more tile right here. And then get rid of this tile. And then build us once again the high pressure gas vent right here. You need to stop fixing this thing, please, because we don't need it. You can actually deconstruct it. Thank you. And once we have this here, it says unreachable build, which it shouldn't be, because we should be able to build through the corner right here. Worst case scenario, nope, don't want to, well, you can always build me one tile right here, so a dupe can stand here, I suppose, even though that should work. Because it did a minute ago. Of course, I once again built an insulated tile on accident. I will take a look at that in a second, von Ryland. I am not ignoring your message. Just need to dig the algae above, right here. Yeah, we could take that stuff. We probably still have algae, because we haven't used it on this planet in a long time, so we could actually take all this algae and just send it over. We don't need it here for anything. Doesn't make a difference right now. There we go. Let's take this up. And you should be able to build this now. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to, because... Yeah. Why? Or this way. Either way around should work. If you take the algae above, then they can build it. It shouldn't make a difference if I build from this direction or from that direction. They cannot build it. Huh. Now explain that to me. I truly don't understand. Some things can't be built diagonally, I agree, but we already had it built diagonally. Like literally, it was already there, we just dug into it, deconstructed it, now we want to rebuild it. Same as conveyor chute? Again, I would agree, if we wouldn't have already done it. Oh god. I'm telling you, this game, sometimes... I mean, we literally did exactly that, with this tile here still being built and no access from this side. And built it literally from this piece of ladders through here, without a hiccup. Nobody complained, everybody was fine with it. Not anymore. Nothing changed. Is there any reason you need to build it in a vacuum? No, there isn't a reason. Other than Barry's recommended that we should build it in a single tile. We can delete it easier. So I figured might as well, since we are at it. But apparently, that ain't it. Yeah, of course. That's also fine though. Let's see. If I have now this tile here open. Don't think you can build diagonal vents. Again, we just did it. It may need a second space above. Hold on, I want to try this here one more time. Build this here first, please. How are we doing over here? Are we digging? Are we getting better? Not optimal, obviously, but it's okay. Let's go back to ColdDL real quick and send this algae over while we're at it. This here should be the correct conveyor loader. And of course, it is. LG number 9, allow manual use. Let's send it over. Can't hurt anything for right now. That just buys us more time to mess with this here. So now we have a tile above it. Unreachable build. I don't get it. Again, I would agree with all of you guys in a heartbeat if we wouldn't have just done the exact same thing literally a second ago. I mean, it's... But okay, let's build it like this. And then plop it above. Close it off. Let's grab this algae here while we're at it. Immediately take it with you. Don't want to see it anymore. And then once the stuff here is gone, we're going to close it off. There we go. Once this is built, now we can put it in there. It's only carbon dioxide, which will be compressed into one tile, and the sour gas should be compressed in the other tile. Should actually work out in our favor here, in this particular case. Hey, nay. That is insane. Absolute insane. Now we have the carbon dioxide on the bottom, and the sour gas on top, and we should be okay. Alright. Now we just need to make sure that we get this igneous rock out of here. Anything that contains more heat than it should. And we just empty out all the sour gas right here. We will see if this area here is enough for it or not. Since the area is so big, it's really hard to tell how much sour gas we actually have. I guess we will find out though. New print available. What do we have? Fruit preserve. Okay, we take that. Not over here though, because we already have no storage. So we're gonna grab it over here. Down here, we're still digging. Somewhat. Sometimes. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell, I guess. But now we are creating normal oxygen. So they will be fine again, at least for a little while. Okay. Back to our bloody volcano. You heard a ding? Meteors detected in space? I'm pretty sure that thing was the, wasn't that the printing pod? I think it was, but could be wrong. Okay, now, we will need, of course, a power outlet as well, which we currently don't have. Almost forgot about it. Can't forget about that. I'm gonna go straight for heavy conductive. Plop it right there. Heavy conductive wire. Gonna come through here. Gonna hook all of these up. If I don't do it now, I will forget later. And then our conductive wire here, of course, will need to come all the way straight down here and connect all of this stuff here up as well. There we go. Your sound for asteroid detection made me check my map. Was that actually asteroid detection? Oh yeah, it was. Okay. I thought it was the printing boat. Either way though, it's fine. Alright. At least this thing here is almost complete. Now here, liquid naphtha 9, enable auto bottle. Just gonna watch this here for a second because we only need so much, which is not very much at all. Very nice. Everything's fine, everything's good. Only thing missing, of course, is still the auto sweeper up here. And I think that should be the end of it. Is the plastic naphtha sour gas conversion all 1-to-1? If you only ever made one batch of naphtha, you used 800 kilograms of plastic for the tile. That is a good question that I actually don't know. I guess we will find out. We're at 6.3 kilograms and we basically removed, just judging from these tiles here that are close. Well, actually, it may be a hell of a lot more than expected. That may become a problem. We will see, I guess. Yeah, it may be a hell of a lot more than expected. Yes, it should be 1-to-1. The problem is usually, you know, you have a tiny little box. Where you just do this here. Oh, it's 91 tiles times 60 grams. It's fine. Here, it's kind of hard to do. In an absolute worst case scenario. We are just going to make this entire area here a bloody sour gas area and call it a day. For now. Or, even better, I may need to build that pipe to space after all. As a matter of fact, this area in here is all natural gas. I believe. I don't think there's anything but natural gas in here. Since we are not creating any more natural gas in this area ever. We can't just pump this here out, and once it's gone, we can just repurpose this pipe because we won't need it anymore. Worst case, you can delete the top tile and deconstruct it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, very true. You can literally just plop a tile in here. Over and over and over again. True, very true. That's probably the simplest solution. Didn't even think of that. Well, that will put it down here. Now we are back at the original problem, though. Because the original problem was that we couldn't build the high pressure gas vent. How are we gonna do this? There is really no good solution because, again, I was able to build a high-pressure gas vent a few minutes ago, and now all of a sudden I can't anymore. So, we'll just pump it in here for right this very second. We could drop a bit of liquid there and make it an infinite storage, but why should I infinite storage sour gas, right? The general idea was to delete it. Now you need to add CO2 by pipe. Well, the thing is, we actually had CO2 in here. We had 1,728 grams, which got deleted from existence, and that was before I built the tile. Because I thought, hey, I accidentally built a infinite storage. No, it got annihilated. It got completely annihilated. How's the temperature? Totally fine. So wait, let's pump this here out. The nice thing is we probably also don't need those polymer presses here anymore, at least not for maybe a tiny little bit more. But the problem is that we don't have any glossy Dreckos yet. So up until we have glossy Dreckos, then we can go ahead and start with deconstructing this entire area here. We don't need it anymore. Dreckos will produce more than enough plastic than we will ever need. They dug out the rest of the oxalite down here. And up here on the top, we still have the oxygen diffuser going. Not for very long though, gotta keep an eye on that. But generally speaking, we're good. Just check the footage. You thought they built a vent diagonally, but you ordered them to from other side and forgot about the vent, solved the O2 problem, and tackled lots of other projects. Really? They did not build it through the corner? Huh. I could have sworn everything on that. That's so wrong. I guess you can't be that wrong. Wow. Wow. Alright then. But I built it from the dig side. I thought we did that later. And that's what happens when you have 17 projects going on at once that you're trying to complete. But all the natural gas here is going to be gone in a second, and we can repurpose this pipe here, and this problem will be absolutely and forever in the past. If we can empty this pipe, that is, I guess. I suppose we will need a second gas reservoir here if we want to accomplish that quickly. So let's do that. We are going to take the pipe that's coming from the bottom. Let's see where it goes. Yep, just as simple as that. Going to rebuild this pipe here on the top. Gonna come over and then connect it up like this. There we go. Okay. I think you can corner a deconstruct vent. Yeah, we definitely can do that. That would be a temporary solution. I guess we could do that also over and over again. And what I mean with that is we can build a tile right here to push all the gas down. Once all the gas is down, deconstruct the high pressure gas vent through the corner. And once that is done, build another tile through this corner. But that is just a lot of work for really no gain, honestly. So we will just vent that stuff to space and call it. Right here, we will need one more thing that I almost forgot, and that is, of course, we need to cool this here. What am I thinking? Right here, we literally just came through and back up. There we go. That's what we did there, and we're going to do the same thing here again. So basically, with this pipe right here, we came down here with a radiant liquid pipe, went through this entire area, then came down, came back over, and then with a liquid bridge, came back up. Something just like that. We will also need to fill this liquid reservoir here. 7.2 cycles, not a big deal. At least this here is working the way it should. Good grief. Do we have naphtha yet? No. Why? Because this is disabled, of course. Enable. Disable auto bottle. There we go. What is it still pumping? Oh, it's still filling up the pipe, isn't it? Yeah, it's still filling up the pipe right here. We can now deconstruct this here. That should be possible through the corner, I would hope. Let's see. How many kilograms of sourdough is in there? Well, the truth is, if it is a 1-to-1 conversion, we have about 450, 500 kilograms, so there should be about 300 kilograms here. Give or take. Let's see. Can they deconstruct this here? I don't see anybody moving in our direction, so that may not be possible either. Here we have somebody coming. Where are you going? What are you up to? You're just grabbing some iron ore from down here. So apparently deconstructing through the corner is also not a thing. Might want to go back to the stream and see what happened with the vent building. Barry said yes. He did that already. And apparently what happened is, and I just didn't realize it, and apparently none of us did, that I gave the deconstruct command for this area here, and then they built it from the right, where I thought they built it through this corner here, and apparently that didn't happen. Bears checked for us. And that's totally fine, Bears. No problem whatsoever. Oh, why? He's literally just standing there, having the time of his life while being boiled alive. You gotta be joking. So we just put some naphtha in here. More than one bottle, supposedly, I guess. LOL, okay, at least we know. Yeah. So, now let's hook this pipe here up, or this pump here up. Let's suck up one single tile. That's 6 kilograms. That's more than we will ever need. Therefore, let's snip it back off. And let's bring this in here. And let's see what happens. It brings it through. And we're repeating exactly the same cycle as we are doing in the other build. Over here. Just that here we have petroleum. And here we have the supposedly safer, but definitely much harder to obtain naphtha. Please check Aaron's tab on vent. Sure. Unreachable, unreachable, unreachable. There's our answer. And we're just filling the pipe now with the gas, which is still better than nothing, I suppose. Six kilograms, it will never drop to lava now? Well, good. That would be good. It's definitely safer than the Gemster is starving. We literally have so much food that it's rotting on top of our farm tiles because we don't know where to put all this stuff right now. And you're complaining about that it's rotting. We really need to build us an infinite storage for our food. Not gonna lie, that has to happen at this point. So far we could avoid it because we didn't have that much, but now it needs to be done. Okay, let's come around here and box this in. Of course, dupes won't be happy about that, but they usually aren't about a lot of things, so what can we do? Let's build another piece of ladder right here so the dupes can get around here. No, they cannot because it needs to be one lower. Here, here, and there. Which then means this can get deconstructed and we are golden once again. And on Smelina, again, gotta still keep an eye on it. We only sent about 5 tons or so over of algae. So it's not like you're gonna be good here for the next 700 million cycles. Yeah, 4.48 tons are still here. I did my infinite food storage on turn 84. Well, you know, it always depends on what you think your priority is, right? Here, we didn't need it up until like maybe 40 cycles ago or so. 620 maybe, 610, something along those lines. But yeah. Is this empty now? Basically, that counts as empty. Where does my gas go now? Exactly where it should. What is entombed now? Hold your horses. We're going to get rid of this gas pump here. Don't need it. If this natural gas here goes into the base, who cares? I don't. We're talking about milligrams at this point, so it's totally fine. And we are going to then repurpose this pipe here once it's empty. Who is entombed? Sin. Of course. Get him out of there. And I would highly appreciate it if you don't build yourself in either, Conan. And who is suffocating? Hold on. Is it still Sin? Yeah, it's still Sin. It's Sin because he can't get out. Because this piece of ladder here is not built. We need this piece of ladder. Yeah, that is a little bit of a problem here. Let's go max priority on all three of those pieces here, probably. Actually, if we deconstruct this tile here, he can get out. There we go. No need for all this noise. Oh, come on, Kionis. Really? Bye, Sin. Bye, Conan, if he keeps doing what he's doing. Look at this weirdo. Stop that. Get out of there. Somebody. He stoops. Do I really need to dig those two back up? Because nobody is capable of digging out this one tile right here. Apparently so. I'm telling you. I've never seen anything so suicidal as a dupe. Okay, we are not going to build any insulated tiles. Apparently we are not capable of doing that before we dig this stuff out. The infinite food storage is placed in the center of the base, making it very efficient. That would be a good place for it to be, I agree. Please dig this out. Or you get yourself stuck again somehow. There we go. Alright, this pipe here should be empty by now as well, while we're at it. Beautiful it is, making sure it's not connected to anything else. It isn't. We can literally just do this here, and then cut it off right there. And now it will be, well, per definition, a pipe that goes straight to space. Which means, in turn, we can't just use a normal gas pipe because who cares? So once again, our bots can build it. We can literally just build it all the way up here and in. Not exactly like that, maybe, but something like that, maybe. You can then deconstruct this tile right here, which lets us diagonally build through this piece right here. Event, I mean. There's some period of remaining fullness where they are considered to be starving, but they don't get an alert if they can identify the food they're planning to eat and aren't obstructed from it, I speculate. There's probably something like that going on. I mean, they're saying they're starving, but they still have like 900 calories left over, which is plenty. So now, we have our Sara gas exiting the area. Of course, with the exception of the Sara gas that we already pumped into here. So there are 20 kilograms left in this area. Which, of course, we could just open this here back up and let the 20 kilograms back in, which, of course, would have then been completely in vain to pump it out of there. But we're going to do it anyway. It's fine. It's no problem at all. And we can also get officially get rid of this high-pressure gas vent right here. And then return somewhat back to normalcy. There we go. Let's build our wall back up. So there is now actually this one here we're going to leave open so we can create the vacuum that we want. And we are good. Now this here can just pump until it's a vacuum again, and we don't care. Alright. Let's see. We need to fill this liquid reservoir here with a bunch of water, or polluted water to be precise. Doesn't even have to be polluted water. We could even use the salt water here if we wanted to. Do we have a pipe or anything nearby that we can utilize. Let's see. This is a water pipe. We can't use that. We don't want to use water. We definitely want to use polluted water or something like that. Probably just going to come in. How is the O2 supply on the other planetoid? We will check that once we put that pipe in. So let's go ahead and just put a pipe over here. Straight across. That'll do it. With a liquid bridge. Right the moment we're pumping it out, it comes up, it comes down, and then it will come over. Very simple. And we're also gonna just use a normal pipe because it makes no difference whatsoever. There we go. Gonna rip that back out in a second anyway. And on Smelina, O2. We are somewhat back thanks to our electrolyzer. Again, still just a temporary solution. And now my question is, now the polluted water is on top again. Now what happened with our water? Nobody did anything. Nothing was moved. I didn't do anything. Oh, no, I did something. Haha, that's right. This one tile here I dug up. That is very nice. So now we are actually having the polluted water coming up as well, which is very, very awesome. And what do I see? Paris gifting 10 memberships once again. Thank you very, very much, Barris. I truly appreciate that. We got Red, Mitosis, Joshua, a name that I unfortunately can't read because my Cyrillic is not that good. We have Kilburn, we have Alan, we have Fong, we have Ragnar, Philip, and Marcus Wecker, or Markus Wecker, as we say in Germany. All of you got a free gift from Barris, so please let him know in chat. Thank you very much for that. Alright. You have water on top, but little check it again. Yeah, I remember now. I almost forgot about this. There was one piece of cobalt right here that I dug up to exactly accomplish this here. Literally to drain the water just out somewhere for now. There's still tons of it here. Literally. In those pockets that are still left over, there's a ton everywhere. Except down there. Even that is 1 ton of water. This here can be, of course, mopped. But down here on the bottom, this here, we will just pump out later or do something with it. It doesn't matter too much. But there's still a little bit on top, yeah? Let's see. Polluted water is not off-gassing. Yeah, it's not off-gassing because... Let's see. We still have a little bit of water on top of here. So now we can use the mesh tiles on top of here. We're just going to plop in an entire row of it. Doesn't matter. Also don't care what it's made out of. So let's see here. Come on. Come on. And once that's built, we can just mop through it. Please don't get stuck with your head in there, Brandon. Okay. While they're building over there, and let's take another look at over here. Of course, the pipe has been built in absolutely no time. No surprise there. Well, I thank you for your streams. I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Barris. And again, thank you very much for the memberships. Truly appreciate it. And I truly hope you have a good night. So we are just going to, once again, fill this here. And I like to overfill those liquid reservoirs if I have the ability to do so. Because you never know if you need to extend it. I mean, usually you have way more capability. Like, look at this radiant liquid pipe right here. It's a -9 degrees. If we want to hook something else up to it, we could in a heartbeat without a problem. So, yeah. What's so special about the membership? Really not a hell of a lot, to be very honest with you. It just helps me at the end of the day. It supports me directly. It's kind of like a super chat. It's kind of like a subscription on Twitch, if that tells you anything. There is member-exclusive content that I could make, which I don't do because I don't have barely time to make normal content. So Unfortunately, you don't really get anything out of it other than having your name written in a different color in the chat, and you get the fancy bear paw beside your name. So yeah, that is what that is all about. The cheapest membership that I have is 99 cents, I believe. And the normal one is, I believe, $3.99. So yeah, that's how it works. I told the girl I got a membership and she was instantly wet. Yeah, of course, down here on the bottom, this thing here is not turned on because we don't even have any water in here or anything. So we need to turn this here off, and we're just going to take over on the left side right here, copy the settings, and then copy the settings of this sensor right here as well. There we go. Of course, it will turn on again unless I set it to below, and we're good. Of course, it's a little bit warm in here right now, but that's totally fine. We just need to get a tiny little bit of water in here. Is there anything else that we're missing in this room? I don't think so. I think everything has been completed. Let me double check in F6. We have the radiant liquid pipe. All right, very nice. Other than that, we still need the rails. Yep, the rails are needed. So let's plop these in. Don't need them out of steel though, that's overkill. Shouldn't get anywhere near that hot in there. What can we use? What do we have plenty of? Aluminum ore will get the job done. Probably gonna put some steel over here, but that's about it. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna come straight through here, and we're gonna switch over to steel just for these few tiles that are going across here. I'm gonna come back, something like this. Connect it up, and then come back all the way through and back into here. And then from here we're gonna come down, and then from here we're gonna come out. That is basically the entire setup. Oh, stop that. And then from here, straight up. There we go. Hey, Beer, why is the place filled with carbon dioxide? You mean down here? That has a very simple reason. I put this atmos sensor here to above 1600 because it was so low that I said it's constantly running for no particular reason. So I can just set it to above 500. And it will pump that stuff back into space. Jim Nanny, of course, getting hurt a tiny little bit because it's still bloody hot in here, obviously. That will have to happen here for a few seconds, but that's totally fine. The steam engine site. Oh, you mean this area right here? Because we haven't created a vacuum yet. That is because we haven't created a vacuum yet. Because we haven't built everything that we need. Please don't stand there. Of course, he just keeps standing here. He's like, oh, it's hot. That's fine. Problem is we can't reach this here again. That's sad. Let's dig up every third tile so we can get there. And that should make it reachable for everything. Alright, so far we are looking decent. We will have to get rid of one of those steam turbines here again, though. That is unfortunate. But it's okay. And last but not least, of course, we will also need an auto sweeper. Auto sweeper can live right here. We just needed to touch the area where we have our output. And it needs to be made out of steel. That's important. This here is all steel. Yep, all good. Rebuild Echo Tuner to reset temp. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, we're gonna do that in a second. We'll need to get, again, rid of one steam turbine here. Gonna deconstruct it. How much do we have left? 3.7 cycles. We get this. No problem. And up here, we can now cut off this wire here again, or better to say down here on the bottom. This here. Stop that. And then we will bring it along this pipe here until it's completely empty. And then get rid of the pipe. Power wire for sweeper, good call. Almost missed that. I'm gonna put that in as well. This here is done. We can put those back in. And this time we're also going to use a different method of creating a vacuum because we are a little bit under time pressure here. So we're going to close this here off. All we're going to do differently is we're going to put an airflow tile here. And we are going to put an airflow tile on the other side. And then we're using 2 different liquids of some sort. We will see. Do we have access to salt water anywhere? Didn't we have it? Yeah, we have salt water, brine down here. We're going to use some brine. We're going to use a little bit of water. And that'll fix that in a heartbeat. Come on, plop those 2 in. Then get rid of 1 insulated tile right here. Should have probably been smarter. No, we can still do it. I was about to say, if we would be able to reach it with the auto sweeper, we don't have to do anything. You're gonna get steam? No, it should be okay. This here will be set to everything. Temperatures are low enough by now. Thermal tune is down to 110 degrees. Nah, we're totally fine here in this area. Especially now that we pick up the igneous rock. Even that by itself will remove a bunch of heat. The only question is, why is it not exiting? Because this here is set to 0. Did we not put the wire in? Did I ever get the automation wire? Oh, of course I did. Even though I talked about it earlier and I wanted to put it in, then I explained it over here and never did it on the right side. So let's put that in here so we can actually go ahead and build this stuff. We'll need another ladder so we can reach it, and then we should be good to go. Last but not least, of course, in plumbing, a bottle emptier. Now we just need this wire here, guys, please. Last time I tried the technique, my tile broke due to steam pressure. Once you once you conceal it, you can see that happening. Yep. All right, the bottle emptier. We are going to set it to. Do we still have any water? Actually, by the way, are we melting this stuff? -7, -6, -1.2, -3.3. And 0.5. Okay, we're good. We don't need a lot in here. We're gonna get started with brine though. Brine, water bottle 9. Let's go. And there's the first layer of brine. Having all the carbon dioxide up here in the top. We're going to put a couple more bottles of brine in there. And then we just put 1 single bottle of water in there because brine we have and we don't need it for anything. Whereas water, we should be a little bit careful with it. You're going to have a bunch of salt in here and whatnot. It's not going to look pretty, but it will work. So, and that's what counts at the end of the day. 2.8 cycles, we're good. Oxygen, we are fine. No worries at all. At the moment, at least. And we can also start mopping now all this water here that's on the top tiles of these mesh tiles, and then they will start outgassing. So let's see if we can make that happen. Of course, they're going to mop up a lot right here because we do have that ton of water underneath here. So that will be a little bit more than they see coming, and now these here start outgassing. The only thing that we of course need is sand. Do we still have sand over here? Yeah, we still have 5 tons, and we can always bring more over whenever we have to. Alright, so we are officially producing oxygen from 2 sources again, which is a good thing. Are we bringing over more algae? Dirt. Why are we bringing dirt over? Was dirt selected on here on accident? Did I do that? That may well be. Apparently so. All I wanted was algae, but we got dirt. That's okay. We can always bring it back over. And of course, the sour gas is down to 1500 micrograms. Getting there. In F3, sour gas. Of course, the lower the mass, the higher the temperature. But eventually it will be a vacuum. And it will just get deleted. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, how much water do we have in here? Or brine, better to say. Apparently I didn't bring any more, or not much more. I'm gonna switch over to water though. There's one more bottle. Let's let that one finish. Then one bottle of water. And it is going to be more than enough water. Or fluid in general. That will become steam. There we go. Brine off, water on. I am also worried about my pump down there. We will see how that works out, yes. We will see how that works out. But theoretically, since the mass is so small, I hope that we are fine. Again, we'll see how that goes. Here is our bottle of water. Bottle of water is in. Deconstruct this. Empty, or not empty. Close this off. And, of course, get rid of the airflow tiles as well. Alright. That is that. And once that stuff is built, we're going to switch this here so we actually start cooling our water and not just having it run around here for no reason. And there we go. Steam turbine back in action. At least the top here we can clean up. Wait, is it time to set up a deoxidizer teleportation system? Like, actually useful? You mean to send the oxygen over to Smelina? Petrol under steam turbines. Where are we at? Under these steam turbines? Petroleum? Don't see any. Not sure what I'm missing again, but don't see any. Oh, you meant to put some in here. Now I gotcha. I'm actually not going to use petroleum. I'm actually going to use this crude oil right here. Not yet, though. I'm going to do that here in a second. Once this thing here is actually running. Because if we have to get in here for whatever reason it may be, I still want to have this liquid lock here in place. But once we're done, I am just going to deconstruct this tile here. It will drop down and it'll be fine. Alright. What do we have? 1.9 cycles. Plenty. Now over here. How are we looking? Of course, you're still trying to mop up. Barris is not very happy about his job right now, I'm sure. But we're going to mop some more, up until we can't anymore. Grab as much water out of there as we can. And I guess I will have to keep in mind to check on here more often and see if we have a damn goldfish, or whatever that thing was called. Had no idea that's a thing. But I can see how that can be potentially useful, though. Just not in this particular case. Why such a roundabout way to make O2? I didn't really pay attention to this here. I mean, look at this entire thing here. It doesn't really have any priority. But yes, you're correct. We need to find a better way. Sure, give me the tablets. Who cares? To filter the polluted oxygen from all that polluted water. I mean, yeah. I mean, William is right. Why the hell would we do that? But I mean, it was just simple at the time, quick and easy. We literally just came over here at the time, at least, to get the gold and eventually to get this aluminum that we still haven't tackled. And just to keep us alive, the easiest way was the sublimation station, of course, and just using the polluted water that we have with some deodorizers because we have plenty of sand over here. That is the simple explanation why we did what we did. And of course, Croc is correct. We get so much clay out of here that we can make ceramic until it comes out of our ears. Game need a dirty fish to convert clean water to polluted. That is funny though. That is truly funny. And who knows, maybe it already exists. I mean, if there's a goldfish, maybe there's a bulbfish who does exactly that. How much algae do we have left? Still 3 tons. Got plenty of time. Plenty of time to concentrate on this build right here. How are we doing? 1.2 cycles. How are we doing down here? Is it overheated yet? Still at 16 degrees. Still no problem. Still at 1,000 milligrams, but down here in the bottom, basically nothing. So it is very hot down here, but it's only at 60 milligrams. I mean, 60 milligrams, even if you heat that to 5,000 degrees, I guess it doesn't really matter too much because the heat capacity is basically 0. Very good. Getting there to recover from our trial. And once we have recovered, we will try it again. Ice cold. Not with those airflow tiles, so we are going to rebuild these. But theoretically, this time around, if I build one right here, it shouldn't get hot enough to flash into sour gas. And this time we have the infrastructure already to recover from it again whenever we want. I suppose since it is all sour gas and it's not several gases mixed, there's really nothing stopping us from just putting a couple more in here, right? Just along the way. Let's just hook these here up to power. And then in F7, let's grab us the pipe and just do something like this here. Just to speed up the process a tiny little bit. Bring this one up as well. Cut this side off. Double the pumps, double the speed. We're actually tripling the pumps to triple the speed. Over here we still have 7 grams. As a matter of fact, we're not only going to double it or triple it, we're going to quadruple it. Make it full. The fish you are looking for is called the CO2 scrubber. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Come on, rebuild it so we can get the stuff out of here. Especially this corner here, please. You sure it's not the lavatory? Not a good one. Can we, for the love of God, rebuild those 2 pieces? Thank you. I usually don't dismantle vacuum pumps from places like this to have backup plan when shit hits the fan. Well, originally, this area here was just thought of as a double safety for our petroleum boiler. Now it became an experimental area, so now I won't deconstruct them anymore. But yeah, earlier I didn't really have any plans for this area here other than the boiler, so there was really no reason to return here for anything. But yeah, this time around, it's different. Alright, one more pump back here because we still have grams over here, not micrograms or milligrams, whatever you want to call it. Almost through though. And the pump itself, and we're good. Alright, how's the volcano doing? Still not erupting. Interesting. This down here, of course, I just remembered, is going to be a problem once again. So I will probably, just for right now, I wanted to put it into a vacuum, but I don't think we have time anymore for that. Actually, we have 12 more cycles. Ah. So we will have time to do exactly that. I'm still waiting for Beer to start the Somnium Synthesizer event. I wasn't actually planning on doing it because everything that I've read about it is probably not really worth it. You will have many, many dupes. I think it was 8 or something that are constantly sleeping. Or you need to have, what was the number? I can't recall the number. 30 something that constantly wear him, which we can't have one or the other right now. So that will be, if we ever do it, it will be in the future. I don't think that the amount of work it takes is not really worth the gain you get in return. Alright, so we have 12 cycles left. We still have a bunch of naphtha over here, which I suppose we could put back into our storage down here on the bottom. It's probably the best thing to do really quickly. Let's get rid of our pipe here, don't need it anymore. Let's get rid of the liquid pump, don't need that anymore. And the bottom tier, all of it. Even the power wire right here, don't need it anymore. Probably speed that up a bit. There we go. It's kind of fun to set up though. I'm not always about the gain. I mean, we can tackle that. Maybe next week. Just for the fun of it, yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem with it or anything. I'm just saying, I just don't think that it's worth it. In general, to do it. Alright, get rid of this. In plumbing, we're gonna grab the pitcher pump once again. Get rid of this one piece of ladder right here that's in the way right now. And then plop in our pitcher pump so we can get rid of the naphtha and store it where it belongs. Come on, a little bit faster. There we go. Grab it. Disable this one. Enable auto bottle. And go. Now we should transfer it back to where it came from. And then we have this area here available to us again as well. Alright, dupes, anybody coming by here to grab this naphtha? No? Maybe? Potentially? Oh yeah, now we're looking a hell of a lot better here. Temperature-wise, oh yeah, look at this, the vacuum pump is still at 17.9 degrees and it's barely taking anything on. Like I said, the thermal mass is completely negligible at this point. So even though it may be at hundreds and hundreds of degrees, it probably doesn't matter. That's what I hoped for, at least. It seems to be exactly that. Look, we got 0.1 degree. So this here should be a vacuum very, very soon, once again. Alright. Making headway. And over here the naphtha is now gone, which means deconstruct everything in this area here. Except our ladder, please. Still want that, still need that. Can put this ladder back in here and there. Why do we even have 2 of them though? Do we really need 2 of them? As a matter of fact, this ladder here is going to disappear here soon anyway, so we actually don't need any of them. We will need a new ladder that comes down here. So yeah. How to cool the external meter? Which one are you talking about? This one right here? Or this one right here? Or this one? This one right here? Probably you're talking about, I assume, because that's where the lava goes through. Over here, we came up with this solution right here. We just put a liquid valve in, a metal tile, and we basically just use the area around it. This time around, we're just going to put it into a vacuum. The vacuum will just prevent that from happening. It just doesn't take on any temperature. So we will try to create a little box around it, create a little bit of vacuum in here, and be done with it. Should be pretty simple and straightforward. And the liquid valve. I should be able to build the corner build, right? Let's deconstruct it. I guess we will find out really quickly if I can or can't. Right here, we're going to build us something that looks just like this. Just we'll need one more. Obviously, we can't build all that at once, but this is what we are going to build us. And then we are going to corner build it through here. That is the idea for right now. We will see if we can make that happen. Let's see. Dupes, can you just come straight through here so you have an option to get around here? We're going to build us a one tile right here. And then we are going to corner deconstruct this insulated tile right here. Kind of like that, which now is a vacuum. And we're going to plop a one tile right here and another tile right there, just for completeness sake. Actually, yeah, I'm going to deconstruct this tile right there on top. Which will then allow us to deconstruct the one in the middle. Once we built the bottom one, please. Thank you, Iris. There we go. And we're going to grab us the liquid valve. And we will see if we can do that. And also that is an unreachable build. What happened with corner building? I can't build it through here. Maybe I need to build it on this side. Nope, cannot corner build valves. That makes it a little bit more complicated, I suppose. But just very slightly. It's really just a nuisance, to be quite honest. Nothing more. Let's see. In F6. What do we have around here? We have water, which is totally fine. So we can just go ahead and build us a small liquid lock really quickly. Let's see. Not you, but here. And then let's bring this here over. And in. Dig this out and be done with it. Yeah, I'm just going to drop one single drop on here of water from that pipe that's coming along here anyway. It's going to be very fast, very quick, very simple. It'll be okay. Right here, let's put us a vacuum pump. Actually, we don't need a vacuum pump. Hold on a second. We're just gonna build all this stuff here and then deconstruct it again to put our liquid valve in. Much easier. In F6, let's take this pipe right here, bring it over to right there with a liquid vent, and then we just wait for one single drop to come along. Going to snip it off real quick. Should have just used normal pipes, would have been a lot faster. I just use a mod that lets the door not let gases through. Can't be bothered with liquid locks. Well, yeah, of course. There are definitely mods like that. There are mods that modify the manual airlock and mechanized airlock to not let anything through even when they open. And there are ones that introduce completely new buildings. Both is very possible, and I absolutely don't see a problem with it, because the truth is, it's just a quality of life improvement, right? You can do the exact same thing in a different way. It's just much harder to do. So you're just making your life a little bit easier. Alright. Let's do this. Just need a drop of water out of this thing here now. Let's set this here to 499. There it goes. Now you can go back to 500, I suppose. And when the first one goes up, you're gonna snip it off. And you just do it this way. And why didn't you... what? Oh, because it froze. It's water. I keep forgetting we have all of this bloody debris here. Not the one on top here. That we don't need to get rid of, but we need to get rid of the stuff here because it will freeze our water instantly. Even though we have insulated tiles, but I forgot about the debris. You have doors for a vacuum, blue ones, 3 tiles wide, just saw it. Oh yeah, I actually have the mod installed, but I don't ever use it. And the reason why I don't use it, I actually wanted to deinstall it, I don't even know how it's back, honestly, is because I did used to use them, and then the mod broke due to an update. And once you keep using these here in a game and you leave them there, you're majorly messed up or majorly fucked. Let me go that way. Yeah, not something that I would recommend doing, honestly. Buildings that are that important to the infrastructure, I wouldn't mod it. But yeah, you're right. I completely forgot that I actually still have it installed. Wow. I could have sworn I deinstalled it. But yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is an airlock door, blocks liquid and gas flow even while duplicates are passing. So yeah, this here would have done the job. They turn to metal when mod breaks, that's exactly it. So when the mod breaks, whatever you build it out of, it will just disappear, gone. You load your game the next time after the update, and everything that you had blocked off with those gates is going to be annihilated. And you look at your load screen and you're like, oh my god. So yeah, did that once, taught me a lesson, not gonna do it again. That is why the only real mod that I have is right here, the where are we at? Filtered liquid pumps. And when you look around the base, none of those pumps here, with the exception of up here on the top, this pump here is a filtered gas pump. And I can live without this pump. I usually just build it very temporarily, do what I do with it, do what I need to do with it, and then get rid of it, and never leave them around in the base. With this exception right here, because we're just pumping oxygen up there, which we already have another source. So even if this here breaks, we may just not get our oxygen quite as fast up here. That is the only thing, the worst case scenario here. And that is certainly something I can live with. Alright, this thing here is going to give us another drop of water now, which should now be fine, and hopefully be able to survive on our insulated tile. The carbon dioxide here should not be able to destroy it, I hope. We can't just grab a few extra drops of water here. Let's just do this. That should be more than enough, and then let's snip it off. Let's see. It is still instantly freezing in the carbon dioxide. Really? I didn't expect that. Not around the insulated tiles, honestly. I thought it was just the debris. And it looks like it recovered here. That's all we need, literally. There we go. Alright, let's make these two here a vacuum, and then these two here. And then we just can go back in and be done with it. And still 9.9 cycles to go. I have it always with another doors if mod will break. If the mod will break, so I have a little trouble. Yeah. Regular tiles are insulated. Yeah, I could do that. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. We only have 2 left. Will you need to build above the valve? I don't know what you mean. You mean right here? I don't think so. I guess we're about to find out here in a second. One more tile here, right here, and the vacuum should be complete. And then we can deconstruct it again. But yes, that was a lot of effort right here. A pump would have been faster, honestly. So let's deconstruct this stuff here once again. There we go. Can literally deconstruct. And now we once again have ice here. Why? Because it's only 32 grams, that's why. Okay. Before we deconstruct the first tile here, we need just more mass. That's what it comes down to. So let's hook this here back up. Put in just enough. More than enough now. That is not going to go anywhere anymore. Let's deconstruct it and let's finally do it. Oh yes, the valve is still in vacuum. There's nothing in here. And it's once again ice. I should have just used bloody oil and called it a damn day. That is the downside of Rime. You know, things that work on any other planetoid just like a charm without any issues ever. It's just a problem here. Anywhere where you would just use whatever is closest by, you just have a hard time doing so. So, let's put us a bottle emptier in here. Done with it. Done messing around with it. We also are just going to put a vacuum pump in here. I'm not going to play this game a second time. So, let's bring this here straight over. Of course, yes, I know our bottle emptier will be disconnected from the floor, so let's put a damn tile in here. Fool me once, shame on me. Right? So. Now. Alright. The poodle did tell me so. I should have listened to him. That was really my mistake, I'm not gonna lie. Only problem is we can't get over here now. So, let's plop in a couple more of those ladders, and we're good to go. Yes, auto bottle needs to be enabled. Did I say shame on me? I mean shame on you. Is it going to go somewhere? It's going to drop into the other space and then freeze again. But then I don't care anymore because now I have crude oil right here. Now I'm done with it. Now it's all that matters right now. These 2 tiles here, if they freeze, who cares? Alright, we have our vacuum, finally, at the end of the day. Alright, let's deconstruct this tile, let's build this valve. And we're good. Can we reach this? Probably not. Might have to deconstruct this tile too. No, we can reach it. Alright, good then. Done. Just do not forget to set this here properly. And put it back down. The dog is laughing, he probably is. Yeah, I can't be mad at him. Yeah, every once in a while I do forget that we are playing on Rime. Okay. Build the insulated tile and then be done with it. Now, officially, vacuum, liquid valve, and good to go, which means everything else doesn't matter anymore, and we can just get rid of it. Which we, of course, will. No reason to have any of this stuff around in any way, shape, or form. Alright, how much is left on here? 8.7 cycles. Do we have a vacuum now here on the bottom? We sure as hell do. So we can now rebuild those airflow tiles right here. Is there any good way to recover the steel, or are we just gonna lose it? Probably just gonna lose it, huh? Let's see. Could just make it out of wolframite, probably. It doesn't matter too much. It actually happened so fast that by the time I sent the message, it had already happened. Ah, okay. There you go. I see. Save some of that oil for the steam generator cooling. We could do that. We could just transfer it up. Like I said earlier, the steam generator cooling will be coming from these 200 kilograms right here. I'm just going to deconstruct this tile here once we're up and running and just have it flow along here. But yeah, the oil here, we can definitely use that. What was the purpose of the vacuum liquid valve again? The vacuum, if the magma comes through here, the liquid valve here, shouldn't heat up. Don't seal it up without sweeping. Not entirely sure what you mean. I'm assuming you mean this here. I don't think that one tile here will matter though. Because we are going to have so much debris down here on the bottom anyway. There's nothing we can do about it because we have the brine in here. I just chose to go a different route this time around. Last time, if you remember, we built a liquid lock over here. So we can just create a vacuum. This time we're just going to use 2 different fluids and call it a day. Alright. Rebuilding our airflow tiles here. And we are even retaining all our steel because, of course, it wants to go to the right on these ones here and it can't, and it wants to go up anyway. So let's grab that steel here. You know what? Since we have this door, can I build it out of steel? It has an overheat temperature, but theoretically, you should be able to make this area here a hell of a lot smaller, so we don't have to pump all of it out. But the truth is, we have also 4 vacuum pumps in here, so it probably doesn't matter too much. We're going to try this here again in a second. Just want to make sure that the Volcano still has 8.3 cycles. We can do it right now. Screw it. We're going to try it one more time to make us a little bit more naphtha, this time around without touching anything else other than the magma. We will see what happens. We will see if we get once again, or if it was the abyssalite that actually killed us here. So 800 kilograms worth of plastic, thermal conductivity of 0.15. We're going to go at 1 speed. Oh, the liquid valve. You were too late for that as well. May it be that your stream is a little bit behind, Jay? You seem to be further behind than you're supposed to be. You may want to maybe reload or something. Because when you wrote that, most of this here on my screen was already completely deconstructed. Yeah, we will see how it goes. Or click the live button. Yep. Alright, here come the dudes. And we will see once again what happens here. Take 2. And we will figure out what's going on here. I was 30 seconds behind for like 75% of the last stream. Yeah. That happens a lot, unfortunately, with YouTube. I don't know, if you guys watch like normal YouTube videos, like not live, do you ever have the problem, if you're on a computer that is, that your audio and video gets desynced? Okay, that's how you just got built. Gosh darn it, how long was I behind? I think you were behind for quite a while here. Temp shift plate at 110. Instant NAFTA. But now it shouldn't transfer any more heat. We don't have any sour gas yet. It goes over here, which is at negative 38 degrees. And wouldn't you look at that? It was that one tile of abyssalite up here that completely killed us. Now, we have the NAFTA just right here. And it works like a charm. Isn't that nice? Very, very nice. So, this here is a viable method. And I was wondering why we got sour gas earlier. So it was literally this tile of abyssalite that we had right here. Yeah, you can get the pitch pump out. And we can get, once again, this one here is already still set. Very good. Sweet baby, instant NAFTA, yes, and that was on 1 speed. So, oh yeah, somebody didn't von Rheinland say he built us a, if we need more NAFTA. Yeah, let me pause this here. Let's take a look into Discord. Sorry, von Rheinland, I completely forgot about it. Here we go. Let's see what you built. So you have 4 thermal aqua tuners. You have basically a steam room right here, which transfers the heat into glass tiles, which then rotates around your plastic, of course. And I guess when it melts, so here you just created a simple loop. When it melts, it basically just leaves the tile. Is that my understanding here? Huh. That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice design, honestly. I like that a lot. A lot of stuff in here. I need to go through all of this here, guys. But yeah, that works like a charm. Very, very nice. A viable method to do the thing that most colonies expend a huge amount of effort to avoid doing. Exactly. Zero thermal conductivity, my ass. Yeah. Yep. I don't know if you've ever seen it on Smelino, for example, is a very good example. Right over here, we have these tiles right here. Well, every time you have a volcano, right, you have these abyssalite tiles around here that are extremely hot. And of course, the abyssalite does state 0.00 thermal conductivity. But that is obviously a 100% lie. And we can see that. We can demonstrate that right here because we have a hot tile. So let's play the game. Let's dig this one tile here up. And as soon as we dig it up, we will see the air around here getting hot. And we will have to put another insulated tile there. So just for demonstrating purposes, let's do precisely that. Because yeah, the zero conductivity is definitely a lie. If anybody would be so good and come over here and do this real quick, I would highly appreciate it, guys. Why do we have now polluted water in here? Did you not take care of the toilets again, guys? Oh, that was stress vomiting, of course. That should be over by now, I hope. Now we have plenty of oxygen once again. We are once again not outgassing. We once again have to mop even more stuff up. It doesn't take an end, huh? Let's see. You can use the same design, but with a volcano as a heat source to melt regolith to igneous rock. That's actually interesting. I like that. So, let's see right here. We can see it instantly. So, yes. I do agree with you. Zero thermal conductivity, my ass. Can you check the churn overlay? Oh, of course. Yes, all this here is completely churmy, and down here on the bottom it is too. But up here on the top, it gets a hell of a lot better because it's all oxygen. Now it is. So, yeah. All the germs are inside of the polluted oxygen. Which is, of course, a little bit of a problem because the polluted oxygen can't come up here. The dupes are not happy in this area down here. But eventually we will do something about that. But yeah. Let's take a look into this blueprint. We have a slickster. I don't really have any use for a slickster right at this very moment. That is really not a good time to get a slickster, honestly. There is a poorly documented game mechanic of sharding. Can't say I've heard of that. Cannot say that, no. Alright, let's see here. Everything's in working condition. We're just waiting those 7 cycles here. Yeah. The naphtha is gone? No, it isn't. Why isn't it? Available naphtha. It is available. The bottle emptier is not doing anything, so somebody should please come by. Ah, there we have Nathan. Very good. The rest we can mop. Or we can't, because we don't have any access to it, I suppose. Need to build one more ladder right here. There we go. It's in the wiki, I think. I'll go look. Yeah, I would appreciate that. I don't think... Really, I've never heard that. But yeah, at least now we can make naphtha at will, even though we have now so much that we don't even know what to do with it, I suppose. But if we need any more, we are ready to go. In a heartbeat. Which is very nice. Grab this stuff and take it away, please. Can those morvers melt? You mean the rovers? These here. I assume they can. At the melting point of steel, because they are made out of steel. So at 2400 degrees, they will probably melt, yeah. I guess we could try it. We could just send one into the lava or something and see what happens. Yeah, it's Melina. We have a lot of work to do over here. Like I said, we just completely neglected this entire colony. I feel like we're getting more water again. Is there another goldfish somewhere that I'm not seeing? What are you? Paku. Paku, Paku. All Paku. I don't see anything that gulps anything. True, lava is colder. Lava is only at 1700 degrees. 1800. This one is actually only at 1500. So, yeah, we actually can't melt it with lava. Yeah. Goldfish are blue, yeah. Like the one we killed earlier. This oxylite is still helping us. There's some random baby fish in the polluted water, but none of them look like anything different than a Paku. 2 of them. I don't see a third one. I think we should be okay here. We just need to keep on mopping up the water that is on top of here. And we should be golden. Alright. The only problem is that we have a slickster and I don't have a use for a slickster right now. There it is. Very important mechanism to know about. I mean, I know about it, I suppose. Just not a fan of it. Because it can be used to advantage. Of course, anything can be used to your advantage, right? Like, for example, if we wanted to heat something right here in this area, we could use the heat from here with a temp shift plate to extract it. If we wanted to. I've done that before. The wiki entry I linked. Where did you link that? In Discord? Because I do not see it in Discord. Nope, do not see it. Someone can tell BierTier I'm bugged on the chat of YouTube because he's not answering my questions. What did you ask? I can't see you, Aegis. But if you could tell me what your name is in on YouTube. I don't see any questions that I haven't answered, I don't think. Naviki, love is colder. Time for not so Smelino spam? Yeah, we may have to do that. Now I'm wondering, how long would it take to melt the rocket interior using liquid niobium from a bottler? That is a good question. I mean, first you would have to get liquid niobium. I mean, that's how it starts. And no, my bad. It's nitronium that not loses temp. Well, nitronium doesn't interact with anything. Nitronium basically does nothing. You can't really do anything with it. There is a method where you can destroy it. There used to be several methods actually to destroy it. One of them was with rockets. Rocket shaving. But that doesn't exist anymore to the best of my knowledge. Now another one is with rat bolts. You can fire an exorbitant amount of rat bolts at one piece of neutronium. And if you do that for a very long time with a very lot of rat bolts, eventually it will disappear. But it will take forever. You can liquefy the rocket interior with molten uranium. We had that topic before. Luma is doing that to connect the planets. Yep, that is exactly what I'm referring to. That is exactly it. You're right, that was Luma who actually made that video. Beer, you sure your dog is not an engineer? Actually, I'm very sure that he is an engineer. I dropped the link into the Discord now. Okay. Let's see. Flaking. Flaking is a mechanism which makes small 5 kilogram bits of liquids and solids to instantly phase up when two tiles with a high enough temperature differential come into contact, regardless of their respective thermal conductivity. Huh. Which is abyssalite. Right here. Yes. So that is something that you can observe very, very easily. If you were to dig with this crude oil down here to this abyssalite, it will still transfer that, and it will still become petroleum and even sour gas, as a matter of fact. I just didn't know that's what it's called, I suppose. Did you try to drop the link into YouTube, Jay? Because if you tried to do that, then it definitely didn't show up. I still don't know what Aegis was asking about. Alright. How much more? I really want to see this thing here start up to make sure everything's okay. Temperature's golden. Yeah, there's nothing more we can do other than wait and hope. Of course, this here will have to be encased eventually into insulated tiles. We will do that here in a little bit. But other than that, it's not a big deal. I did, and it did show up, but not as a link, just as a straight URL and text. I mean, at least I, on my end, didn't see any kind of link. Anything that looks even remotely like a link, so I'm pretty sure that is not working. It may not allow you to do that. Not entirely sure if there's a setting on my end, or if it's YouTube in general. I can't say I ever tried to insert a link to anybody's live stream, so I don't know. No, I definitely didn't get it. But yes, we should probably do something on Smelina over here. Definitely can get started on that at the bare minimum in the meantime. We are getting a lot of polluted oxygen output here now, which is definitely a very good thing. We do have oxygen all over the place, which is also a very good thing. And while we are at it, you know what? Unlock new blueprints. Let's get the last one. Print it. Jay says it matters not. It's in the Discord now and you have found it. So yeah, I guess if you guys want to send me any kind of links of any sort, it will have to be in Discord up until I figure out if the problem is on mine or on YouTube's end. And probably it's a good thing that I don't have that turned on if I can turn it on in YouTube. Because at the moment, and that will change very soon as well, there are no moderators. I'm really sad about it because I just don't have a use for the larva right now. I'm sure you will find another one later. I'm going to reject it. There's no use for it right now. I just want to get other stuff out of the mini pod right now. But okay, let's see. What can we tear up over here? Of course, we could build an electrolyzer and we could basically just plop it into a coal area like I think it was Kionis suggested. Definitely a viable option. And then just either store the hydrogen or vent it out into space, either or. Or we do have the water here. We do have a cool steam vent here that is currently dormant, so we could tame it in a heartbeat. Use the slicksters on Smelina to get oil. There's really no point in that. Now, if I need oil, I can just teleport it over here in just a second. And currently, I'm more concerned about what happens when our oxygen diffuser here runs out of algae. Because we already have no polluted dirt. Therefore, the only source of oxygen, once again, that we will have will be the polluted water that outgasses down here. Yeah. Don't really want to mess with the rusty oxidizer. We also don't have any rust over here, I believe. I haven't seen any. It's sucrose. I mean, that would be an option, though. Let's see. Do we have any rust? I doubt it. I don't think we have any here, but I think we have a ton of it over here, don't we? 252 tons worth of it. So we may have to do that. Let's see. Also something that I've barely ever used. It also uses salt. So rust and salt becomes oxygen and chlorine and iron ore. I don't think we have any reasonable amount of salt sitting around, do we? Not salt. We don't even have salt, apparently, at all. Someone followed me on Twitch. I don't know how to stream on Twitch. That is funny. Yeah, we will probably just go with an electrolyzer. But I think I will do it differently. Because once again, we have a cooling loop that is totally fine, totally viable, and is totally expandable from our gold volcano over here. You can't just build a very simple electrolyzer system. Basically a one electrolyzer spam if you want. Right beside here. And cool the oxygen down with our thermal tuner right here. I mean, we already have it. It's already in use anyway. So why wouldn't we do that, right? So let's see if we can come up with something like that. We will need insulated towels. It's mainly a question of where to build it, I suppose. You don't have liquid in storage anymore. I think it got frozen. Nothing to off-gas there and cause problems. Liquid in storage. You don't have liquid in storage. Harcure, I don't know what you mean with liquid in storage. Because we don't have any storage over here other than, of course, we have our crude oil, we have our water, and then our polluted water down here. But yeah. You can move plug slug egg from the room now. It's near steam turbine. Plug slug egg. Oh, there it is, that thing. Again. How did you get over here? Are you another one? Or can it go through liquid locks? Oh, it's definitely still the same one. It's now up to 800 kilograms of carbon dioxide and 139 kilograms worth of chlorine gas. That is funny. Very, very funny. That thing is insane. We'll just see if it ever maxes out or if it just keeps on going. What's the difference between YouTube and Twitch? The person that owns it. Are you saying we don't have any more in this storage? Okay, so here we actually have a layer of water, which I'm not mad about because I don't need this CO2 off gas. And it looks like we are back up a little bit with our water. We still have a little bit in here, which will be molten very, very soon. Very good. And just out of curiosity, did our compost now make a dent into this ice here? No, not at all. It's way too weak. I figured I would try just to see what happens, but no, it's not going to make a dent into that. All right, then. Cool. So, let's get started over here. Like I said, we will need our deodorizer. Not deodorizer. Our electrolyzer. Just going to make it out of anything. It doesn't matter. I'm going to plop it in here, anywhere, just for right now. We will need a door, a manual airlock that we build right beside it, something like this here. We will need, in ventilation, a gas pump that we will plop right here, and a second one right below it, something like right there. And we're going to grab an insulated tile. Insulated tile right here, and airflow tiles right there. And then we are basically going to build us a box around this entire thing here, something that looks just like this. This here is basically a very quick version of a single electrolyzer spawn. Very, very simple, very, very straightforward. Can't really mess that up in any way, shape, or form. All you have to do is prime it to make sure that your hydrogen goes here on the top and your oxygen goes on the bottom. And done. Go through here, go through there, dig all of this stuff here up for all I care. This stuff. And of course, we need to get in there somehow in the first place. That would be a good start. And yeah, let's build this here. Once we have that, we'll go from there. Von Rhineland says, if you need some more testing, I'll be back in 15 minutes or so taking a sauna run. That sounds insane. Love it. I hope you enjoy it. What's your take on using exploits? For example, having sand fall into a flower pot and have a pip plant, say mushrooms, and a worth in them to get free food and cooling. I mean, you know, if it works, I'm all for it. I don't mind it. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'm not really that big of a fan of like mods that change the game too much. But exploits, it always depends on how do you define exploit. Like, is an infinite storage like this here an exploit, or is it a game mechanic? Is an infinite storage like this here an exploit, or is it a game mechanic, right? I mean, it always depends on the point of view, and on top of it, it's a single player game, so I'm the last guy that will judge anyone for using mods or anything on the game. He can cross through water. Egg is above a liquid reservoir. Let me take a look here. Oh, there it is. It's another slug egg. We need an egg cracker. Or we just plop it in here. Let's do that. Why you at me? Yeah. We have a William and a William Lay, really? That's funny. But yeah, like I said, exploits, I don't mind them, because most of them didn't just, you know, get introduced with the last patch or anything. Most of them have been here for years, since basically the beginning of the game. So if the devs would have a problem with it, they would have fixed it. Kind of like we talked about earlier, rocket shaving. That doesn't exist anymore, as far as I know. They have patched that, so clearly they had a problem with that existing. Therefore, they get rid of it. That's how I look at it. Playing oxygen not included for free while your father pays for it is an exploit. Rules only need to be defined if you're in a competition. Once again, can't agree with that. Kionis, 100%. That's how I look at it. Still trying to figure out what to do with nuclear waste. Cooling of warts is typically a very effective way to remove them. Yeah, certainly. Let's see how it goes. Still the guys. Still want to keep an eye though on my Volcano here. 4.1 cycles. Still plenty of time to go. And yes, we will build you another one here, so our wash basin is happy. Why did we even have that here? I don't think that's not necessary anymore. I think we had some churns. Yeah, that was because of slime. We don't even need this here. Get rid of it. Who cares? Make a room with a pip and a flower pot under a sand tile. Then dig out the tile to have the sand entomb the flower pot. And the pip can plant any plant that doesn't need a liquid and get free resources. Nuclear waste to space or infinite storage for massive radiation to power rockets. Definitely a good way to do it. Let me see here. Nuclear waste. Let's just take a quick look at that stuff because I think it was nuclear waste. Yeah, so nuclear waste is an overheat temperature of 526 degrees, which is pretty high. So you could actually use that in a different version of a petroleum boiler. It's definitely possible to use that to kind of how do I say it? Moderate your temperature. It's actually a pretty insane idea, but it does work. I've seen that in a YouTube video. I don't remember who made it, otherwise I would say the name. I really don't. And I have never tried it myself. But yeah, it looked pretty insane in the video. Not sure how viable it is in a real game, but definitely doable. Come on, dupes. Build it. And at the same time, though, we have still this pipe right here, which comes in very handy. Very, very handy indeed. Because we can't just bring it into the bottom right here. Something along these lines. Of course, with aluminum. And literally just cool down our oxygen. Very easy, very nice, very simple. And then bring it back out. Of course, we don't want to go into this direction right here. We will have to somehow get it back. So if this here is our input, we just need to connect up our output. Let me see here. We are coming with this pipe here. We could go theoretically first through our oxygen because it's not going to take up a lot of... Sounds like Francis John. No, I don't think it was Francis John. It was a very, very small YouTube channel. Smaller than even me, if I remember correctly, unless I'm dead wrong right now. But I think it was somebody that had, at the time, that was maybe 3 months ago or so that I saw that, maybe 2 months ago. Maybe had like, I don't know, 400 subs or something. So yeah, I don't think it was Francis John. And I feel like I would remember if it was him. But even there, I could be dead wrong. But yeah, either way around. Here's our loop. Our loop comes and our loop goes. Probably the simplest way to do it is to come through here. Let's see. This one right here, we have to relocate this pipe here somewhat, if we like it or not. That will have to happen if we want to keep this alive. Well, we could just... Yeah, let's just build a second one. That makes our life a hell of a lot easier, because it's just a Abyssalite, so who cares anyway. We're going to come back with this here. We're going to come back up with it. And probably just build us a bridge that goes into... Let me think about it, this direction here. In F6, instead of going straight in, we're going to come over, something like this here. And then with this pipe, we're going to come over to here. There we go. That's it. Just as simple as that. I think Luma plays that are short using a liquid nuclear waste to cool a cobalt volcano. That wasn't what I saw though. It was a petroleum boiler. It was a petroleum boiler that actually used magma. So basically the magma heated up the nuclear waste, and the nuclear waste then in turn heated up the crude oil. It is. And basically he used the nuclear waste to moderate the temperature transfer. Do I need the bridge? No, I don't need it anymore now that I destroyed that pipe. Good call. Great call. Which means I can just cancel this and snippety snappity and be done with it. So that'll cool that down. Right here we have only a heavy butt wire coming through. Yeah, that is suboptimal to say the least, I suppose. I mean, we are relatively hot here. Nah. We are just going to take us this wire right here. I knew we had one over here. We do have 120, plus of course our gas pumps right here, which will also need power, 240 times 2. And right here we have a total output of 2000 and a potential load of 1465. So we should be able to barely make this here happen unless everything runs at once, which can definitely happen in this build right here. So yeah, that's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. I missed a bunch. Why are you making a spalm over there? Because we don't really have any oxygen supply at all right now. We are out of polluted dirt over here. All we have left is algae. Let's see. Algae, we have 2 tons left, so we actually still have quite a bit to go. Our only source of oxygen right now is the polluted water down here on the bottom. I'll restart the stream right now as girlfriend went to sleep. Hello, by the way. So, yeah, we almost lost the entire colony if you missed that as well. Because we had a layer of water over our polluted water. And our sublimation station stopped due to polluted dirt running out. And now we are going to remedy that for good. The only thing that's of course missing is a water supply, which will be this cool steam vent right here that is currently dormant. We're going to tame this thing here in a second as well. We will still need power though, so I may have to bite into the sour apple and build us another large power transformer, probably inside of here. Thankfully we have enough wild weeds birds standing around that are cooling down the entire area, so I'm not really worried about heat introduction into this area, thanks to our weeds birds. But yeah, that will have to happen. Not entirely sure why I even have this ladder here, but here we are, I suppose. So let's grab this here, let's put us a second one in, just to power this area over here. For right now. Alright, let's go. Everything, of course, on Semilino takes forever because we do only have a handful of dupes here. 3, not even a handful. And I still want to see this thing here erupting the first time. I want to witness this live, preferably, to make sure everything's going the way it's supposed to. Come on, dupes, let's go. Still have a gas pump in here. Of course, these gas pumps in here will need automation. So let's plop that in as well. We need an atmos sensor built out of literally anything. Plenty of gold, 51 tons of gold sitting around. That's great. Just what we need. We're going to build this one on top of this door right here. And we're going to build this one over here. And then an automation wire, once again made from gold because we have it to hook it all up. And we might as well go ahead and build us in power a conductive wire, which we also make out of gold, of course. Connect it all together and bring it out so we can hook it up once this here is ready to go. Just need to increase the priority of the deconstruct, I suppose, or the dupes will never get it done. And then while they're at it, they can also rid this area here of debris. And then this cool steam vent down here. What are we gonna do with you? What are we going to do with you, huh? I mean, I really don't want to throw a lot of power at it or anything. I mean, the truth is, down here in the bottom, Alone this area here, which should account for almost all the water, is 48 tons worth of water. 48 tons worth of water will make us a lot of oxygen. Are they deconstructing a pipe they need to rebuild? I don't think so. Not entirely sure what this here actually refers to. Honestly, like, I don't know what this here referred to, because obviously there is nothing there. So, no, it refers to this tile right here. There we go. Yep, all that's good now. Alright, we're gonna get this stuff here out, we're gonna get this here done, and then what we are going to do is, that's where I was going with this. Infinite storage for oxygen. We are going to take those 48 tons down here. We are going to grab those ice cold, and we are converting all of it without exception into oxygen, which should keep this here alive for a very long time, without having to do anything with this cool steam vent right here. So, what's the easiest way to get in there without releasing all this hydrogen here, preferably, and without going through here? I guess that is probably the easiest way, though, to just go through here and then just insulate it off. Would you ever attempt a run using only flatulent duplicants? That would pose an interesting challenge, especially with space travel. That would be an interesting challenge, I suppose, to only use flatulent ones. Go under the spawn. I guess I could make my way through here as well. That would be another option. How much polluted water do we have down here? That is a lot of polluted water to suck up. Let's see here. There's really no good way of doing this, is there, huh? Really not at all. I guess I could go from this side, dig over here, and then come around here. Not optimal, but also not completely insane, so let's do it. Right around here. And then come straight through here. I will not really have a choice, will I? I will have to dig into any of these pockets here. No matter what I do, because I need to approach it from the top. If I come from the bottom, the water will just be everywhere. Unless I just come straight down here. And just open this here up. Which, yeah, that will work. That's fine. Maybe a liquid log? Yeah, that would be an option, but just trying to make it simple right now. Do you want to save the pea water or delete it? I wouldn't have a problem deleting it. There's really no use for it. PHO2 doesn't make a good liquid lock. Yeah, the outgassing is certainly a problem. At least if you want a vacuum on the other side. Like for right here, it doesn't really matter too much. And we don't even need this liquid lock here anymore, in all honesty, because the truth is we just put that in here because of the churns, the slime lung churns. That problem is solved, so. We could current a build to delete it, yeah, once again. But we're just gonna go around here. We probably will still do that so we get rid of this stuff, but at the moment it's okay. Looks like they got rid of this here at least, so we can do this. With the conductive wire, once again, made from gold. We are just going to... Yeah, what are we going to do with it? Conductive bridge. Plop it up here. Once again, give me the wire, please. Thank you. With the wire, then we're going to come over with another bridge. It comes through here. We will literally need 3 bridges through this insanity here. Crazy. But if we need it, we need it. What are we going to do? There we go. Walking on carpet tiles removes wet feet debuff. Oh no, does it? I thought the lock was for the cold biome. The lock was for the cold biome. Well, it was really for those for the slime right here, but also to stop the exchange of heat at least a little bit. It does make a difference for sure. Just having it open will be a bigger heat exchange than having the crude oil here. So yes, it should. Sounds logical. Yeah, I agree. It should. I mean, it's basically like wiping your feet on a carpet, right? There's the volcano. 1.8 cycles. All good. We can also build this one tile here again. Just for safety's sake for later on, before I forget it. Build another tile right here. Not that we accidentally introduce our stuff into this area here again. But that creates moldy carpet. That does create moldy carpet for sure. I mean, reed fiber, I wouldn't expect it to be super absorbent. It might be hydrophobic. It might be hydrophobic. Who knows? Okay, making progress. Everything's looking good. How many of those do we have now? Look at that. There are now 8 out of 9 in here. They're still happy. I can't wait to see another one in here, honestly, just to see what's going on. And if they're happy with this critter condo. Again, never tried that, so definitely looking forward to that. The only thing that annoys me a tiny little bit is still no Glossy Drecko in sight. Unless somebody took the egg away, which could well be. We do have it. I'm just blind as a bat. Alright, let's get incubating already. Let's build us a couple more of those incubators here. So we can get those up and running here ASAP. I thought I set that up, but the truth is we didn't have him earlier, so I couldn't set it up yet. That's what it is. And then they need to hatch first before I can set up the drop-off, don't they? No, apparently that works. So we're gonna have normal ones on the left, and we're gonna have glossy ones on the right. And you are set up to 9 as well, I hope. So there's our plastic coming in. Printing pod, let's take a look. Gold, I'll take some gold, sure. And now your carpet is traumatized every time your dupes walk over it with heat debuff. What's the percent on Glossy Drecko? Let's take a look. Let's just grab a random Drecko. 33% on this one, 12% on this one, 68%. This one here doesn't have, it's a Drecklet that doesn't have anything. This one here is at. That was the 33 one, and that's another Drecklet. There. You had one already. If you don't have, then you can select it. I never had a glossy Drecklet for sure. There's no way that I ever had a glossy Drecklet. Unless it hatched somewhere else. That would be the only other option. There is one. Look at this bad boy. You were correct. I was like, hold on. The only way that could happen is there are actually 2 of them. A lot of time has passed. A lot of time has passed. We've been live for 6 hours, 6.5 hours. And the first thing that we built today was this area here. So yes, a lot of time has passed. Don't know where this water here came from though. Not entirely sure at all actually, but sure, why not? That's a lot of hours, I know. But yay, we have glossy Dreckos. That's really nice. Mood glum. Well, how about you sit in your critter condo, chill a little bit. Maybe that'll help you out. And it sure as hell did. Look at that. Very nice. Definitely some random water laying around. Yeah, there sure is. And I don't really know exactly where it's coming from in the middle of the base. But yeah, that is totally fine. Volcano, do something. You know that meme with the stick? That's me right now, trying to poke that volcano. All this here is good. You just need to clean this here up a little bit more, guys. I would appreciate that, so we can close it off, create a vacuum, all the good stuff. And of course, can't forget the most important thing here. We will need to get out of here with our piping. In one way and another. We still need to get in here, which is totally fine. And then we need to build us somewhere, anywhere, infinite storage for oxygen. Might as well do it right here, maybe. We're just going to use the... Which version are we going to use? You know, we're just going to... It's going to come out cold, so we can't use water. Is there not a goldfish in here? Where's this water coming from? Do you see this? There's more water. I don't understand it. This bottle emptier is set to polluted water only. We don't have another bottle emptier. I don't see a goldfish. Paku, 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 paku. No goldfish. Nothing is blue. Nothing is anything. Where is all this water coming from? There's no ice over here. There is no source of water. It's completely beyond me. I don't understand. But yeah, let's go back to Cold Eel. And let's find us the minor volcano. 0.7 cycles. Is there ice in the storage? Let me quadruple check that. Very simple. Here's a storage bin. I'm just going to use this one storage bin right here. We only have mud polluted, dirt polluted, mud and rot pile, and nothing else. Everything else is deselected. If there's anything else in here, it would have dropped out now. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Don't get it. Also, look at the amount of water that we have here. That would have been an insane amount of ice that we would have put over there. Also, all this ice here, look at this here. Even the polluted ice is still laying around. Nobody has picked it up. Everything that we dug out still has snow and ice laying around in our cold biome. So, no. I can't explain it. I don't understand it. You need 2 air pumps on the bottom, don't you? Oh, yes, you are correct. I sure as hell do need 2 air pumps on the bottom. Gonna plop in a second one. Gonna come out with it. And then, of course, in F7, we just connect those 2 here together. Something just like that. Very good. Almost missed that. Yeah, didn't pay attention to that at all. Check the materials overlay and click will show you where each element is located. Oh, you mean F4 and then basically say liquids. It's not coming from above, or it would be somewhere else. It's not coming from in here because we don't have a fish. We're not moving any of this polluted water around in any way, shape, or form. Unless this water here, for some reason, eventually just decides to spread out again, which I, again, don't understand why. No, search for ice. That would be liquefiable. Let's see. You can literally see the entire planet. Not a lick of ice anywhere in the vicinity. I don't understand. It says no. I don't know what you mean, sir. Search for ice. Don't use the overlay, okay? What are we doing? Oh, you mean here? Is that what you mean? That's what you meant. I gotcha. Let's see here. Shouldn't I be able to double click that? There we go. Let's see here. Is there anything? I just keep clicking through it and see if there's anything where it shouldn't be. If there's ice around it, it's good. Nope. All in the ice biome. Sorry, I misunderstood you, read it. My mistake. That's what you meant. But yeah, it's just not the case. There is just none anywhere. And I can guarantee that there wasn't any over here either. Because these storage bins here, I just set them up here underwater to keep all the mud and all the stuff. It's the only place where I have ice that is supposed to be molten is over here. And that's currently actually empty. which is a problem all by itself, but a completely different problem. Liquid duplication bug? If so, I would really like to understand how. Dizzy? Yeah, I clicked that really fast. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just can't explain it. I don't understand it. I don't know. 0.2 cycles. We are getting there, though. Definitely getting there. All right. Very glad we have those glossy Dreckos around now. We can even see our reed fibers here should be increasing. I didn't pay attention how much we had earlier, but it should get more. Oh, that is data. Just an unsound speculation. Is the water coming from your infinite water storage? I would say, if it did, I would have water up here. Because if it were coming out of anywhere around here, it will inevitably have to drop onto this layer of tiles. There's nothing on here, and we also never mopped that. We only ever mopped down here in a straight line. So I don't think so. I truly don't think so. Your pal Luma Plays has a couple of videos on it. I do know that. He does like to duplicate all sorts of stuff, from liquids to seeds to all sorts of stuff. Any water pipes you mistakenly deconstructed that was full of water? We don't have any. We only ever moved water through this one pipe here. We never moved the water for anything else. This pipe right here went all the way over here to fill up this loop here with polluted water. So I just don't know. I just don't know. But our volcano should be doing something here, and it's doing something here. Oh, good grief. Let's see. Okay, so far so good. It is coming in. We missed it by apparently not very much, thankfully. Very nice. Very good. Everything seems to be in working condition. All that is left is steam that we need. Which we should be getting very, very quickly here. Now our brine is already at 96 degrees, our water also at 97. Steam is being created over here. Oh, meteor showers. Nobody cares, that's fine. Startup and reloads on those kind of builds here are always the biggest issue. No sour gas has been created, that's a good start. At least we have a little bit of an area that's free of debris here, because our auto sweeper makes short work of it. But the rest will just stay there forever. Yeah, this entire area here is going to be free. All being removed by sweeper, yep. And of course, our steam turbines are pretty unhappy because we never actually gave them anywhere to connect power to. Yeah. How are we going to do that? I'm just going to dig straight through it. There's nothing here of interest in any way, shape, or form. We can literally just go anywhere. Nothing stopping me from coming straight through here, as a matter of fact. Actually, I would like to stop that because this ice here is currently in a position where we can potentially melt it. So probably want to do that later at some point. Might as well conserve it a little bit. It's going to come straight through here, so let's do it. Let's do it with a high priority, guys, please. And then, of course, in F2, we will take our heavy watt wire, our heavy watt conductive wire, let me be precise here, built out of iron ore. And we will just straight go all the way through here. And as a matter of fact, might as well start the rebuilding process on at least some of this stuff here while we are at it. Very good. Definitely making headway. So now we have 2 minor volcanoes that give us 2 times the amount of igneous rock. This one has an average output of 575 grams per second, and this one here has 562 grams. So we are getting, on average, 1.1 kilograms, give or take, of igneous rock per second, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. And they will stop complaining here momentarily as well. Just need to build those last 4 tiles. And we should be golden. 1 more, please. Somebody grab 20 kilograms of iron, for the love of God. There you go. Very nice. And now we have another source of power. So now we have those 200 kilograms of crude oil right here, which we are going to put into this room, which means we're just going to close this off here. And then we're going to deconstruct this tile. Very simple. Should get the job done exactly as we wanted to. And while we are at it, everything that we can still reach, might as well go ahead and start cleaning up with a low priority. So when the dupes have nothing else to do, grab all the stuff here that we dug up earlier. Very simple. Actually, just do it all over the place, I suppose. Have you done a playthrough on the lab? I have started the lab once. I have never actually gotten very far in it. It is interesting though, the Tilted Planet. Certainly something I would love to tackle again. When I send a message, it's always when the other William writes a message. What's that about? Yeah, slowly but steadily, I feel like you guys are maybe the same person. Alright, but everything seems to be in working order. I cannot see any potential failure. Clone Wars? What's your design for your hydrogen vent? I have this little design right here. It's probably a hell of a lot bigger than it could be, but I never really looked too deep into it because I came with this here up a very long time ago. I don't even think I came up with it, actually. I think I saw this here somewhere, but that was so long ago. Just some metal tiles that go all around with a steam turbine on top. Nothing in here. You could potentially, if you needed a cooling loop in this area, just slap a thermal aqua tuner in here. But in this case right here, it's a very simple build with 2 sensors right here, atmos sensor and a thermal sensor connected to an AND gate, which is then in turn connected to the door, which opens up if you have a certain pressure and a certain temperature. Certain temperature is below 150 C. Pretty simple and straightforward. My evil twin. I don't know which one of you is the evil one, honestly. Apparently our blast maker here failed, potentially because we're out of blast shots. I should probably make more of those, honestly. How can that be, though? How can you be covered in snow when we have meteor blasters all over the place? Not entirely sure how that's a thing, but let's see real quick. How many blast shots do we have? 0. Figured. So let's come down here and let's make us more out of iron. And let's just make us the maximum amount. So we have plenty to go around here. We have plenty of petroleum, plenty of iron, so we are good. I still use blast doors and then collect the meteors afterwards. But shouldn't the meteor blasters make that redundant? I mean, unless you use only the blast doors and not the meteor blasters, right? I'm still not entirely sure what's going on with those meteor blasters here because, again, this is actually the first time I've ever built them. I've never built them before because they didn't exist. You lose 50% of the meteor with a blaster. Okay, well, in this case, that does make sense, I suppose. Not really after the stuff that we're getting here. What are we getting? Let me remind myself. Slimy, ice, and copper. I mean, the copper would probably be a good addition, but slime and ice, it's alright. What are we doing over here? Why? Do they actually on impact destroy or attack? Oh yeah, insulated tiles, that's why. Okay. I thought it was the heavy watt conductive wire that shows it's damaged, and I was like, why would you be damaged? But it's actually the floor beneath it that is unhappy. Which is okay. But if you dig it up, you lose 50%? That's probably true. So it's probably, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Keonis is 100% correct. Doesn't it equal at the end to the same? Because if it lands on the ground, it creates natural tiles. You dig the natural tile up, you lose 50%. You shoot it out of the sky, it becomes debris. You lose also 50%. Oh. True. Should be the same difference. I guess we can do a little bit of mopping here. Dig up the ice that we have sitting around here in the snow. That's regolith, not ice. Thought that was ice for a second and was really happy about it, but nope. But if you melt it, you keep 100%. I mean, if you go through the effort to get the ice meteor, you hit your bunker door, then melt it, and then transfer it to somewhere useful. I mean, that sounds like an insane thing to do for an absolute minimal amount of gain. But who knows? Okay, we are now in here, which is very good. Which I wanted to do mainly because I'm just going to block this here off so it doesn't cause any trouble later. Very simple and straightforward. Like I said, I don't want to mess with this here right now. We won't need it. We have so much water. There's really no point. We're just going to build this one tile. Breaking news, Bier, worst flooding in decades in Germany. Any relatives there? No. Not at all, actually. I'm from Bavaria, which is basically the more or less almost the other side of Germany. Shay says, what percentage of the projects I propose in your stream chat are not absolutely pointless waste of effort? I mean, you do have a good point there, good sir. That is funny, though. Before I forget it, let me put that pipe out of here. Kind of need that. But yeah, that should be the end of it. Let me double check in F7. We can get rid of this stuff. With these two, we have our automation connected to both of them, which is all that we should ever need. We can obviously just snip it off. That would be the easy solution, but we can also put a signal switch up here if we want to. So we can turn the electrolyzer on and off at will as well if something should arise that we need to do that. So yeah. I'm still trying to do the deodorizer teleportation shenanigans. I know. We just had so much other things. I really wanted to do that, Jay. I promise. I really had that in mind for today. But with all the other nonsense that we went through, I mean, I feel like we spent an hour and a half or something just trying to create NAFTA. And honestly, I don't regret a second of it. But that certainly was a fun experience. Yeah, just other things came up. Okay. Last two things here, then we can close it off. Last but not least, of course, down here on the bottom, we will need in plumbing a liquid pump. An insulated pipe. That will just come all the way up somewhere around here. And connect it right there. And then, of course, as well, a conductive wire. It goes all the way to the ground. Snip it off for now so we can start it when we want to, not when the game wants us to. We were not bored with NAFTA? Well, that's good then. Yeah. I mean, I love trying random stuff in this game. That is what makes the game fun, right? I mean, am I the only one that thinks so? I doubt it. Even if it is pointless, and that is why I still want to do your deodorizer teleportation shenanigans. Just because I'm sure it will just be a fun thing to do. Does it make sense? Probably not, but what does it matter, right? As long as it's entertaining, not just to you guys, but also to myself, of course. I'm down for it. I'm down for anything. What's the worst that can happen? If we should encounter catastrophic failure of any sort and we lose our entire colony, we should start another one, because it's oxygen not included, and that's how that works. And in the worst case scenario, you're about to see it here very shortly. The game saves every single cycle. What do we lose? Nothing. If we want to instead reload. So build me some piping, that would be nice. You're still golden? Yep. So yeah, we still need to build us the infinite storages once again. We're basically doing the same thing as we did here and there. Because it's simple and because it works. So, just gotta plop it in here somewhere. Is there a decent position? Check the blueprint real quick. A pom-pom knit suit. Yeah. But not on Smelina though. Well, actually, maybe. Brandon is unhappy. Will Brandon be happier with a pom-pom knit suit? I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? No, I just need to be able to somehow select that thing. Pom-pom knit suit. Don't even see it when I look through here. There it is. And we are going to give it to Brando. Brandon has a snazzier green suit. So what's better, the snazzier green suit or this thing? I guess we're about to find out. I think it makes sense if you're using polluted water to make oxygen, because it actually off-gases faster with the pressure, never even momentarily rising to the level of halting the evaporation. I mean, it does work, but we still have more water coming in. We are also finally out. No, we are at max pressure. I thought we were out of algae. Let me just throw it on the screen so we can see it. 1,700 kilograms. Post 40 decor, doesn't make a difference. That's sad. That is sad. But yeah, where did we stop? We still wanted to build this damn infinite storage. We could just do something very simple here. Where are we gonna put that thing? Come on, give me a good location that makes somewhat sense at least. It's probably just up here, to be quite honest, because what does it really matter at the end of the day? We need something like this. We will need in ventilation 4 gas vents. Of course, not like this, more like this. We will need 2 spaces above that, and we will need to be able to come over like this. And then over here, we just need a little bit of a space, so we can build an insulated tile right there. Just need to be careful because of the heat here. We are still far away from it. Well, we won't be though if we want to get to it, dang it. So we actually need to move it at least 1 space over, or we're gonna have the exact same issue as we had over here a second ago. Yeah. Let me come up here. Cancel this. Move that, not that. The gas vent, I mean. Come down here. 1 less, please. There we go. Bring this over. Cancel this. Bring it up. And build me a ladder. So let's bring it up. And that should be all that we need. We can dig all of this here up. We will need in plumbing a bottle emptier that we plop right there. And it should be totally fine. We are not touching the heart of the abyssalite anywhere. Therefore, we should be good. Very nice. At the same time, we can also dig straight up here so we can come across here. All right. Last but not least, in ventilation, just for completeness sake, we're going to build 2 pumps that we plop in here. We're going to connect them with insulated pipes, something that looks like this here. I'm going to bring it out. And then my standard version of the build looks exactly like this. Easy. Here's Porkis, very good decor, and Dooms love seeing them around. Yeah. I think we should do that. And I feel like we have a couple left over from down here. What is their decor rating though for real? They are really actually extremely high in decor. I had no idea. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. I did not know that either. That is funny. Put them behind glass. Depending on what their reach is, that may actually also even work, yeah. The only problem that we have right now is that if this here is our storage for oxygen, we'll also need one for hydrogen, don't we? Because it's not like we're not producing it, so we might as well store it and then eventually use it down here as a power source if we ever need to. Yeah. We should build that maybe further up here. Well, we have a minor volcano here that we can tame as well. We could probably tame this here the same way we did the others. And feed it into the teleporter. Well, not this one, but this one down here in the bottom. And then bring it back over to feed our, what are they called? Stone hatches. That's the word I was looking for, dang it. So that would be very easy. And then we have these volcanoes right here as well that we can take care of. For full spaghetti, build a hydrogen storage underspawn. That would be a good idea. We could just build it right here, yes. And we definitely still gonna put the oxygen up here and the hydrogen down here. Just for the fun of it. I love that. It was the use of for spore kits before the biobots were introduced. People would build diamond glass display cases and grow spore kits in their great halls for the decor boost. Seriously? I've never paid attention to that. I just got rid of them. We still need more piping, and to build this here is still going to take half a decade, I feel like. But yeah, is what it is. We'll get it done eventually. It has like an 8 square big boost to decor, really? Time to sleep for me. It was fun to play with you guys. Croc, have a good one. Don't you worry, you're not gonna miss anything. It is 10 o'clock in the evening here. And I'm calling it quits here very shortly as well. I'm just trying to get this here done, really. That's the last thing. It looks like you need one more block dug up on the infinite storage. Yes, I sure as hell do. This one. Why do you have a heat stroke? Where are you coming from? Oh, you were in the water. That's where you're coming from. Let's turn up the speed 10 times. Because the truth is, after 7 hours of streaming, I'm pretty tired. And I'm hungry. That is on top of everything else. So I really want to build this storage here real quick. And get it over with. And if we temporarily have to just get rid of this hydrogen here, then so be it. Even though we could just plop it up here. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it real quick. Plop it in. Copy and paste. Gas pumps. Of course, can't do that because we have bloody ladders here that we don't need anymore for anything. But on the bottom, at the bare minimum, we can plop in ventilation, our gas vents. And of course, our pipes. Just so they're there when we need them. Something like this. Even though we will never have that many inputs. But better have them and not need them than need them and not have them, as usual. So, let's go here. That is how much we can build. We can come 2 up. And right here we can come back down. There we go. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what the dupes build first, as long as they build something. That would be highly appreciated. I suppose while we wait, we could send Sin back to space in the meantime for another exploration mission. Let's take a look into the interior right here. Let's enable this building. Actually, leave it disabled just for a second longer. It shouldn't take very long to build us just a tiny little bit more food for our space missions. Let's build us 20 more pickled meals and plop them into the rocket. Rose says, hello guys. Hello Rose, welcome to the stream. Catching the tail end. But definitely glad to have you here either way. Thank you for joining. So we are going to bring a few pickled meals up here. And once we have that done, we are going to go ahead and we're going to send Sin back to space. Maybe we can find us a location in the meantime. That would work. Let's go back to the star map and change the destination. So we went this way, we went this way. I suppose we could always go up in this general direction here. Up to 5 tiles is the space that we have with a 10 tile total range. So that's definitely good. Where are we going to go though? Maybe somewhere right here in the middle, something like this between those 2 points. With a little luck, we can see both of them. Yeah, we're going to do that. That's going to be the destination. What's 32,000 kilocalories? That is plenty. Of course, use this bathroom because you don't have another one available to you. In F6, we can see we don't have a lot of water. Well, we do have a lot of water, more than we will need for this space mission, but yeah. Can someone in the chat explain in simple terms what is flaking in oxygen not included? We actually looked at that earlier, and I learned about that term just myself. It happens to be when you have, for example, this abyssalite we were talking about earlier, and it's hot. It does conduct its heat, even though it says in its properties that the thermal conductivity is 0.0. But if I were to dig, and we can do that here in a minute, you can save the game and just for the fun of it, do that. If I dig all the way down to right here, to this abyssalite, it will still transfer its heat to the crude oil, and it will actually create petroleum and sour gas. It will create both, without ever touching the magma. Which shouldn't happen per the definition of the game, but it does happen anyway. And that's basically flaking. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about, in what regard. Are you talking about flaking or the rocketry system right here? Let's see, 36,000 calories. That is more than enough. I suppose we could enable our building again. We already have 2 atmosuits in here. We need to sweep this one here, and we need to undock this one and sweep this one here as well. So, dupes, please come by. Pick those 2 up. And then we go from there. Are you using fertilizer or oxalide? Just using fertilizer right now. We are not having access to oxalide right this second. Not yet. We could have access if we wanted to, but we do not. And Chase said, oh yeah, that's right. We actually have it. And of course, the very second I reactivated, 18 dupes have to storm in here. These guys are the most annoying things ever. Like, please explain to me what you're doing in this rocket right now. I know a couple of you brought a little bit more food, but I thought we were done with that. Apparently I was wrong about that. Where's Krivak? All the way on the bottom. There you go. Have we made our food yet? Just want no more dupes to get in there. Yes, all the pickled meals have been made. Gonna go to the interior. Gonna say grounded. And then we can enable this building. And then we can send finally back to space. There we go. Alright, finally. Now, rocket, begin launch sequence. Nobody but Sin should be coming in here anymore. We will see if that is true very soon. This time he should also have taken off his suit. There we go. And that's how fast he's in space. Very good. He should come over here and explore another area of our star map. Very good. Back over here, slowly but steadily, we're making progress. Most of it is built. Very nice. I just found out recently that using 1 oxalate tank and 2 liquid fuel tanks gets you 20 tiles range. That is very correct. As a matter of fact, I do have a video on that. That actually explains that mechanic, because oxalate is worth more than fertilizer. Therefore, you can go twice as far. Can finally dump some of the H2O? Yes. Finally. We have a use for our damn water. Usually you're looking for water. In this case here, we're trying to get rid of that stuff. Crazy, isn't it? Alright. Keep on going, dupes. Couple more tiles and you are done with this infinite storage. Yeah, one thing is of course still missing. Can't forget about the power wire. Kind of important. Kind of important. Just gonna come out to here, that's fine. And of course here on the top we will have to do the same. Something like this. Where we then hook it up in the end. Doesn't really matter too much. Obviously it will be this wire right here. Especially the top one won't matter, because this here is going to be oxygen, therefore this is the important one. Can't just come straight up and over. Nobody cares. We're on Smetlina. Doesn't have to be pretty. So, conductive bridge. Slap it in there. Okay, that is done. And this one here will be done shortly as well. We just gotta get rid of these ladders right here. Gotta give it a little bit of a higher priority. Oh, it's pretty smelly over here. That's for damn sure. 1,300 kilograms worth of algae left. More than we will ever need. Because as soon as this thing here is running, we should be absolutely golden. We can also see that we're now cooling down this entire area out here with the help of our thermal aqua tuner. Very good. Having a little bit of access to a little bit of extra cold certainly doesn't hurt in this situation. Very good. Those are gone. Ventilation, gas pump, plop it in here and there. And then of course we will need a bottle emptier, so we're going to grab it. We're going to plop one right here. And then while we're at it, we will need to sweep here and sweep there. There's actually nothing to sweep here, which is a good thing. Look at what we have here, a glossy Drecko. And another Drecklet egg. Very nice. We don't even have them in here. Fascinating. Come on, get it done. Then in liquid, we're going to say water. Just need to slow it down a little bit because I need to do one at a time here. That is important. Where did he come from? I'm pretty sure we had a Drecko over here. I think we found one, got one. Didn't we get one over here? I think we found one over here, but we couldn't really ship him over. I think the idea was to grab an egg and then ship that egg over. But then we actually got one in the mini pod. Send the glossy egg to the main planet. I think we are good on the main planet on glossy Dreckos right now. We have how many in here? 6 out of 9. Here we have 9 out of 9, and they are crowded. So apparently the critter condo is not actually allowing you to have an extra one, even if you have the maximum size. Now we have our answer. 96 tiles, maximum size. You have the critter condo. Everything should be as perfect for these things as you can be. No crowded is okay. Because it gives a -1 happiness. And the mood is still happy. Okay. Okay. I see. The reproduction rate is still at 67%. Sorry, not at 67, at 11%, I mean. Metabolism is still at 100. So yeah, you're right. The happiness from the critter condo is basically cancelling out the crowded debuff. I see how it is. Very nice. I like that. It just offsets its happiness. Learn something new every day. First time ever that I used a critter condo for anything useful, or for anything at all. So you can put 20 Dreckos there if crowded don't matter. Huh. I don't know. What would happen if you put one more extra Drecko in here? We don't have one. We do have one. Let's test it. Let's say 10. Dupe should come. Dupe should grab the Drecko. You need to come in here, though. Make sure they didn't put any water in here yet. They didn't, of course. Slow-ass dupes. There's more levels. Each Drecko after 8 subtracts 1. You can counter 1 point with Critter Condo and more with the milk dispenser. The what now? We have a dupe coming by and delivering an extra Drecko. So now we are crowded at -2 with a mood of satisfied. With a mood of satisfied, the reproduction is now at 1%. So, yep, apparently that was one too many. So, let's grab that little sucker here again. And make this here back down to 9. There we have our answer, you know? Sometimes you just gotta try stuff. You know, how do they like to say? Fuck around and find out. I don't think anything has been more true than that right now. Put the Dreckos down here. That has a number 7 priority. Are you at a 9? Yes, you are at a 9. You are not at a 9. So obviously, if we get one and we are not full up here, we first want to put him into here and then we want to put him somewhere else. In that particular order. And eventually this little Drecklet here will come back up and a dupe will come by and grab that sucker. I don't remember what the building is filled, but you can fill it with... Oh yeah, Brackeen. Yeah, that's the moon milk. I forgot about that. Yeah. We did talk about that, I think, in the last stream too. Can we please get some water over here? Eventually. Now I need the critter pickup? Really? They're not just gonna wrangle it and take it away? Without the critter pickup? Yeah, the problem is now he's, of course, all the way down there and we can't grab him. Killjoy, stop that. Get over there. I need the Drecko to be on top here. Also, Frozen Hair is now coming for that little Drecklet, isn't he? Of course he is. Get over here. Go and Killjoy. Come on, get up there. Get away from this ledge. You damn little Drecko. I'm about to grab another one, not gonna lie. Iris, get over here. Get up there. There it is. Now Chimnani should grab him and should drown that little sucker. I hope. Yep, little sucker will get drowned. So we can test if we actually have the right amount of water in here, because there's a very fine line to walk with the critter killer, especially with things like Drecklets, because they only drown if there's the exact right amount of water in here. And we will see if we have that or not. Alright. Just unlock the door so that I can climb down to grab it. I am not even gonna lie to you. I forgot that we have a door. Because I usually don't build one there. Okay. Now, time to mop. Actually, I'm gonna reset this here for a second to a 1 priority. Everything else is more important. Can't do 5 things at one time. Yeah, they don't put more water in. So Barris is mopping. We need to reduce the speed because we just don't want to overpressure those gas vents right here. I could just put in high pressure gas vents. Honestly, that would make life a hell of a lot easier, but here we are. Looking pretty decent. Good right there. A little bit more. Good right there. Let's cancel this here. Let's see how much we have left over when it goes back out. We are at 2,000, 1,700, 1,300, and 900. That is almost good. The problem is when I close this here off, these 500 will be transferred over as well. So we are going to mop a tiny, tiny little bit more here. Just a notch. Anybody wants to mop here, please? Nobody? Anyone? Did I set this on a high priority? No, that's why. Anyone mopping? That should already get the job done. And then let's close the sucker off. The nice thing is, it's already full with hydrogen up here, so very easy. Can you put the sides up one more airflow tile? What are we talking about, Kionis? The sides up one more airflow tile? Now we're going to increase this priority right here to a number 9. So we actually get the water down there. On the critter killer. Can you put the sides up one more tile? I mean, I guess you could put them up as high as you want, but if you put the sides up one more tile, you would also have to lower it one more tile on the mechanized airlock right here. So this here is actually the most compact build that you can build it. Because again, if you build this here up one more tile, or do you mean without increasing the entire size of it and just basically plopping it as is, one here and one there? Because yes, you can certainly do that. I think I misunderstood you. I think that's what you meant. So yeah, that should definitely work. I was overthinking it. But yeah, definitely. Can be done, so we can add a little bit more water if we have to. So if it overfills, it doesn't just flow away. Very true. You will see once we get another little Drecklet out of this thing here. And there are 3 more Glossy Drecklets that we are about to get. And I don't think we have space for 3 more. Nope, we only have space for 2 more. For some reason, whenever I built that evolution chamber, I built it too close to the ceiling, so I can't add the airflow tiles in those spaces. That is a problem. That's why I always leave 2 empty. What is that thing? A Morbinous suit building. Oh, this here? This here is a biobot. You created down here in the bottom. We have the biobot builder. That's what you need the spore kits for. You feed the spore kits and steel. A biobot comes out. It runs until the battery is empty. When the battery is empty, it dies. You get your steel back and just build another one. We will see if this thing here works. Back to Smelina. I probably already put 500 tons of water in here. No, not even. Good. Very good. Get rid of it. Don't need it anymore. Actually, we still need it. Why? Because there's carbon dioxide on the ground. So we may have to replace this tile with an airflow tile so I can actually get all the way over. That does happen sometimes with this build, but that's okay. If that is the worst of it, we will be able to take care of it. TL says, been nice watching you live, but the bad calls. Enjoy a good night. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for joining, TL. I truly appreciate it. Like I said, you're not going to miss anything. It's just trying to finish this here up, which takes forever because of our lack of dupes. But other than that, again, no other projects or anything else interesting will be started today. All right, mopping. Replacing. Mopping with a 9. And we can also go ahead real quick and start with our piping. Piping, of course, right now will just come straight out into this area right here and into this area right there. Just for right now, so we can put a gas vent in on each side here. So we can create a vacuum, which we can already do as a matter of fact. Nothing stopping us from doing so. Just need somebody to start mopping. There we mop. Speed down. Let's watch our liquid. Look at that. Oh yeah, it's because once again of the gas on the floor. It takes over once we start mopping. That is a little bit of a problem with the carbon dioxide. But it's not a big deal. Down to 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Of course, what we are looking for, is, in case you're wondering, is below 2,000 per tile. We should be able to see that right here very nicely. We're at 500 grams, we're at 400 grams, 500 grams, and 500 grams. Totally fine. Just can't go too low. You don't want to go like below 100 grams or even below 200 grams. I wouldn't recommend that because sometimes the water can get deleted that way. And again, also definitely something we don't want. My first attempt in that type of infinite gas storage ended up freezing the water. Problem is the water, of course, if you feed something hot or cold in, that is an issue. I would highly recommend using crude oil in those cases, but in this case here, it will not get that cold. All right. Gonna create a vacuum in here. That's off. Hot brick or cold brick? No brick. Yet. It's a complete insanity that we have here. We are in cycle 681, and we have built on so many other insane projects that we haven't even gotten around yet to build a brick. I wanted to do that today, but we'd rather spend basically over an hour trying to figure out how to make naphtha. So now we have naphtha. But what we don't have is a brick. Of course, need to increase the priority again, so somebody actually comes by and does something. That would be nice. The vacuum is almost achieved. Thankfully, the area is minuscule. Here comes Barris, mopping once again. Keep on mopping, Barris. Keep on mopping, keep on mopping. We're at 16, 14, 1,500. In the last tile, we have 100 grams. That's perfectly fine. Stop it and close it. More than enough than what we need. Just gotta close this here off, and we are done. Honey on the bottom. Of course, we can't reach that. Should have probably put in a piece of ladder, so we can actually do that. So we can get to our liquid pump, and then we can start this here up properly, and be done with it. On a side note, the piping that we will actually need, we are going to come through here, all the way through there. Easiest, fastest way possible. Let's see. We can probably just come straight up all across here. All of that is reachable. All of that is in fact reachable. What's not reachable is this here because it's 5 high, which sucks a tiny little bit. Again, we are on Smelina. I'm not going for a beauty price here. It just needs to be reachable. It's really what I care about. Question, is there any way to know how many biobots are on the map? I think we counted them the other day and it was 4. Sounds like my planets. I started with a goal and do tons of projects, but the one I wanted to. Yep. That's exactly what happened. I'm pretty sure today, at the start of the stream, I said we have 3 goals. We wanted to build this here, which we thankfully did. We wanted to tame this minor volcano, which we also did. And the third one was the brick. And that never happened. Making naphtha, don't you just build a temp shift plate adjacent to a hot enough tile? Yes, that is exactly what we did, down here on the bottom. But we had to try around a little bit because flaking became an issue with the abyssalite right here. So we actually filled this area here completely with sour gas, then we pumped it back out, and we tried it a second time. And that is when it worked. Caffeinated Tactician. Oh, nice, you're still alive. Something to watch while I crochet. What's the danger soup situation so far? Well, the danger soup situation was, as we were just talking about, creating the NAFTA. That was definitely a danger soup today. And almost losing Smelina because we ran out of oxygen. That problem will be solved right now, though. I'm not certain, but they may be listed as a resource. You think so? No. Nope. They are actually called biobots, correct? Where's one of those little suckers? There's one. Yeah, biobot. No, they're not listed as a resource. Danger chicken broth. Yes. There was definitely danger involved today in a bunch of situations. There's no question about that. And that is where we are going to build our outlet for our oxygen. Don't need this gas vent anymore. Or this gas vent for that matter. We are in a vacuum now, so we are good. Just need to build this piping here. Let's turn up the speed. Get it done. And of course, the water supply wouldn't hurt either. There is a what in the lava? There's a face in the lava? I don't know where you see a face. But I don't see one. Maybe my imagination isn't good enough. Alright, let's build this stuff here, dupes. Come on, get her done. Under the boiler, 2 eyes and a sideways mouth. Gotta look at that. Oh, you're looking at the volcanoes with this obsidian here? I mean, that is some pretty hard, or are you talking about these 2 things here? I'm not sure what we are seeing, but yeah. New planetoids have been discovered. Oh, look at this here. You can't oversee it because we will need to send some rovers there. Don't do that. And we found another coal planet. Very nice. And of course, up here we have the gassy moo planet. Which also means we are done researching here, which in turn means we can send Sin back home for right now. And I guess whenever he's back, we will see if the plastic ladder here takes up anything. That was our first attempt. We tried to melt some plastic ladders and the plastic temp shift plate with our rockets. That didn't work out at all. It didn't take on a single degree. You can go out one more tile? Yeah, we can do that. You're correct about that. But I didn't think about that. So now he's already on the way back. Let's deconstruct this stuff here. Definitely. It's not going to do anything. It didn't do anything before. It didn't do anything during landing and starting. So one more time landing. Not going to do anything. Yeah, I was just thinking about the Kionis. When I said we will see in a second, I was like, no, we won't, because we now landed and started, and none of the 2 made any difference at all in temperature. I mean, we are talking about 0.1 degrees here at the best. A landing one more time is not going to do us any good. A liquid bridge here. Probably molten. That apparently did something, but nothing else did. What did we build it out of? Granite, yeah, that would be the problem. Material. Change the material. And make it out of obsidian, just so we are done with it. Alright, that failed attempt here has been rectified. But hey, we tried and we found out. At the bare minimum, nobody can say we didn't give it a fair shot. It's not too late yet to change? Pretty sure it is, because we already are on the move, right? So, if I change it now, we won't be able to make it back anymore. It's okay, though. We're gonna fly back out here very shortly. Well, not today, but in the next stream at the very beginning. We're just gonna keep on exploring. And here is this thing here, trying to get rid of its gas, but it can't. How much do we have in there now? Not the oxygen, the smoke slug, of course. Let's see. 834. So it didn't really suck any more up, probably because in the area that is running around there isn't really anything to suck up, because it can only suck up non-breathable gases, and for that it would have to come all the way down here by now. So yeah, we probably won't see that. What's in a mini pod? Right, mushrooms, we're gonna take those. It hasn't changed its tile yet. I know it has. Yeah. You're probably right though. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I've ever actually tried that in any way, shape, or form. When the smoke slug die of old age, will it explode? I have no idea. I have not the slightest idea. I guess we will find out in about 15 cycles or so. I will need some piping here though, please. Looks like the piping is complete. Yes, with the exception of this one tile right here. Very good. And then there's... Gotta be choking right now, right? I forgot these here. Come on. Thankfully, not that big of a deal. Just have to deconstruct these two tiles right here to get back in without messing with our water. We will need these here right away, or otherwise we cannot create a vacuum in there. Actually, we don't need a vacuum. What am I talking about? But we will need the piping. If we don't do it now, we will have to do it later. We will do it now. Thankfully, we don't need to create a vacuum because we already have nothing but hydrogen in here, so that is very helpful. But we will still need the piping one of those days. When that day comes, who knows? But that'll fix it. In here, though, are we lucky enough? Apparently, we are lucky enough that all of this here is 100% oxygen, so we don't even have to bother with creating a vacuum in any way, shape, or form. All we need now is this pump here. And we will be good. Hey, every once in a while, we are allowed to have a little bit of luck on my stream as well, right? Still need to get rid of this gas vent right here, though. And this one. And then we can connect it up. There we go. Is it pretty? No. Will it work? Definitely. So we are golden. Finally. Can't build this last piece of pipe up here because we can't reach it. But again, that's probably the least of my concerns right now. You can also mop up the rest of this water right here while we're at it. Get rid of it. And here comes our pump. Let's get the system here started. Finally. How did you get power gas in the boiler room? I just saw it a sec ago. Wait, what? Down here? There's nothing there. Didn't you forget wires to the hydrogen pumps? LOL joke made you look. I was like, hold on a second. Get wires to the hydrogen pumps. Well, they are not wired up, but they are reachable in this tile right here. So, yeah. We can't just hook them up whenever. We don't do anything with this hydrogen that's going to be in here right now. So it's not going to be an issue. We will do one more thing though. And that will be in ventilation. Filtered gas pump. And we're just going to plop the filtered gas pump all the way up to the freaking top right here. Made out of literally anything. Couldn't care less. Make it out of gold for all I care. Hook that up to power. Let's see. Easiest way to get power up there is through here. All the way up to the top. And then build me a gas pipe. Just a gas pipe. Doesn't have to be insulated or anything. All the way down here. And probably just connect it up here because that's totally fine. And then we are going to get hydrogen gas into here. So we can get rid of this, all this stuff right here as well. But alright, in F6 we have water flowing slowly but steadily. We will actually, and I forgot about that almost. I got rid of the what is it called? The vents here a little bit too prematurely. We will still need them because we have to prime our system. So, unfortunately, I have to build them again. Which sucks, but it's okay. Right at the moment, we just need to make sure that we prime this here properly. Get it all out of there. And then we're golden. From this point forward. Come on, dupes, build me my gas vent, please. Maybe make everything else for now a number 8 priority, so we build the gas vents first. Yep, something like that. Let's check it out, and that should already get the job done. We're going to say the Atmos sensor, we are only going to turn on when we are above 500 grams. And down here on the bottom, we're going to do the exact same thing, probably just a little bit higher, let's say 750. And then the gas vents can once again be deleted. The number 9 priority, get rid of this stuff here. There we go. And now, oxygen, go to the top, hydrogen, go to the left. Alright, that should work. Just like that. Wonderful. Our hydrogen gas here. We will see after a little while what the temperature is going to be, but it's nowhere near enough to do any kind of damage to our infinite storage, so it doesn't matter too much. And then last but not least, this filtered gas pump here, just to complete the entire project. And then, whenever we need it, all we need to do is run a pipe through our base, which distributes our oxygen whenever we need it. Holy crap, I'm home from work and you're still live. I get to watch you on my computer. And Gunnar is here too. You're both here at the extreme tail end of this stream. The very extreme tail end. All I'm just doing is putting this filtered gas pump here together. And go from there. Next time around though, we really need to build this damn brick. It has to happen. I mean, we are almost at cycle 700 and still don't have a bloody brick. Hey, I thought you would be done. Yeah, so that's what I thought too. Morning, it's 10:42 a.m. here. It's 10:42 p.m. here. Why am I looking for it if I can't just type it in? Hydrogen gas. Sounds like the poodle is also ready for me to be done. It's still early game? Yes, it is, but it's still... we should have a brick. That would be really a game changer here. Alright, we are now pumping all the hydrogen that we have sitting around here that will not bother us anymore, which means our mealwood right here will grow. And the nice thing is, the Dreckos that we have around here are still going to be okay because they're still going to spend a little bit of their time in hydrogen. The only thing, of course, that we are lacking is we can't really shear them because we don't have a shearing station in here. Something that we should probably build at one of those days, but doesn't really matter too much now that we have it going on our main planetoid. Let's take a look at those guys real quick. We are now full. Yes, 9 out of 9. And 9 out of 9. And how is the critter killer? Is it killing anything? Looks like there's a single Drecklet in here. That would imply that something must have died. This one is at 60, 99%, 16%. You know what? We're going to wait for this here to hatch, which should happen any second. And once it's in there, we're just going to activate it real quick because I want to see it myself. There we go. Oh, you just got to get out of there, Nathan. And we're going to say, if above 1, that should activate it right away. And we will see if they drown in real time here. Very, very nice. So far, so good. They are underwater, they're all the way on the top, and they are actually drowning, which means we have a sufficient amount of water in here. I'm at a loss as what to do in my playthrough of Oxygen Not Included. I went 1300 cycles without even going to another planet or using anything more than a single oxygen diffuser and 8 dupes, and now that I'm at... that is, yeah. Cycle 2000 plus with hydrogen rockets. That's how it goes. Maybe put some safety automation or filtering to the top hydrogen pump. Oh. You probably missed that. This here is not a normal pump. This is actually a mod. It's a filtered gas pump. So it actually is a gas pump that has a filter built in. And it's set to hydrogen gas. So as soon as anything other than hydrogen gets up here, which would most likely be oxygen at some point, it will just not pump it anymore. Very nice. Mod name, please. Smart Pumps. It's called Smart Pumps. It comes with a smart filtered gas pump, a smart filtered liquid pump, and it comes with a vacuum pump. I believe that's it. It's in research. I always have a hard time finding it. Valve miniaturization right here. Here are the 3 things that you get: the vacuum pump, the filter pump, and the filter gas pump. So these 3 here are what you get with this mod. All right. I think we are looking really good right now. Our infinite storage is coming along. We are already at 88 kilograms and haven't even made a dent into our water. So like I said, this system here is just going to run until we run out of water here. And that should provide us for hundreds, if not thousands of cycles with oxygen for our dupes on this planet. And the temperature of it, let's take a look here once the game's done saving, is at 1.1 degrees. That is actually a little bit colder than I would like it to be. Still okay, the water is actually almost at the freezing point. May have to do something about that potentially. We could just, because the gold that's coming out of here is totally fine, we could just set this here to 0 degrees. So we are stopping to cool it down quite as much. How are you still streaming? I'm wondering that myself, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I fill a room with tiles and deconstruct it all at the same time. Or vacuum. Yeah, absolutely. That is a more than viable thing to do. And let's see if we can increase our water temperature here just slightly. So we are not actually freezing our water, preferably. Of course, when we need it, our gold volcano is dormant. So to now get some heat into our water here will be an insane. That speed don't break the game. It does sometimes. It does sometimes. Yeah, the volcano is dormant. Of course, when we would need it, nothing is there to help us out. How else would it possibly be? So we will probably freeze our water here in a second. That truly sucks. I didn't think it would be an issue with our vacuum. Yeah. My computer could never maintain that speed. I am very blessed that I do have a good computer that thankfully can play even with the kind of stuff that we have going on here at 10 times speed. Let's see real quick here. You can see my FPS here on the top left. 33 FPS at 10 times speed. Well, on the bright side though, we still have a few more degrees to go before it actually freezes. What's the temp overlay look like? Kind of like this. Not entirely sure why it's so cold in this particular area. Oh, it's because of all the stuff that we sent over. That is extremely cold, of course, from ColdDL. And literally the debris that's just sitting here is cold enough to cool down this entire area. Oh yeah, the O2 room is at literally 0.3 degrees here. But I don't think we will actually end up having an issue with it. I think we are fine. As long as we don't go much colder than that. Please do F7, there we go. That is at -5 degrees, though. We could, just at the bare minimum temporarily, suck up a tiny little bit of heat from this area right here in ventilation, radiant gas pipe here and there, maybe one more in the middle. Let's get this here done, and let's see. At least temporarily, that should bring us a tiny little bit of relief up until we can heat up our water here. Timberborn is getting another update? Oh, that's nice. Lately, when I start up the laptop, the fans run really hard, on and off a few times for like 5 seconds, and air come up, and then you pull back off and blow air on the fans to spin them. Well, that's not good. Deerguard is here as well. Well, you are coming at the very end, Deerguard. I'm just going to try to put these 3 tiles here in to see if that will help us put a little bit more heat into our gas, because we're cooling it down a little bit too much. Just a tiny little bit too much. So yeah, and hopefully that will help us just temporarily out. Come on, dupes. Let's get her going. Save the game. And then please build. You don't feel like building this radiant gas pipe right here? Anyone? There we go. No? Still not? Come on. There we go. What do we have? We're coming at -4.5 and we're coming out at 6 degrees. That's more like it. So we are now cooling down this area here, which we don't care about in any way, shape or form. Which in turn, of course, helps us out greatly. Why do we not have power coming through here? Like, what the hell was that for a second right there? I just noticed that our deodorizer said they don't have power. Like, what? You're literally hooked up to the main power line. Oh, because this thing here is set to 0 and never actually changed the values on it. That's why. All right, I will fix it. All right, guys. That is it. I guess we can discuss real quick what we're going to do next time around. We know how well that works out every time I make a plan. But yeah, I really want to build this brick right here. That would be really, really nice. And of course, up here, our rocket is back, which is very nice as well, which means we can go then back out to the star map and explore a little bit more into this direction and see what's going on here. And of course, we will go just around and see what we have going on. Another thing that we will need, as mentioned earlier, we need to take a look that we can replace our fertilizer right here with oxalate. Because we are also, very low on fertilizer. Let's take a look here. Fertilizer, 1,400 kilograms left, so we definitely need to find us a sustainable source, which shouldn't be that big of a dream. Prio brick seems like a good time. I believe so too. We probably want to plop it into this area right here. We will need to see how much space we have, but yeah, definitely the cool steam vent right here is going to be a little bit in the way. We will either build around it or incorporate it, whatever we're going to end up with doing. But that is the general idea, to plop it into this area right here. Thankfully upwards, we have a lot of space because we just basically dug this abyssalite here out to store the water from the water geyser in, and then immediately pump it out with a liquid pump. So theoretically, all we need is this much space. We pump it out immediately when it comes in into this infinite storage right here. That is more or less like it. And the PO2 vent tamer. Yes, Jay. So yeah, that is the idea. Very nice. You take a look into chat. Should clean laptop fans once in a while. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, looking good. Next episode should be niobium taming. Well, if you believe it or not, but the niobium tamer doesn't look much different than this here. So we actually already have, in fact, 2 niobium tamers. There is really not much difference to a niobium tamer than to this here. As a matter of fact, I took inspiration for taming normal volcanoes from my own niobium tamer that I built in one of my own tutorials. So there's that. I was going to ask how's Melino went, but finish off. Smelino went great. Nobody died. We recovered. We are in a great shape on Smelina. We recovered by just digging up a few tiles first, then shipping over some algae with an oxygen diffuser. And of course, now we have our tiny little single electrolyzer spawn over here on the right side. So yeah, we're doing fine. But what's the heat like around the volcano tamer? You mean on Cold DL? Yeah, this here. I forgot to put these tiles here, or these pipes here, into insulated tiles. That is probably what you are referring to, I assume. That needs to be done, because it should look more like this over here. That is more or less the optimal version of it. It's still getting a little bit warm around our liquid valve right here. But even that is not that big of a deal. Other than that, you can see it. We are obviously on Rime, so any type of heat would show up glowing. So yeah, that's it. We have a plan for next time, and I hope, of course, you guys join back in. And, of course, if you haven't liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so, because it helps me out greatly. But yeah, that's it for today. I think almost 8 hours is more than enough. And with that, I say thank you and peace.